Good evening, everyone, and welcome to beautiful Sarasota. Welcome to the Sliders 11 workshop. We're getting close now. It was really interesting. Yesterday I was asking, please, beloveds, tell me, what is it we're supposed to be teaching? One of those again. They said, don't worry, we know. And I said, yeah, I'm sure you do. So, okay, so we just planned for wacky hours, etc. And they said, of course. They gave me a little tiny bit this afternoon from about 3. They gave me just a little bit of information about what we will be covering during this weekend. And about 10 minutes before I was getting picked up, they gave me the last whammy. This is a very active weekend, let's just say that, as far as activations go. I'll speak with you a little bit about what they have told me during this orientation. And because of the program schedule that is scheduled around the beach permits, we have a specific time when we can be on Siesta Key Beach. And that will be tomorrow. This is still buzzing. Tomorrow between like 6:30 and 11. What I've heard, unfortunately, is it may pour. Uh-oh. If the grid activations that were taking place were not as extremely important as they are, we would probably just do a contingency of having it back in the room. If it gets crazy, where it's lightning and all of that, and where we won't be allowed on the beach, where it might, somebody might get hurt, then we would have to do that. However, we are going to pray lots for not raining while we have our beach permit tomorrow, because for those of you who are hardy enough to join us, we are still going to do, this is called a power shadra. They're going to teach us some new amplifying technologies of how to run energy through our bodies and using the day center and those kind of things to accomplish 2 very important things. And this was part of the thing that they had on security clearance all week. They wouldn't tell me anything about it until about 3 o'clock. They said there are 2 major activations coming in. Well, actually 3, but the 2 major ones have to do with the planetary mirror and the sky activations. We did number 1 in the April workshop. We're doing numbers 2 and 3 during this workshop. They're piggybacking them. There's also a part of it that has to do with giving a push to the Metatronic spiral separation, where we leap out of alignment with that pull on the spiral. And I can't wait for that. So we're going to be learning some interesting things about, I won't use that word yet. I'll use that one at the end, because that was the last word they gave me, and I went, oh no, oh no, here we go. Okay, so let me see. We're going to have an amazing performance. She agreed to perform it live for us. Melissa Fathman has taken the music and the lyrics to the vow and the prayer and the vow from the last workshop and put them together, and has done an amazing job of a very, very special song. It's like one of those that make your hair stand up on your arms and things, right? And she agreed to play that, to sing that for us tomorrow. And we will do that before we go into the information that will be on technicals for what we need to do for that first activation, which will be the Mirror in the Sky number 2 activation. That will be one of the things that will be done on the beach. There is something else, and it depends. Even if we have to get out there and then it starts to pour and we do have to leave, we can, if we have to break it up and bring the other part of the activation back, we will. Then on Sunday, Sunday night, going into early Monday morning, there's going to be the next activation of Mirror in the Sky level 3. And then there's something else I'll talk about at the end. It's activation of something I didn't know the Aquaferin Shield had, but I will be learning with you. So we will also be covering what we knew we would be covering from the last workshop. This Sliders 11 is going to cover material on the next virtue codes that have to do with 2, 8, and 10, I believe the water codes. And we're also going to be getting the disciplines that go with that, which are the movements that go with those codes. And then we're going to have a little bit of practice before the beach thing, because if it's nice enough where we can do the long version on the beach, we will be combining the disciplines from Sliders 10 with the next 3. And these involve legs. So we'll be doing things like synchronistically. First we have to learn the leg thing and then learn to do it with the breathing, with the And this is the beginning, the next step in learning the dances, how do they pronounce that? Majita. The Majita dances, which are the benders, the Majita. So this is the beginning. We are going to be, and I didn't know this either, they showed me that we are going to also be doing these in India at various locations. So it's going to be one of those, practice, practice, practice. And for those who can actually physically do them, they're also going to do some kind of sync with when the group that goes to India. When we are scheduled to do ones, they will be ones that people around, wherever you are, can actually sync in with us. And if you have small groups, you can do small groups, or if you're just yourself, you can join in with us. So this is preparation for the even larger activations that will be taking place, which is the second level of the Tarakiti gates opening for the planetary level, which will be accomplished in India. So I'm thinking, oh boy, I can see how many hours I'm going to spend in the gym in the next 2 months. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, it's a bit physical, but for people who can't do more strenuous physical things, there is an easier version that you just can keep up with the rhythms with the leg and that kind of thing, where you don't have to worry about some of the stretches and twists and things that go with these postures. So we'll be doing that information. We'll be receiving that information and learning how to do those, preferably before we have to go into the Power Chadra tomorrow. We'll also be learning something in this Chadra. It's going to be a bit new configuration than we have usually used, where it is going to use what are called trines. Trines are when you have 3 points. So it's going to be a shield made of triangles of people that are going to learn how to run a trine pillar. And that can be very, very powerful. So let's see, what else did they let me know we were going to be doing? There's a bunch of stuff that's still on security clearance, by the way, that I haven't a clue. I just feel it there. And I've been trying to pick at it, and it's like, no, can't have it yet. It's like, okay. Okay, let's see. What else? Okay, I'm going to have to get into that, aren't I? All right. When it comes to, so tomorrow is going to be about getting prepared and learning the power stands and the power chadra stands with the trines, so we can do the grid work that is required tomorrow. And it's also grid work on our own bodies as well. It's opening the things that connect to those grids within our own fields and our own bodies. Then, so that will be from whenever on the beach and whatever we have to do to get it finished, either bring it back here if we have to or not. But we will do our best to at least get a little bit of it done, even if it's in the rain on the beach, as long as we're not stopped by the police for not being allowed on the beach if it's pouring. If it's lightning, we're only probably a couple of us will actually take a chance. We wouldn't ask y'all to come out there in lightning or anything like that. So we'll see how that goes with a little good beloved's fortune with us. It won't rain during the beach permit. One way or the other, we will get these activations done, be it in the room if we have to. We'll just clear the chairs and do it that way, or preferably on the beach. So after that, that's till 11, and then I will have to go back and take down the transmissions on what Sunday's thing is about. Now, Sunday has a couple activations involved with it, a bunch of stuff I don't know about yet, and some very interesting things they just let me know a little bit about. That we're going to get into some technical information on what is called the Adashic record. Now, a lot of people have heard of the Akashic record and those kind of things, and we've talked about the Akashic and the Akashic records and the Rishaic records, and we've utilized those core records and their halls before. This is a different level. So we'll look at what the Adashic record is and what this has to do with incarnational information that you may have and incarnational contracts that you may have as well. We're going to explore a bit about that and how to begin accessing what they're referring to as the archives. And the archives have to do with the Dankiti and the Tarakiti layers of the Adashic record. So we had the Akashic records and things on the inside, in the core of a planet or in the core of your spirit body structure, where these correspond to the skin level, the Kiti layers that we've been talking about. And we're going to learn some more things about those, how to use them, how to begin being able to read yourself and go digging for incarnational information that will be useful to you in this lifetime, and also contracts that you might have that have to do with the shield activations coming up when we're all preparing for the December of 2012 stand that is going to be about making sure the Metatronic agenda does not fulfill and create basically the endgame scenario during that period. So this is a beginning of getting more into our personal information. But also, we're going to be doing a journey on the second day, I believe. It might show up tomorrow, but I think it's the second day, on Sunday, that has to do with going to what are called the archives. And that's another journey to a different place on Sanctuary Island. We went to the Deity Plains Sanctuary Island in the last workshop. And there are various places there, like various different configurations of energy and buildings and things like that on Sanctuary Island. They'll be taking us to a place that they've recently showed me and have been working with me there with energy. And they will be taking us on journey there, and that has to do with accessing what they're referring to as the archives, your Akashic Record archives. There's a couple other surprises I still don't know about. And it's funny, I feel them pop up. It's like, aha, there's something else there that goes with that they're not giving me. All right, next one. Let's see. Oh, here we go. We'll talk a little bit about reincarnational relationships and contracts and how they have affected our lives a bit, or look at how they've affected our lives, what different types of contracts there are, or karmic relationships. Some contracts are just karmic. It wasn't finished in another lifetime, had to get finished this time as far as the learning that was going on between the two beings. There's other types. There's twin flame contracts. There are all sorts of different levels of the flame twins. Like Asa and I are flame twins as far as, I think we were up to the Ionic level. I think that's where they said, didn't they? It was started with the Maharic, but then it built to the Ionic level. So we'll be looking at those a little bit, and what they mean and what they don't, and what that can look like in your life, and how to, once you start getting this information online, even though we're clearing through the activations we've been doing in previous workshops, clearing the portion of the Dankiti field that was holding the karmic imprint, you will clear it where it doesn't go into activation, where it just automatically throws out negative patterns that that need to be cleared. So that level is being cleared, but it's not wiping the memory. The memories are still there. And what we're going to be taught, I believe, is how to go in a bit to our own karmic imprint. And karma can be good, too. It's just the memory record of your other simultaneous selves in their other life incarnations. And most people's lives are filled with people that they've had relationships with in these other lifetimes as well, even though everybody's wearing different faces this time and have different type of relationships. They might be, brother and sister in one life, husband and wife in another one, mother and child in another one. So we're going to look a little bit more into that, because there's going to be the issues of these memories coming online and coming up for us as we explore more of ourselves, but also as these activations occur in the planetary shields. There is something, and this is where we're getting into what they told me like 10 minutes before I'm ready to go out the door. And I kind of went, oh my God, this is going to be nuts when this starts. There's something called, let me see, they call the twin. There's something called Tantriasia contracts. We've heard of twin flames and twins and all of those kind of different relationships in other workshops. We even had the sacred sex workshops where we talked about what it means to come together in those ways. There's something called the Tantric shield that is part of the Aquafarian shield. The beloveds don't look at it as the yoga of sex, as if you look up Tantra in general English stuff, it'll tell you that. It is the dance of blending, of being able to merge. And it's not always something that is meant to be expressed sexually, but there are certain types of contracts that have to do with tantric contracts. Tantric contracts there's various layers of them and levels. Not everyone has what would be considered their tantric twin here on planet. Some people do, some people don't. You can be twins in other ways and not be tantric twins. Tantric twins are only called into activation during certain planetary level. The higher guardian contracts of those are about literally being able to blend and merge codes in order to become flame together, energetically speaking. So, because the power that you're able to generate through those, but they are very matched. There's only one that would be a twin to another one, those kind of things, as far as the tantric codes go. So we're going to learn more about this. I didn't even know about tantric twins before. That was like nothing they'd ever talked to me about. So the tantric shield in the Aquafarian shield is going to be activated, which means anybody with tantric twin contracts is going to probably have a very interesting experience for the next year as things shift and change around that contract. And I look forward to learning more about this because I've watched a few things happen in like the periphery of my life with different people and going, what is that about? And it's like, oh, now I know what that's about. So there will be more information given on what this is. But when you talk about Tantra, you're talking about Kundalini activations as well as the rest of the things we activate. And this is the workshop, Sliders 11, where we are dealing with the Dankiti awakening not Dankiti awakening, the deification of the body on the physical and emotional body level, which is the D2 level. So with all those little elements combined, this ought to be interesting. So, I don't even know, when they said that to me, I just went, oh no. Because every once in a while there's like this flap of something that happens in the group shield where you just hear about all these wacky chaos change stories are happening. Where like change your partner do-si-do and who's with who and what it's like a square dance, you know? Right. And sometimes I kind of sat back and kind of went, yow, right? There's something's going on in the shield. But they're not tantric activations. The tantric shield has not been activated in the Aquafarian shield yet. And this is going to affect other people, too, who don't even know about workshops or whatever if they're connected to the Aquafarian shield. So it has a potential for bringing in wonderful new explorations of experience together, because these can be some of the most stable and long-running relationships, the tantric ones, but they can also be the most chaotic if there's any karmic ones that haven't been cleared that are still stuck to it. Like if with that same person you had some karmic relationships in their other lifetimes that are going on simultaneously, there will be that information coming up too. And so we're going to learn more about the whole tantric twin thing and what to expect from that, because it has to do with change is coming in probably ways that, well, for some people it might have started already. For other people it may not. If you have the tantric contracts, that there will be the ones that have the most change. There are also other contracts that are activating it, and it's funny, they called we've used the word the Majita to describe the benders. They're the ones who dance the flames, right? Now, we can all do that to a certain level. And there are certain higher levels or bender contracts that your body would have more ability to actually do that than a person who had different types of contracts, right? Then there are the Tantriyaja contracts, and they are the blenders, and they are the ones with the tantric contracts, and there will be different levels of them. You know, some will be, and it might be, it's interesting. They said it doesn't always end up in a sexual expression, but most often in its highest form, it does. The largest contracts of those types would be what becomes an intimate relationship between the persons. And what's crazy is everybody runs around trying to find the persons. Is it you? Or are you just a karmic twin? Are you a Maharic twin? Are you, what am I? I don't know. So it can get really, really wacky. And a lot of times you'll start getting stuff in the dream state and going, who is that? And what were we doing up there in that flame? Right? It's like, oh, God. Anyway, I'm going, I didn't do that. Oh, no. Is this like astral invasion or something? Who is that person? I don't even know that person. Or sometimes it'll be somebody you do know. And if you're lucky, it's not somebody that you know and you're married to one person, they're married to another person, because that gets really complicated, you know, and it's always free will, but the contracts are there, and there will be a charge that builds with them and flows. And the whole thing with them is to let them just flow gently. Don't try to push. If you don't feel that person's there, it might be that your tantric twin isn't here, and maybe you have a bender's contract as opposed to a blender's contract. So there are different types of contracts. They're equally important. But it was important enough for the beloveds to bring this up because of this activation going to the shield, because you may find all sorts of different shifting in relationships that people have with each other. It can be a very positive time of change as well, where it's not about getting rid of old relationships that aren't that one. It's about changing the form of relationships sometimes into something more positive that is working and allowing a positive energy flow in a newer, higher way than you might have been before, and then being open, and that sets both sides free to find their, you know, whatever their tantric contract might be or whatever. Some people may be with their tantric twin, and which is great, especially if you're married or something. You know, it always helps, right? Because regardless of the tantric activations that are taking place, there are still the rules of fair play that apply. Sneaking around behind people's backs is not a Christian way to approach that type of thing. Having affairs, I could think of all sorts of things that people could twist that with, and it's not meant to be used in that way. And in fact, the codes won't fully activate if it's being abused in that way. So there are ways to change forms of relationships when that's necessary that can be loving and graceful. And there are ways to engage new relationships and give them time to become what they are, not just go, I know we're twins. Yo, hit the sack. Doesn't necessarily mean that. Some people may feel it that way, but more so, it should be a steady kind of getting to know you type experience. So I had no idea until 10 minutes before I left that there was any such thing as the Tantric shield and the Aquafarian shield. So this was just kind of like, be forewarned from the beloveds. And it helped me to understand some things I've been watching, though, like just around me in my life. And I went, oh, okay. I knew a change was coming, but I had no idea what that was about or what that one was about. Now it's starting to make a little more sense. Hopefully by the end of this workshop, it will make more sense than what I've been able to share with you now. But there is this giddy, kind of like, oh dear, excitement thing that's like under bubble in the shield, and I can feel it. Because when the stuff releases, it has to do with, there was a really big activation that started last night, and the highest point of it ran between 11:11 and 12:12, 11:11 p.m. into 12:12 a.m. And it happened up at Amayasan, where we are staying, the shores of Amayasan space up there by Mayaka. And all sorts of wild stuff happened energetically in the pond. And then there was a whole bunch of beings that showed up from I don't know where, but like came out of the woods and stuff, and they went into the weird energy stuff in the lake and in the pond, and that connected to the lake back in Mayaka Park, and that started to connect down into here. Part of what we're going to do when we do tomorrow's activation is bring in the frequencies that were activated up there. We're going to link them down into here, so we have this site and that site linked. What was fascinating about these energies is usually, you see me once in a while, like if I'm on stage or something, I'm going to go, ooh, right? Or get like twitch or like vibrate type thing for a second. This went on for over an hour, where waves of it. You're just going, oh, geez, like, whoa, that kind of stuff. So I have no idea what it might feel like as we do our chadras and techniques in this workshop. But if it was anything like that, I tend to get hit with it a bit more intense than most people because I'm sitting in center shield. We tend to do that. The speakers tend to get like whack, right? Yeah. Yeah, you know that. But people that have the highest level tantric contracts will probably be the ones who get biggest zaps. Like, yeah, that kind of thing. And it's like, good. And then the activation was over. Very nice evening. Went to sleep. Woke up this morning going, oh no, not again. Right? Because it like courses through your body like this little bubbly wave thing. And it builds and gets very intense. So I'm like trying to brush my hair and going like this, okay. And fortunately it only lasted for until the morning was over. So by afternoon I could function properly with anything that required a straight hand, forget it, right? So if you get any of those effects, or even if you start getting them beforehand, it's already been activated up there, and the currents are linking down into the Siesta Key site and into this site that's part of that. So if you feel any strange little things like that, just realize, oh, okay, that's what it is. There's also, I noticed that there's been a couple of really, really odd little symptom-like things that you never know if it's like, oh, I caught a cold, or oh, it's another activation, that type of thing. I've been getting for the last week just like this cough thing down in here, as if a cold was kicking up. So that's how my body's been processing whatever is starting. I don't know if other people are getting that effect or not. My daughter had a really bizarre experience, and it could be a food allergy. We don't know yet. But she woke up with her third eye. I don't know if she woke up with it. She woke up with her wrist all swollen in her hand, and then this patch across her forehead. The entire forehead swelled up. She kind of looked like a Klingon, she said. Right? And then a few other blotchy spots would, big-sized spots would just appear on random places and swell up. Now, it could very well be a food allergy or something. So, we have to go to a doctor to find out what that is. And she said it's starting to go down now, or not go down, but it's not getting worse. So, she didn't want to go to the doctor. But I don't know what kind of odd little things might pop up like that, because sometimes certain activations do kick up stuff that purges in the physical body. So if you have anything like that, if it seems like it needs medical attention, by all means get it. If it seems like, just one of those again, oh, here we go with the cold again, or there goes my backache again, or there goes my neck or my knee or whatever, there's certain areas that tend to be consistent where people get a bit of issues around activations, and they should be temporary when they occur. I don't know about the jitter thing, though. I still feel this like vibration running up and down my central vertical current. It's just like, boy, is that distracting. Right? It's just like, makes you want to giggle. It makes me want to giggle anyway. So this is pretty much about all I know about what we're going to be exploring together in these next couple of days. I hope it becomes a joyful and happy experience for everyone, but I do know there's a very intense level of energy here. They're doing another leap push, and they haven't said exactly why they're doing that, so we'll probably get more information on that. Part of, I think, what we'll be dealing with, hopefully, will be in Sunday night's information where we get more on what the Tantric Shield is and all of that, is also how to deal with some of the emotions that come up, because that can be very, very difficult, especially if you start finding yourself in dream state. All of a sudden you find yourself, I think I'm in a Mayasan Sanctuary Island temple, and I'm doing some interesting stuff with, hello. Oh, yeah, you go, what am I nuts? If I go, or somebody invading my dreams or whatever. I think there's some coping skills to deal with it where we can learn to make more direct connection with some of our guides there up in Amayasan, so they can help us and begin giving us more information about what those experiences are, or very possibly where that we may be able to meet. If we have those type of contracts, we may be able to meet our twins there, or we might be able to meet I think the benders. I don't know if they don't do the twin thing because they're not blending, they're bending. But I think they have dance partners where there are certain ones with codes and it doesn't necessarily become a relationship in terms of intimacy, but a different type of intimacy of certain people just kind of click and can run the flames together as far as bending. So there's going to be various types of contracts activating in the shield through this tantric activation that will include the bender's contracts. So ideally, they will give us some even stronger journeying ability to go in and become more fully centered there. I've had this experience for a couple of weeks now where I'm finding myself constantly in bilocation and aware of it, which is really odd. It's like right up here, I've got my little space that I always would project to on purpose. I would project there to go into meditation or whatever while I'm meditating here. But I would find myself, I'm there again. I didn't put me there. I said, that's all right, we did. Oh, okay, so luminary body's up there. But I'm there, even right now, I have a me there. My luminary body is hanging out there and sitting, and she tends to just sit a lot and run flame or whatever she's doing up there. Because I'm like, what are you doing up there? She's like, I'll tell you later. So if we can, I think they're going to help us to get up in that space where we can start opening that more continual awareness, where you don't have to go lay down, put on a CD for the technique, where you just realize it's there with you and the conduit stays open. So I think there's going to be a technique or two given to assist in doing that. And that's all I know about what our journey might be like. I just hope we get to giggle a lot, because giggling can be very, very healing. So, how time are we in? Okay, what time are we supposed to be done? We don't supposed to. True. I try to give a minimum supposed to. Okay. Right, excuse us. Right. So, conference. I don't know what else to speak about other than what I've spoke about right now, other than the fact that I've got to get home and get the finalization on tonight. They're going to give me the 3 disciplines that go with the other 3 that we learned. These are the 3 that go with the legs, and I've got to get my body where I can do that. And that's going to be fun, because I haven't been in the gym in way too long. So by India, I'll be better at it. So I will be able to demonstrate tomorrow for you, so we can all practice a bit on what they are and how to run energy with it. No.
What's happening? I got to reset. something out before we go.
Okay. All right. And Asan, I'd like to read something out before we go. He says.
I don't like to read it out. I do it every time.
I know, but you need to.
Yes.
Yeah. Tell him what time we're back tomorrow. What time we're coming back tomorrow? When you're done.
Do we know what time we're coming back tomorrow?
I'm aiming for 2:30.
We are?
It'll be no later than 3.
Okay. Be back here at 2:30 tomorrow, not later than 3. Okay?
Somewhere in that frame.
Just in.
We're going to come back in so we can do the stuff that gets us ready for the first
Yeah.
the first shot of the
So
beach.
what we're saying is the workshop will begin between 2:30 and 3 o'clock tomorrow. Okay? Somewhere in between those two numbers. In fact, there are 3 numbers, aren't there? 2, 30, and 3. So, anyway, there's a recurring service to Araya, and those people who are interested in level 1 and 2 ordinations, immediately after this, those who need the prerequisite Emerald and Amethyst Awakening, it will happen immediately after we're done, now, in here. And tomorrow morning, the subsequent level 1 and 2 ordinations in this room at 11:30. And please be on time. Thank you very much. Good night. God bless. And happy fantasies. May they be real. As soon as you're ready for them. Night-night. God bless.
Be careful what you fantasize. It may just come true quicker than you think. Have a good dinner. Right.
Hello, good afternoon. Please come in, especially if you've paid. And I put a forward request in. We've got a ton of stuff to do before Ash gets here, and we don't have much time to do it in. We've got the most complex stand to set up tonight. My treat of the day. I did ask, in order to simplify your lives rather than mine, if the ladies could sit on this side of the room, or stand, whichever, and the guys on this side. And you exist this weekend in a ratio for which you won't understand how thankful I am. 2 to 1. So 2/3 of the room is going to be occupied by ladies, which will be probably occupy from that wall to this row. So if the guys can sit on the end of this part, rather than on any of the girls or new Tantric Flame laps for now, right? But so if you can just get it to go a little bit close to that. 2/3 ladies from the wall coming into these rows right in front of me. And then guys, even if you stand up for a little while, over on that side of the room. And I will show you what the fuss is all about. What do you want to do, Ira? Would you please pay attention just for a second to this good lady?
Thank you. Just a little bit of registration. Vicki Berry, you ordered a radio receiver. Can you let me know if you've picked it up, please? Also, if you haven't checked in with me, if you don't have your name tag, you don't have your wristband, you need that for dinner, please come and connect with me, please. And also, Marion Mensger, GERHRS, Jordan Molly, Kimberly Duffy Miles, if you could just connect with me, please. And that's it. Thank you.
I don't really need a pointy thing very much. Okay, guys, let's go then, if you're ready. Introducing you to the Patra Trine Power Shadra, the likes of which we've never seen or done before. And the big treat was, Ash and I were working on it last night over a rapid dinner, and then she got the rest of it pulled together this morning quickly, and then showed it to me about 45 minutes ago, which is always a treat. And I'm sliding out the door thinking, well, okay, get my head around this. And she said, oh, by the way. I said, what, you're going to love me again? No. She said, we need to have the 2 to 1, 1 to 2 combination of boys and girls. And I'm going, oh, yeah, look at this guy. And I'm going, oh, I'm so thrilled to hear that. I'm so totally over the moon. I hadn't even seen the registration list. I knew there were a lot of people coming, and bless you for doing that. But I'm going, oh my good Lord. Help! However, looking at the registration list, it became quickly apparent that you actually exist in a near but not quite perfect ratio of 2 to 1, which really meant I could crack it in the cup of tea I had while I was thinking about it. So, briefly, it's less awful than it looks. I'm trying to convince myself that it is, actually. So, what we have pardon? Okay. What we have, in a nutshell, as you can see, we have 5 circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have different combinations of people who are going to get allocated, which is why I wanted to get this going well, because this group are going to have to be dispatched first, both on the bus. Darlene, if you're hearing me. Darlene, are you here? Yeah, Dar? The first bus got to take out the first 144 that have the most work to do on this. Well, do you just work around what I'm having to do, Poppet, and do the best like you always do? And she does a brilliant job for us, by the way, guys. So we've got 5 circles. We have 8 axes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And on these 8 axes, in each of these intersection positions, well, I'll use this because there are more shown. So each axis has an intersection with a circle. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, and that's 5, okay? So in other words, there are going to be 8 of these, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and so on. 8 of those, similarly, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and so on. And the same with these and these and these, right, except for the middle. And the people who get the privilege of coming and having a close natter with Ash and I at the end. Because the residual members of the group will actually come and sit around inside of here, because managing the numbers and making them fit with these kind of huge quantities is impossible. So, right. So what I'm going to do first then. Yes, all right. What I'm going to do... Pardon? I can? Who's been talking? Before I go on, and for that comment, stand up, who said that? Okay. You're going to be in charge of organizing all of these people. Along with, just for sympathy, your co-conspirators, who I know are Matty and Lonnie, and I won't pick on T-Bone, but T-Bone can join in. T? You good? And I'll explain what we're going to do, and you guys need to ride with me in my car when we finish after dinner tonight, so we can get down on the beach and we can stake it out, stride it out, so that we have the basic cardinal point references and the measures for the... I mean, you know, I have to remember how to calculate the circumference of a circle to do this work, you understand me? I mean, pi d, you remember? Pi r squared, all that crap. Anyway, so we have to get these circles in a relative sort of the spacing between them and the diameter of them. We have to fix them reasonably well, all right? So you ride with me in the car and we'll get cracking. So this group of 5 of us are going to get ready to receive the 144 people that have the task of recreating this shape 8 times. And I'm going to deal with the 144 people right now, and what I want them to do in groups of, what's 144 divided by 8, anybody? 24? Is that right? So these 8 groups, is it 24? No, it's not. It's 18, isn't it? Who was fibbing? Right, so the 8 groups of 18 I'm going to deal with first, 12 girls, 6 boys. And I want each group, as you're assigned the north position, northeast position, east position, and so on, you will know where in this configuration you're going to be. So which 18 are you? Are you going to be the the 18 people here or here, and I've actually written, or Ash put this, the cardinals in. South is there, southwest is here, west is here, right? So you'll be 18 north when I finish with you. And 18 north, I would like you to go outside immediately. You know who and what, where you are, where you're going to be. And I would like you to spend a little time rehearsing how you actually get this configuration together. All right? I mean, this one, it's not difficult if you just recollect that you've got 3 triangles working together on either side, okay? But you have to work a little bit, I think, on getting accustomed to getting into this shape, because you're going to have to do it on the beach tonight as it's getting dark. And the more time you just fiddle about in a space here, working on getting that to come together and understanding what it feels like and so on, the better it's going to be. These other people don't have such a challenge, obviously. So that's why I'm starting with 5. And boys, we're going to start building this structure from the 5th circle, all right? It will actually help us a little bit by having greater distance from here out there to keep the actual alignments more accurately than starting with a little circle in here and trying to hold it as we build it outwards. So we'll start with 5 and we'll move inwards, and we'll put in the Sentinel group, which have their own configuration. We'll put those guys in last, just because it's a simpler way of approaching it all. Okay, so then there's nothing else to say. We don't know what we're going to do. It's going to happen in the moment. All I can tell you is that everyone will sit facing inward. So if I use this as an example, and don't get confused by thinking every triangle's got a person in the middle, because they don't. It's only the sentinel circle that has a person in the center. But if you just take an imaginary center, just imagine that there is a center of your own triangle, you will sit throughout this, and you will face the imaginary center of your triangle. That's how you will be, everyone. Okay, no exceptions. So beyond that, and standing by for detailed instructions on the courts at Siesta Key, all I can do now is to allocate your location, so to speak. All right. So then, 8 18s. All right. So it doesn't matter. Just stand up. The first 12 ladies, please, and start heading out to the back of the room. Just go. I mean, 12. You just count yourselves out. It doesn't matter. All I want is for sure 12 ladies to start walking down that aisle.
1.
Come on, do it. 1, 2, 2.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1 more. 12.
And you ladies are south. South 5. No, I misspoke like Hillary. You're south 4, circle 4. 6 guys, any 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just hold it at 6. You're looking like a 7. Okay. Hey guys, you're south, circle 4. And you're going to rehearse this configuration. I hope somebody's made a copy of it. Okay, now we got to do this 7 more times. Go for it. Pardon? There'll be 2 girls and 1 guy in each triangle. You're going to go to be southwest. Southwest 4. 1, 2. 12. You count them, Mac. Cool. Okay, 6 guys. You're southwest. Circle 4. Okay, girls, start getting ready for the next 12. This is West group. The girls going out now are West. 6 guys, get ready. You're going to be West. Just wait for the girls to get out. Hang on. 6 guys, West, circle 4. Well, Mac's doing it, okay. Okay, 12 more ladies to go northwest. Northwest 4. Six more guys, get ready. Your northwest position. Northwest, yeah. Circle 4. Yeah. And that's the one we'll start first, so you'll be on the first coach. Yeah. You'll help set up, but you'll get in your own place, yeah? Okay, ladies, 12 of you, please. You've been North group. 12 ladies coming out for North group. Okay, next 6 guys, you're North. Yep. Well, you're 6 guys who are going to be in the northern position. Circle 4. Okay, next 12 ladies, get ready. And you're going to be northeast. Yep. You're northeast, circle 4. You'll be on the first coach out tonight after dinner. Okay, 6 more guys getting ready. Come out, please.
8, 9.
Guys, you're northeast. Did you get that? You're northeast, 6 of you. Okay, 12 more ladies, please. You're going to be east. East group, 12 ladies. Okay, you got that? The guys now? You're east, guys. And finally, we'll need 12 ladies, southeast. Have you got the 6 guys yet?
4, 5, 6.
Okay, 12 ladies, southeast. Six guys for southeast. Espen and Andreas. You've already been assigned, all right? So don't go anywhere. Look, just tag on with Shauna tonight, and she knows where you got to go. So, okay. Now we've done circle 4. The remaining people who are going to be involved, that's the people closer to the rows close to the stage. This is the shape that you've got to create. And if you want to practice it in your smaller groups, that's fine. But this is what you'll be asked to do this evening. As soon as we've got this big circle set with the diamond shape with all the little triangles in it, we'll be looking next to the people who are part of the circle 3 to come and get into this shape, this configuration. There'll be people running around the beach keeping an eye on you, but it's always easier if you can really absorb this and work out how you're going to approach it within your own groups, right? So we'll start with South again, and these groups are of 9 people. I just need to check my notes here. Yep, and that means that we'll have 6 ladies and 3 guys now. Okay, 6 ladies, please. You're going out as circle 3, position south. Circle 3, position south. 6 ladies and 3 guys now. Head out. Circle 3 south, 3 guys. Okay. 6 more ladies, please, for the southwest position. Circle 3 southwest. And 3 guys, circle 3 southwest. Pardon? Circle 3, southwest. Okay, 6 more ladies to go west. Circle 3 west. 6 more ladies. Your circle 3 west, guys. The 3 of you. Six more ladies. Northwest, circle 3. Okay, 3 guys. 3 guys for Northwest, circle 3. Okay, 6 ladies for the north position. Okay, 3 guys for north, please. Six ladies for the, where are we, northeast now? Three guys for northeast. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. I mean, the biggest groups, Mac, I mean, they need to go and find some space outside of the immediate area, but be back in by 3:15, 3:30. The very big groups. Yeah, they need to get the hell out of here because, yeah. I mean, Ash is going to be here between 1:15 and 3:30, so we need to get this over with. So, were we on east now? 6 east, please. 6 ladies for the east. Three guys for the east, please. All right, the last one of this run is the southeast group. 6 ladies for southeast, circle 3. And 3 guys for southeast, circle 3, please. I hope so. No problem. Okay, right. We're almost there. I'm worrying about the numbers, Mac, actually. But this is what I got. So it's circle 2, and we need 4 girls and 2 guys for each of the positions. So 4 ladies for south, circle 2. Anybody moving? Yeah, where you got hidden? Where you got hidden? What? No, there's south and there's circle 2. You ready to go on, Mac? Mac? Mac, you ready to go on? Yeah. So when we got southwest, circle 2, 4 girls, 2 boys. Next one is west. Circle 2, west, circle 2. 4 ladies, 2 guys. Northwest. Northwest 2, 4 and 2 again. North 4 and 2. Have you done north, Mac? You've done north. That's the last one I called. 4 plus 2. Northeast, 4 plus 2. Northeast. East, 4 plus 2. We're still working on circle 2, east. Yo, Mac, last one for circle 2 now is the southeast group, 4 plus 2. And then we're done with circle 2. What? We've still got circle 1 to assign yet. Hey, Mike, we're almost there. Are you done with circle 2 now? Yep? Okay. So we're on the last circle, the inner one. And on the inner circle, we've got 2 ladies and 1 guy on all of the inner ones, okay? 2 plus 1 on the inner circle. 2 ladies plus 1 guy on the inner circle. Okay, so you got, same as before, south, 2 plus 1. Southwest, 2 plus 1. West, 2 plus 1. So you got south, southwest, and west, Mac. Have you got those 3 sorted now? Sorry? Okay, now we're on to northwest and north. 2 plus 1, each of those. Northwest and north. 2 plus 1. 2 ladies, 1 guy. Okay, Matt, we just got 2 more of these to do now, which is northeast and east. 2 plus 1. Huh? Yeah, that's the critical part. Yeah. No, they don't. Yeah. So you just done northeast and east? Okay. Now, technically, we should have 4 times 8 is 32, plus 52 remaining people. So that's 84. Are there 84 people still not assigned? Yeah? Okay, so the last thing we have to do now is to do these guys. So that's going to be, they're the sentinel positions, and these ones are the only ones that have an individual in the center, all right, which in every case I'd suggest was a female, but the group count is 4. So now we have to get 8 groups of 4 people. 3 plus 1. Okay, could all of the people who are not yet assigned come towards the front? Guys, stay separate from the ladies just temporarily. I know it'll be hard, but work on it. Guys, Espen, Andreas, if you can remember this for me, it'll make it easier. This is where you guys are set with Shauna. Right, on the south axis, but I've assigned people to that position. I left this one empty, right? So when we get on the ground tonight, if you can just say, Asan, drop 1. And move these people from this position to that one. Right? I started assigning working clockwise from here. And I assigned that group. And that should be Shauna and you 2. Right? And what I'm saying is I left that one vacant. So when we get on the ground, move these people across to southeast so you and Shauna can occupy south. Yeah. Yep. So, what we're doing now is we're working with The fifth circle, the sentinel groups.
And we're going to get 8 women over here. She's center. We need 7 more women. 7 more women.
Hey, Mac, these groups are 3 ladies and 1 guy.
All right, 3 ladies and 1 guy.
And in each case, we'll have...
I thought you said it's 4 groups of 8.
What? No, there are 8 groups of 4.
Oh, never mind.
It's the other way. So in each case, we'll have a lady occupying the center point. I mean, just so you can sort
One
that out.
unassigned guy over here, please.
Right.
One unassigned
So-
man over here.
The first group is, this is the South Sentinel group. And you'll be the last circle to come into place. So while we're building all this, if you just stay out of the way, please. The next group, 3 plus 1, is the Southwest Sentinel. I hope you're storing this. That second group, you're Southwest. Yep. The next group is West.
West.
3 plus 1. You're West. Next one is Northwest. 3 plus 1.
I need 1 guy northwest. 1 guy northwest. Where do the guys go? Pretending you don't hear. Northwest. What?
North.
Is there a guy who's not out of position? Any unassigned guy? Any unassigned guys? We're gonna have to go with these 2 over there. Go. Next is
What do we just do? North? How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Hey, Mac, how many groups have we got now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the next one is Northeast. Northeast. 4 ladies, if there are no guys left. Okay. Next one is East. What? East. East. And then the last one is Southeast. 4. Okay. Now, those people who have not yet been assigned a position, please put your hands up. Is that all? Where are all the people gone, darling? I mean, all of this has been figured out. And well, look, as far as it goes now, you guys that got your hands up, you'll come and sit in here, facing inwards. Okay? And anybody else who wanders around saying, I don't have a position, their position now will be in here. Okay? Sitting, facing. Yeah. Facing the middle. That's it. Thank you for your patience. We're all done. There's one what? Okay, well, we're all done. Ash should be here anytime in the next 5-10 minutes. So, woo, we got it done. Thank you very much for your patience, everybody. See you on the beach tonight.
Alrighty, I have one little question, and if you're just show raise of hands, has anybody felt the intensity of the wave that is running in the shield? Okay, so it's not just me. I've been having a very difficult time for the last several hours, even just sitting still or sitting down or not talking 500 miles an hour. So I'm gonna try to downstep that just a little, so you might understand anything I say. So excuse me a moment. I've been trying that for hours. Taking a deep breath. Yes. It was getting so bad that my toes are cramping. I've never had that happen before. It's like so much energy running the axiotonal lines that it's actually they're not wide enough in the toes, and it's cramping. I'm going, jeez. So it's going to be fun too because I'm supposed to demonstrate the next 3 disciplines that involve legs. So we'll get to that. Now, it's usually the day we have the beach permit is usually a time crunch day because we have to work everything around the beach permit. So there's several things that we need to cover before we have the go for dinner and then hop on buses. So far, the weather's looking good, which I'm really, really happy about. What I want to do, I'm going to do a couple of Mylars, not too many for this, but I'll do those in a minute or two. But there's several things we're going to cover. One of the first things I would like to do is with the Technique 4 and Technique 8 songs that Melissa Fathman had put the music and the words together for us. That is a very, very powerful frequency, and I was actually going to do that 4th on the list, but the Beloveds are nudging me that if Melissa is willing and ready to do that as the first thing, it will help to calm the energy that's bouncing all over in the shield. Because it's really funny. If you close your eyes, some people who can see just even the astral level, there's just boing, 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 boing happening all over energetically. And I'm just going to giggle a lot for no reason, so excuse me. That happens when that wave comes through. But whenever Melissa is ready, if we could do that first, that will nicely harmonize the field. Thank you. You know what, too? Can we put the words up? Do we have a Mylar of these? I thought we did. I don't know if we do. I don't think I have one in that pile either. No, sorry. I'll do that again. Hold on 2 seconds. I want to see if I have that on Mylar because we could put the words up to follow along. But I don't think I do.
It worked.
No, don't have it on Mylar. Oh, well. You can just listen along. If anybody has it from the last workshop, you're welcome to just kind of quietly hum, but I would just, because Melissa brought these 2 things together in her own acoustic way, and it came out so beautifully. We asked her if she would, bless us all with a live performance of it, because it's, you get more frequency that way than you do from listening to CDs. The CDs are great, but live is usually even stronger. So I'll be quiet now. And
it's funny because I'm feeling that jitter thing too. I have to start. Okay. Thank you. Woo, yeah. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. That helped. Yeah. We love you, Cleveland. Okay. All right. Where did it go? Oh, So you want to hear the vow now? Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. What? Oh. Do you want the vow or you want to talk? Go. Okay. Okay. It's the same melody.
that. Just like, that helped to mellow the bouncy energy very nicely. Thank you so much, Melissa. You did an awesome job putting those pieces together and making that amazing song. From what I hear, Melissa and some other people are working to put more instrumentation to it, because when it first came through, we're hearing it in pan pipes, like the Peruvian pipes. So we're working on various other things, like accompaniment to go with it. And at some point, we'll have a long version where there'll be like the spoken English words, like it'll run that way, and then there'll be another version of it with the spoken English words with that behind it, because this is the melody they're going to have us use for when we do the discipline dances or the elemental command dances. And we're going to be, it'll be, Melissa won't have to sing it over and over and over. It'll be done on the CD. Right now we don't have any of the instrumentation ones done or anything. But we're going to, before we have to leave for dinner time in buses, we're going to introduce the disciplines that go with the three from this workshop, and attempt to put them together to the music. This is going to be interesting because we haven't had much time to practice these. And I did hear a little rumor that there was a couple of people who are like professional or really good at dancing that might be able to facilitate. If we can go, oh, it's kind of like this, and then goes that way. That if there are any dancer people that would like to help when we get to that point, we would really appreciate it, as far as being able to hold postures or do movements that are a little bit not very easy for people who haven't been in the gym for 6 months or more, like me and Shauna. You could try them. You've been in the gym more.
With footballers' knees?
With footballers' knees,
yeah,
right? So we'll work on it. If not, I guess Shauna and I will stumble ourselves through that to show you. Because once we get on the beach, as long as it doesn't rain and we're on the long program, not the short one, we're going to do a bit of practice of that, because we're going to put the top ones, the sacred butterfly moves, together with the ones that involve the legs that go with the water command, and they're called the holy waters together. We have sacred butterfly and holy waters. And try to get something that resembles a synchronization with the music on that. So we'll have a bit of practice on the beach too, and hopefully we'll have time for a little bit of practice here. But I don't know, because we'll have to move the chairs and all of that. So I think the practice is going to end up on the beach. But there's so many people, so many among us, don't worry about, being, we're falling all over ourselves and each other on the beach. People aren't going to care, because there's so many people in this group that it's not like you're standing out there all by yourself and, tripping over yourself. So it's not expected to be perfect, but we're going to run the moves with the song, with the repeating of the song for a while before we do the Patra Trine Power Shadra, which is what you were being trained in, how the configuration works by Asan. Now, I would have liked to have been able to come in and do the beginning part first, which is just a few little milers to remind us what this is all about and why we're doing these things and what these activations have to do with, and then go and have have Asan have done his part. But it doesn't always work that way as far as when the information comes through. So what had come through first was the configuration, and because it was a rather complicated one compared to most that we've done, it was important to get that to you as fast as possible. So now we'll do a little bit of the catch-up. Oh, yeah, that's about this, because most people know, but there are some people who are new, and like, what are they doing? Right? We'll briefly show you. Do you have them still in order?
Do you want to do that? Yes.
Okay. Would you start them with this one, please?
Yeah.
The work that we're going to do on the beach today is... I'm sorry, I'm still bouncing. But boy, that did help. It toned me back down about 4 notches, so I'm not like literally bouncing all over the stage. It gets really strange sometimes with the activations. Okay. Now, everything that is coming through on for this workshop, these are 2 extremely large activations that are coming through that are part of, all of this has to do with what we're preparing for during this particular time period, 2012, right, in December. Because of this alignment in the galactic core, when our planet aligns with the rods from galactic core, these are the things that were foretold by the Mayans. I can't talk, I'm sorry. They were foretold by the Mayans as being like the end times and all of that, when we aligned with the center of the Milky Way. So we've talked about that in other workshops, explained that in depth. So all of the things that we're doing right now are to not only assist ourselves in our expedited awakening and healing in the name of the Christ, but we are also working with the guardian beloveds in order to offset and prevent the end times pole shift scenario that the Metatronic side have been pushing and scheduling for that time. So it is a big mission that we're a part of when we do these stands and chadras. Every one of us is a unit of conscious living energy connected to Christ through your own self and through the techniques that have opened that connection more and more within yourself. So we are actually giving a great gift to the planet. We are facilitating the beloveds being able to reach this planet and its people. So the destiny for which it is moving forward would not be as dire and drastic as it would have been if we weren't on planet to receive the assistance the beloveds are giving here. So I just wanted to touch base on why do we do these, just in case, if you're new or it's your first workshop and you're not really sure, that this is important stuff. We're not just doing some weird stuff on the beach. So I just wanted to get, it may look like that to passersby, but if anybody asks, it's just a world peace meditation prayer. That's all, right? So as far as like locals or anything that walk by and look at you, like there are 300 people doing what over there, right? You'll get some interesting, look-sees, but don't worry about it. Okay, let's see, the next one, please. So it's all about offsetting the galactic alignment Metatronic twist. We've talked before about the mirror ball planes, and there's diagrams and other of the chart packs that show these. If this is the planet and the planetary field and its relationship to all the way up to Eartha connection, it is showing in those spherical maps, as we call these, the areas of where the mirror ball planes open up. Those mirror ball planes have been opened at this point, and once they are open, there's a progressive blending of those in with the Aurora Earth's fields that allows for a direct flow of energy between our Earth here, net Earth, and Aurora Earth in the transharmonic bands. So we have already had one level of activation on April, I think it was April 4th of this year, that we did Mirror in the Sky Activation 1. Mirror balls turn into Mirror in the Sky in progressive layers, and that's where as these layers of mirror ball blend with the aurora frequencies, then progressively it literally creates a deflection field and a protection field. The deflection field, this Mirror in the Sky deflection field, is what will allow the beloveds, the Christ beloveds, to temper what the Metatronic activations have been doing progressively on this planet for December of 2012, where when those galactic Metatronic currents come in, the mirror ball will reflect part of them back and will also absorb some of them and turn them back into Christ wave blend. So all of these things are connected. When we talk about the mirror ball levels, they come together to form the Mirror in the Sky deflector shields. And I just wanted to, give us the little progression of what we are doing and why we are doing it. Next one, please. I'm not going to do this very long because we have other things to do. This is some of the things from, when we were talking about mirror ball and all of that. And so there's a lot of detail on it. And there were dates when the levels have activated in 2010 for the mirror ball levels. Now we're on to the Mirror in the Sky levels. And the biggest thing to remember about the Mirror in the Sky deflector shield is this is what is going to make the difference between whether or not that galactic spiral alignment, when we align with the center of the galaxy in December, whether or not that will put this planet into pole shift, into rapid pole shift. And because of this Mirror in the Sky deflector shield, it will not do that. There's also a lot of benefits that come out of this. If it weren't for this project, this Christ hosting project, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to even explore what the deity planes were, which we're just beginning to explore. We wouldn't have had the transharmonic gate systems open and all of that. So we're getting very close now to the first big hurrah, which is going to be the 2012 stand, where we just stand together, and even wherever we are, not everybody will be able to be at that workshop or whatever, but we'll be able to just stand and know that our presence on this planet is making it so we wake up in 2013 and we're still there, right? And not like off in the ethers going, uh-oh, that didn't work. So, right? So it's a big mission. Next one, please. Now, also, what is occurring today in the activations that are beginning to occur right now that we're feeling going all over the place, this is the level 2 of the Mirror in the Sky activation. And when we get to the beach, it's going to intensify. After sunset, it's going to intensify into the first initiation level of the tantric shield activation. So there's going to be another burst of energy coming through with this on that one. So I have no idea what this is going to feel like for people. I just know I feel like I'm bouncing around like a Mexican jumping bean, as they call them. Those little things going inside myself. So if you get any of that feeling, or feel like really extremely manic, just know that, yeah, it's not just you. So anyway, this is just the time scale that we've been working with, for a year or two now at least. We're over here in this period where this was where in April, last April, this past April, where we had Mirror in the Sky activation number 1, and we are over somewhere in here. Right in here is where this started. This is Metatronic Spiral Override, begins August 6th. So we're right in this frame in here, where in the other workshops where we went into very great detail on the Metatronic Spiral versus the Christic Spiral and where they begin to overlap in through here. And then finally, what will happen with a Metatronic Spiral is we'll try to pull all of the quantum of the Christ back into the center and use it and recycle it. Whereas what we are doing is pulling out a blend wave out of that, where we won't allow that quantum, because our bodies are on the planet and running the frequencies that we're running. It won't allow the full quantum of the planetary energies to be dragged in to the Metatronic harness. So this is the point where we begin our freedom from that pull that was occurring once the Christic spirals. And that applies to the planet, but it also applies to our own bodies and what's happening with the Christic and Metatronic programmings in our bodies as well. So there should be a bit of freedom feeling that comes as we move through from this workshop forward. And first, there's going to be a huge acceleration in the energy. We're starting to feel that now. When we get into tomorrow evening, early Monday morning, that is when they're going to have the level 3 of the Mirror in the Sky activations. All of these things are going to actually have another push behind them that is going to make sure we accelerate enough where we can leap past the part of the currents that we can't, because we can't pull them all back, but we can pull part of them on the planetary level back, and we can have a different time wave to ride in. Now, the Christ time wave is slower, deeper, and broader, where the other one gets more and more and more like this right now, right? The Metatronic one. So, but to be it, I'm sorry. There goes the lips again. To be able to make that split, there has to be a push right at the right time, and I think that's coming in, at least part of it is coming in tonight, so there'll be a strong acceleration feeling at a certain point through this workshop. I think there's one tonight, one tomorrow. And then after that, there'll be where we start to really slow it down and get back into the BPR that would be the base pulse rhythm for the Christ spiral as opposed to the Metatronic one. So this is almost like the workshop where we get to run through the gates of freedom away from the drag on our bodies and our minds and our spirit bodies of that Metatronic harness. I agree. Yay. Okay, next one, please. Now, into more practicalities here. Now, in the last workshop, we introduced the information on the day center and the deity flows that as they run through the body. This goes from the Sliders 10 workbook, Technique 6A, I believe. If we have time, we don't have to, because enough in the shield are already running that we're at the last workshop, but it would give it an amp if we have time before we leave to be able to run 6A. Now, I don't know if we're going to have time to do that or not, but it won't matter. Next one, please, that goes with this one. This is showing the sequence of those flows from where they start in the body and what they move through and what steels they move through. Now, we opened the deity flows in the D3 level of the mental body structure in the last workshop. In this workshop, they are more fully opening into the physical body structure, because this workshop is dealing with the D2 level, which is the physical, emotional body level. So we are opening the flows fully into the physical during this workshop. If you're not familiar with that sequence and you haven't run that technique, it is worth getting that package from Sliders 10 if you can, or somebody that has the techniques that would share them with you, because it helps to open those first. Now, we will be working with these more in the information that we're going to be getting tomorrow evening. So whether or not we have time to run this right now, it doesn't matter. I just wanted people to be aware, especially if you're new and you haven't seen any of this information. When we talk about the deity flows, they go with certain places that are called the deity planes that have to do with the aurora continuum and its overlap between our system here and the Aurora Continuum. We also have those natural structures, what were natural structures in our bodies that were turned off a long time ago by the mutation, and we are progressively turning them back on. So I just wanted people to know. So if I talk about, think of your deity flows. Even if you don't have them memorized or you haven't been practicing the breathing where you actually do consciously breathe it up through the cycle, that's okay. Just know what it means. Because I have a feeling that might come through in some of the live information that comes through on the journeys and things that we're going to do on the beach. So I just wanted people to understand what we're referring to. It's like, just think of your deity flows, or breathe your deity flows. If you don't know what they are, and I just put that where they go in your body really quick, you can put that one back up for me, would you please, Hen, real quick? The one before? I'm sorry, I'm talking 500 miles an hour. Oy. There we go. Whoops. There you go. Just imagine these. All right, these flow currents. I forget where we start with this one. I think we start here, and it goes up and back, the back side, and then down the front. There's also ones that aren't on here. There's a 3-point current, one that comes out of the tailbone area, and that's the tailbone there, and one that runs down both legs and through the feet. There may be a point in time where we turn on the 3-point current, so we're referring to that too. And we'll work more with these and like more directly with them. So if you haven't had any of this information from Sliders 10, just know what it's referring to and don't worry about it. Think, okay, I'll breathe my deity flows. It means you can do this simply by that little spot that's down below your navel that we call the day center. Just inhale and contract your abdominal muscles around it. Hold a moment and breathe. And those of you who know the Christ star breath, you can do it that way with the muscle contraction into the day center and breathe. And it will get those currents flowing into the 3D level of the body, the 3D level of the body. And as we work through the activations that are coming through today and tomorrow, they will progressively turn on into the physical body structure. So you may get some physical sensation and things from this workshop. I've never felt a wave that has run this hot or this electrical, actually. This is extremely electrical. Some waves are magnetic and they feel different. This is so electrical. It's amazing. So I just wanted to touch base with those centers. If we have time, we would run 6A from the last workshop. If we don't, it's all right because it's running in the shield anyway. That would just be an amplifier. Next one, please. Or the one like that. You went back one. So. Oh, we do have 6A there? Okay. Okay, just you can set that one aside. What's next? Okay. Now, we've looked at this before. This is from the last workshop too. In the last workshop, we dealt with the air command activations. In this one, we're dealing with the water command activations, the Samaya. And these are just the virtues and things that go with that. So what we're going to learn, first of all, are the disciplines that go with them. They will be the things you do with your legs that go with the disciplines that went with the air command ones, that were the sacred butterfly that we did with our arms. Let's see. What do I have on the next one there, hon, please? What do I have on the next one? It's the last one, isn't it? That's good. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Now, this up here explains what the disciplines are, the postures and what they do, and that's from the last workshop. But this one, we've upgraded it, and pardon the typesetting. It's like, because it was a paste up, it's like a little bit like this here and there, but it was a quick one. These are the ones we learned, the disciplines we learned in Sliders 10 that were the sacred butterfly. The ones we are learning this time, they're referred to together as the holy waters, and these involve the legs. And they're a bit challenging, and they're only not too bad. But when you combine them with the fact that first we are doing the day center breathing, where you inhale, contract and hold, and exhale and do the movement. Then inhale, contract, hold, exhale, do the movement, and then inhale, contract and hold, exhale, do the movement. That's fine when you're doing arms. Some people are much more coordinated than I am, and to get the top half and the bottom half of my body in sync is something that takes me a while, and I haven't had a while to practice. So on the other ones, we'll have, and I think I'm going to ask Shauna to come up and help demonstrate with me, because she's a little better at this. I told you said you would. What? Thank you. To help demonstrate, so we can both lean on each other while we're falling over. What the leg ones are, they're not too bad by themselves, but when you combine them with the other things that you are supposed to be doing at the same time, and then put the music to it, which we haven't even tried to do it to the music yet, So it's going to be probably a very comedic act when you see these demonstrated the first time. But if you could see how they're supposed to look in my head, you would love them. Because they're very, very beautiful when they're done in sync. And these are just the beginnings. There are 12 altogether, 12 disciplines. Can't wait to see the rest of them. But I'm really glad some people are good at dancing, because those who are good with those things could, if they're like I did ask before, if there's anybody out there that is actually good at dancing and is strong at dancing, you could come up with Shauna and help us both demonstrate it more what it's supposed to look like, because we'll give you the basic idea. But if there's somebody, is there anybody there? I heard somebody. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, come on up, all of you. Thank you, universe. You too. I don't want to look like the clown up here all by myself. Okay. Yay. Okay. Now, I think the best way to probably do this is if we can... you're going to need room. There's a lot of you. Whoa. Okay. Uh-oh. I think we have lots of people. Right? We need room for the foot, okay? So I don't know if we're going to be able to all fit on the stage because it's a swing around thing. Maybe, why don't we do this way? You can, Shauna and I will come out, I'll do it first. She'll try to make it look a little better. You can stay here, though. Stay up here, but kind of like in a line. And then each one who's willing to demonstrate like this, come out and try to do, because a lot of you is probably the first time you've done it too, do and you'll progressively refine this, right? Where they'll say, okay, that looked like what did she do? It's and you'll be able to interpret a little bit better because your bodies can hold it better than mine can right now. So we get to be first. Isn't that exciting? And we haven't even tried this to music, and I don't think Shauna and I are going to try it to music yet, but you guys, because you're used to dancing and your bodies are strong where you can hold things like that, the muscles are strong enough to do it, perhaps you guys can together try to demonstrate what it would look like to music, and that would be wonderful. So thank you for helping, for coming up. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay. You hold this and I'll do mine first, and then I'll hold it and you come and you try to interpret what did she just do? Okay? Yeah. This would go so much smoother if you just come a little closer so I can... All right. So what we're doing is combining... Whoa, that is bright right there. You know what? Can we shut that off, please? Just that one. I can't see now. Oh, purple dots everywhere. Ooh. Okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to show first the 3, and some of you may have practiced these from the last workshop more than I have at all. Then I'm going to show what the legs are supposed to do. Then I will attempt to show what they might look like together, and I might fall over, so just know that. So ignore that part. That's not supposed to be in it if I do. And then, you're going to catch me? She's there just to catch us in case. This is so embarrassing, just so you know. Yeah. So the top ones are, now I have to move or I'm going to whack it. Great, thank you. So it would be hands at the day center, right? And inhale, hold, and exhale. Then inhale and hold. And exhale. And then inhale and hold. And exhale. That's sacred butterfly. Now, here we go. The holy waters. I don't want to kick anybody. Just in case they fall in your direction. Okay. All right. All right. The first one is, and I'll have to read the names again, because I think this is called the Rising Tide. And it's... All right. So you're on rising tide. That goes into the flowing glide, which is... there we go. That's my tip over point. I need to practice. And the last one is the undertow, and it's kind of... Whoop. It's just bringing it back from this position, but with a kind of... There's almost like a... Yeah. Yeah. And the higher you can get the leg, the better. Which kind of like... However, yeah, right? You know what I mean, right? I know, that's it. Right? Yeah. And then once, like if you're just doing, and they go together, of course. So when you have, this is where I really turn myself into a knot. And I'm not even going to try to sync the breathing right now with it, because I'll just get lost on all of it. So I'm just going to breathe in general. But wait. Dancers. This is what dancers can do. So you would be doing this one and the rising tide, right? So it's it's supposed to point. Ow. Sorry, it's not supposed to bend. Then you would come back with the while doing the swing thing. And then in the spread, you do the little, yeah. So, thank you. Believe me, it looks nice when somebody can do it well. So, and then you would go into doing the same thing, but with the other leg. And then later, and they're not going to get into it in this workshop, then there are positionings where you do the movements in different angles, right? So, and of course, they're all to that slow thing. And sometimes it's easier to go, whoo, whoo, ah, yeah, got it. No. It's like, da, 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 ouch, 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 right? So, okay. Let's see. Go ahead, you try. You try too. You try too. Thank you. Come on, Shauna, you can do it. You can do it better than I can. That's why I asked. Okay, you do that leg. Good.
Wait, that was.
I thought you got better at that than I did. Yeah. 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 Cool. Yay! Thank you. Okay. Who of the people who actually know how to dance want to? Yeah, okay.
Ever go down behind you?
Actually, I'll try to do slow motion. It actually, when you go up, you bring it back. Yeah, it can touch. It doesn't have to stay. And then kind of so. So I can do them slow, usually holding on to something. Alrighty, so.
Can you do it again with the hand movements that go with the movements?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to ask the.
Which ones at which time?
Okay.
So I can.
Okay, if you want. You want to go first, you said?
Are we going to put it to music?
In a minute or two.
Finally, with both legs at the same time.
Right. Okay. If one of you guys, yeah, okay, good. The two of them are going almost in sync here. You two are almost in sync with each other. Right. Okay. Now, can you do them a little bit slower? Like, let's let these two do it first. You two, we'll just start that. And yeah, I think you need to be back a little further so you don't get kicked when the back leg comes back. Okay. And just do them in slow motion a little bit. So I'll call which ones are being done to remind which goes with which. Okay. Can we start? Sacred butterfly opening and rising tide leg. Then sacred butterfly closing and flowing glide leg. And then sacred butterfly fold and spread, sorry, and undertow coming back. So that is how the two sync with each other. Now, do we have a recording of the songs? Because then all of these people could perhaps and I'll get out of the way. What? You have the recording? Okay, so let's do a little bit of practices on these. This is what we need to practice on the beach because we'd have to clear the whole room of the chairs and all that, and there's really not enough space to do it. So you can get that. Yeah, go for it. She's going to play it live. Great. Thank you. I'm going to go somewhere out of the way. I'll still speak here and there, but I'm going to get out of the way. Yeah, you can move
Which
the chair.
one do you want?
And just make sure you give each other, start with Tech 4, and then go into Tech 8, and just keep going back and forth, 4 to 8, 4 to 8, 4 to 8. Right.
Maybe this time I'll be a little.
Cool.
Okay.
You're going to sing it too, right, of course?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Switch with other leg. Let's do the same thing up top, but other leg. Keep switching legs and keep going. And try to feel the flow with it. There's a flow you can start to feel, and it'll shift a few things in your body to feel it.
Keep going.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. All of you. Thank you so very much. Yeah. Time-wise, I think that's about as much a demonstration as we're going to be able to get here because there's a little bit more we have to do. Thank every one of you so very much for coming up. Through that demonstration, even though these people have not had a chance to practice themselves or to practice synchronization with each other, I think it gave you the idea of what this can look like, particularly when usually the dances are done either in white or pastels, and often they involve dresses, skirts on the girls and scarves and things. Try to imagine if that was synchronized and the music, and there's a certain way that if you're not used to it, you kind of get little shakes here and there and that kind of stuff. I can't even hold it for any time, but there's a whole thing that will happen where it becomes a wave, right? Where you feel, that's not how the leg's supposed to go, but you get the idea, right? It becomes a wave, and after a while of practice, and I know this because I was able to do this very well in other lifetimes. This isn't the one. I have to practice a lot. But in a different lifetime I had, and it was somewhere, I think it was in Atlantis. But I had started as a child, so I know what these are supposed to be like. I started like as soon as I could walk, and you just become the wave, and it moves through the body, and there are things you can do with your thoughts at that point to create things. These are some of the dances that are used in some of the higher planes for creating, say, buildings. If a group of people wanted to build a temple or a house for someone, they don't go chop down trees or whatever. They call the elements together, and they dance them in a co-creation. So there's levels of creation literally manifesting that are done with these. I don't know if we'll ever get to do that while we're on the planet now, but what we're doing, that has take quite a bit more than a couple dance classes for most of us. But this is the beginning of being able to run the pillars and the elemental command, and it's going to be important to have some degree of being able to do this to facilitate the beloveds in the 2012 stand and beyond. Because once we're beyond that, and planet doesn't go into pole shift and all that, it works out, so 2013, then it's on to just exploring and growing personally and helping the planet to stabilize its grids and its gates and beginning the process of blending in more the aurora fields, where we get to actually start experiencing more and more of the deity planes on a personal level, first with our consciousness, then with our bilocated bodies and our luminary bodies, and then eventually, for some of us, we would actually be able to disappear from here and pop up there. So all of this is part of it, and they're also very, very beautiful and moving. They're also healing. When these waves start to move through your body and your body gets used to how to do them, it's like a healing wave running through the entire system, and it's almost transcendent, where you kind of go into transcendental consciousness, and you're elsewhere, and your body just takes on a life of its own and does it. So there's also the other ones that we haven't been shown. I was told that as long as there is a place where we could do it, we will be given, I think, the next 3 up and 3 down or something like that in India. So there will be more of them coming there, because at least this far they're hoping that we can get some of it synchronized enough where we can do dances in a couple of the temples if we can, some of the places we're visiting, that if they will allow us to do just a little bit of those kind of things. There won't be 300 people there, so it's not as obvious anyway, but 100 is pretty obvious too. So we'll see if they want us to be able to. We don't know if we'll have permissions, but we're going to try when we do India. Now, the other thing that before we get ready for dinner that I would like to talk about, because it has to do with the stand that the Shadra that we're going to do on the beach. First, when we get to the beach, we're going to do a bit of practice on these things, then like these dances, right? So we all get it, and the beach is big enough, so we're not going to be kicking each other and all that. So for people who can't do the lifting of the leg like that, that's okay. All you have to do is on the first move, just tap front and keep your leg in the front. On the second move, when you're doing the closing on top, just swing your leg back and put the toe where, in back, in that second position. And then when you're doing the spread, you just bring it up and put it down. So, for people that physically can't do that leg swing, that's okay. And then you just do it the same with the other, with the other side, where you just do and then, so you're not having to lift all over the place. So it can be used for, by most people. And if you're a person who happen to be in a wheelchair, you just do the top ones, that kind of thing. So it is available to everyone, but some people's bodies will be more able to do it than others. And we will do that, a practice bit of that. Then, and this is as long as it doesn't, rain, where we'll have to go onto a condensed program to get the activations done themselves. But we'll do a bit of practice for that. Then we're going to the music, because we do have permission to have sound outside of the headsets, because it's not turtle mating season anymore or whatever. So we can have sound on our permit. So we'll play the music again, for quite a few rounds of it, just so we can do the practice. And people can don't have to be right on top of each other to do that. Then there'll be one where we actually do try to synchronize. So what you'll first see if you're walking by would be a bunch of people twirling at their own rates and that kind of stuff, and that's fine. That'll be the practice, and then we'll take a bit of a break. Then at sundown, when we can watch the sun go down and feel it, there's a certain thing that happens, at sunrise and sunset, actually. And there are certain, let's say, planetary guardians that come in and just hold vigil with the frequency changes. And you can feel them sometimes. So that's why they like us to start preferably right after. We may need to get in positions. Are we going to have to do this like where it's getting dark? Okay, because we need to do the dancey things first, and we'll just I don't know if it'll be a circle and or just lines. What? Huh? No. Legs. Think legs. Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. They'll be too close together. Right. Once they're in stand position, or sit position. They'll be too close together to do that kind of thing. So what we'll just do is a loose structure, probably a circle where you've got plenty of room front and behind, so nobody's kicking each other, and just try to do a couple of rounds, probably 3 rounds of the vow and the prayer, vow and prayer, vow and prayer, and just try to keep it synced where, and if it's not perfect, that's okay. It's not going to be, but where we're all trying to synchronize as a waveform together with that. Then we'll go from there right into where the positions are, even if it takes us 10 minutes or 20 minutes, a half an hour. We're going to try. We can start a little before the sun goes down, I guess. Okay, and then we will go in. Then we'll go into the Patra Trine Power Chadra. For some reason, I have a hard time saying that. Yeah, or something roughly approximate. Okay, now during the Chadra, once we are in position, there's this power of the trine, as they're calling it, right? We've talked about the Patra stance before, where you and another person put your palms together and synchronize breathing and things. Now, we don't have to be perfect at synchronizing breathing right now or anything. We haven't had enough time to practice any of that. We'll have more actually tomorrow. I think we're going to play with that some more with the in the room during tomorrow night's workshop. But for now, it'll be the 3-way where you're sitting in triangle formation. There's lots of triangles, but your triangle you'll all face each other in the center of your triangle, and then you will each just link, in Patra stand, but it's a 3-way Patra link. That allows for not only your flame pillars to come in, but the 3 of yours to come in together, and that brings a massive one in as well, while keeping the integrity of your own personal one. So at this point, you're not blending or anything. We talked about the tantric shield and stuff and blending. This is not where you're full blending or anything. You're just anchoring together in order to bring in more frequency that is more amplified. So in the configuration that Asan showed you, that is what all of us are going to be doing. As part of a trine, we will be bringing in those frequencies. Now, on the outer band, which is the sentinel band, that's where we'll have a person in the center of those. That person is supposed to use this other hand gesture, which is a different way of running flame, actually, and the Patra and the Atra. It's called the Atra, and it looks like this. Will you hold this, please? Okay, yes. But it's not like it's actually there's a pulse to it. And it actually moves as a center point that starts spinning the other pillars that are spinning unto themselves that are being generated in the triangle around them. So regardless of whether you're in a 3.1 or the 3.1 in the center, it doesn't matter. They're all important to the entirety of the shield. Now, once we get in those spaces, what we're just going to be asked to do is gently breathe, but they're going to have me run, I think it's a journey. It's going to be a live run, and I never know what that is until like 10 minutes before. And I'm scribbling down and go, where and where and where? Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so it's going to be one of those that we run live. I don't know how long it's going to take, but at least, if it rains, we'll stay as long as we can, but if we have to break it, we will, and we'll have to have a very late night tonight, because we'll end up bringing it back and finishing here, because what we need to accomplish in this frequency run is assisting them to anchor the second level of the Mirror into the Sky activation, the first level of the Tantric, Aquafarian Shield's Tantric Shield initiation, which begins the process that will be finished tomorrow. So it is an important one, and there's some kind of surprise in there they haven't told me about yet, and that sometimes comes out, as the wave is running and I'm narrating and that kind of thing. So if we can just even on yourself, if you just try the atra stand, just try when you inhale and hold for a minute. And they're saying start on the exhale, where you go. And it's like exhale, be down, and then inhale up and a little bit apart. Exhale down and together. Try to do that for a little bit, and you can practice that on the beach too if you want, because it actually helps. It's like pumping your flame and trying to make your currents run more. And of course, the flames we're working with now, the currents we're running now, are the deity flows, and they're beginning to open into the physical bodies. So as we work with that, and we will, you can speed it up and you can slow it down, and you'll get a different spread of how the energy works. So you can play with that a little bit, because even if you're in where you're doing patras, you can still use the concept of that breathing, even though your hands are doing something else. They're doing patra instead of atra with the other people, in your triangle. It's the same kind of, and if you can try to synchronize, usually it takes a little practice with a group of 3 people to synchronize, right? So you don't have to worry too much about it. But if you feel like the person's next to you, okay, they're inhaling, try you're all inhaling at the same time and all exhaling at the same time, if you can. Don't worry about it if it's getting oh no, we're off rhythm. Don't worry about it. Just try that, and try to feel that same thing that you would do with the atra, but your hands are busy over here, so you're just going there. But feel the energy when you exhale. Go down your arms and to the other person's on each side. And you will be receiving energy from the other. So you're making a very powerful, flame pillar link. So we'll be working more with playing with those, because there's a lot of things you can do with the breathing and the linking of the deity currents in your bodies. I think that's enough. Let me see. I want to make sure I didn't forget anything that absolutely had to be discussed. How are we on time? Oh, dinner's outside. Okay. Okay, all right, just let me make sure and not forget anything. Oh, it would be helpful just in case it rains, if you have any rain ponchos or whatever. I suggest bringing it just in case. And if not, we'll just get wet. And if it gets bad or it's lightning or something, we would have to, break and go back on the buses. Give you time to get changed into something dry and then come back down and finish. So we'd have a late night one, which I'm hoping we don't, because I still have to get all of tomorrow evening's program, which starts when I go home, go to sleep, wake up really early, and start transmission with them. So hopefully it'll have nice weather. I think this is all we had to talk about here. Is this another power? Yeah, power trine. Yeah. Yes, and I hope tomorrow we'll have more time to play. It depends on how much transmission they give me and how long I'm stuck up there, writing all of the stuff down. But it would be nice if we had some time to actually experience together, playing with the atra and the, patra, triple patras and that kind of thing. Because you can take these techniques home and work with them in various ways. You can work with them with just, say if you have children, you can work with your kids. Let's breathe together like this. This is really cool, right? And just for fun, right? And it will help other people too. Or you can use it with a manifestation group where you use the power of 3 amplified, because that will amplify it. It becomes more than the sum of its parts when you do the trines. So you could actually focus on, the group is going to focus on manifesting this condition or this healing or helping this person, or even finding lost people and that kind of stuff. Some psychics like to put their energies into doing that. Whatever your thing is that you might want to try to do, as long as it's Christic and not trying to hurt anybody or messing with anybody's karma or business that you're not supposed to, you'll be able to amplify in those configurations. So I hope we have some time to play with them. If not, at least you've heard about how they work and you'll have a little bit of experience of working with them. I think I'm done, and you can say whatever it is you want to say.
Okay. You can go and do that.
Thank you. I apologize if I was talking way too fast. I don't mean to do that.
All right, beloveds. Now, here's the accommodation and the compromise and everything else on what we were discussing earlier. Right. We have already scheduled the movement of the entire group according to the circle allocation, okay? And for reasons I was outlining earlier, the 8 groups of 18, the 144, which is Circle 4, are being shipped out first, and their coaches will be leaving at 6:45. And the other groups will follow in sequence from that point. the kind of mini management team, me and my beloved critics, will be ready to receive the 144, and we are going to set you up before we go and practice all the other stuff. While waiting for the other groups, we will go and set this 144 up because it's critical, it's the datum for everything, and it is the most complex. So, addressing the 144 now directly, guys, when you get off the buses, hightail it to the beach as quickly as possible. Don't go walkies or anything like that. Come to the beach with the intention that we set this blueprint for the entire stand-up before anybody else catches up with us, so we can get our business done, so we can stay on top of what we're doing, and we have a thoroughly bloody good stand, okay? Yeah.
You can try though. Okay, thank you.
Your shoes on the back of me?
Now, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I need to sit on the south line. I'm on the south line. I'm on the south line. Okay. Wait a minute. Where's the south line?
You want to be on it?
I'm supposed to be on it. And
Right
then you guys.
dead center.
You're on it.
Okay. There. Okay. I forget how to get these on. This way? I don't. I can never remember.
Where it's coming at you from the back of your head, if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't remember how to put them on.
Normally like that.
Okay.
Just arrange it around your head the way you want it.
What's that supposed to be doing by my ear?
Well, behind your ear, in front of your ear, wherever.
Ow. Either it shrunk or my head grew. I'm not sure.
You've got more
which.
hair on, actually.
It's not that much more hair. Ow. Sorry. I hope this isn't on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be going ow in your ear. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. The first thing that we should do is get into the triangulations where you're facing in. Like each group of 3 of you know your 3 people that are forming your triangle. You face inward toward each other and go into the Patra trine, which is the, palms to palms. If you're in the center ring here, you can just, let's see, there's not enough of them to connect. Well, let's see. If you can break out in 2s and do just Patra with each other side to side. Yeah, like that. And you can add a 3rd one if there's an extra person that doesn't have it to make 2s out of the ones in the center. What? Who's not? You can move closer to the inner circle people.
Increase the diameter of the circle.
Yeah,
and you'll
come
be
in.
able to make skin contact with everyone.
You might be able to actually make it all the way around if you come right up close to us. But not on the lines, remember, in between them.
Smaller, you'll be able to touch down.
Yeah. Okay, and everyone that's already in the Patra trine position, just start trying to synchronize your breathing a bit, where when you all inhale at the same time and hold, and then all exhale at the same time. And try to remember when you're breathing the daisy currents, and that means when you inhale, contract your abdominal muscles, and you're breathing from the day point that's down below the navel. So you inhale, contract, and then exhale, and release the muscles. And just try to practice that breathing rhythm a bit, because I think they're going to journey us. And just so if we get that set a bit, because once we start journeying, you probably will lose track of a lot of the breathing and that. But try to get a little bit of synchronization. All right. Now, for everyone in the triangulation. Oh, and for the people that are the fourth point in the triangle, the one in the center of the triangles on the outer ring. Yes, the sentinels. Just hold your palms in the Atra position, that praying hands position, and just try to breathe with that rhythm, where you start with an inhale and hold, and then exhale, head down, hands together, and inhale, head up, hands a little bit apart. And just try to get that rhythm down a bit. Okay, let's do Patra. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was talking to center core here, core shield. Alrighty. Now they're going to run this wave live. What they're saying is going to run first is the. Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. The activations that took place up in Aero 12 Mayaka area the other night. They're going to run a shield down there to look like this big etheric sparkling disc that's literally going to fly down from there but in the mantle level of the planet, and it's going to come underneath where we're sitting. And at that point, once that arrives, we're going to have the activations of the second mirror in the sky activation currents will come in. And we're going to get interference, I'm being told. I don't know where, but we're going to get interference of some sort. So we're going to do the short version of this just to get the things anchored, and they will journey us tomorrow night anyway. So I don't know what the interference is, but it could be weather, it could be people, I don't know. So, people. Okay. So, as we're breathing and holding our Patra trines, try to imagine every person has a massive column of energy running through them all the way down to the orb reservoir in Earth's core and all the way up. And imagine it goes all the way up into the temple of Amason on Sanctuary Island. And if you haven't been on that journey in the other workshops, just imagine where it's a place. Okay, just that place. And just intend yourself to that place. Okay. Okay. They said they're starting the slide on the shield now. It won't take very long. Some of you may feel or see or sense it coming in very deep down underneath us. Oh, here comes a wave. Oh. They just said it hasn't even hit Stickney yet. Stickney Point Road way up there. You can't hear on the headsets?
Maybe move the transmitter a little bit.
East group can't hear. Okay. Does that help any? East group, is that helping any? Guess not. Oh dear. Okay. Well, we've got to do something with them. Hold on a second. We're figuring out a technical difficulty. Can't they pull in closer? Can't you move that whole line a little closer? Will closer help? Just pull them in a little closer. Is there anybody else that's not hearing?
They said they can't hear very well, so imagine if you just turn it.
Can we turn it up? Will that help?
They have to do it on their end.
So,
Let me just check.
yeah.
Distance. Yeah, go over there, Fraz. Maybe they're just not working.
And if not,
There's no technical adjustment we can make.
but they can move their line up closer. That, if we have to do that, we'll do that. Just hang on. We're getting a technical thing. It's working? Yay. Thank you, Fraz. Okay. It's still incoming, so it's not waiting for technical difficulties. Okay. Beloveds are saying it's under us now. The shield that was sent down from Mayaka Lake. Okay. They would like us to just hold the Patra and do the breathing, try to synchronize the breathing, and there's going to be 6 pulses that feel like they come from above, and then there'll be an echo down below that comes up from below. And these are the transmissions for the mirror ball, mirror in the sky, activation number 2. And then there's going to be something we do after that. So just breathe and feel for that. I'll let you know when the pulses start. we're getting ripples, but it's not the pulses yet. All right, one's almost about to start. Okay, when pulse release, I'll say inhale and hold. So not yet, but now inhale and hold. And hold and try to feel the pulse ripple through your body and down through you and down into earth core. And exhale. They said that's the weaker one. So they're also saying if it might be just one person in your triangle or it might be all of you. If you start to feel that like where your body's kind of shaking with it, let the patra hands do this with you, where you're almost pushing against each other's patra hand and ride it like right, ride it. Okay, so they'll let us know when the next pulse is due in. Okay, inhale and hold. And just hold and vibrate if necessary. There it goes. And exhale. Okay, only 4 more to go. Okay, not yet. Not yet. Wait for it. Uh-oh, that's big. Inhale and hold. Jeez. Whippy. And exhale. Woo. It also can help balance the trine if your knees can touch. Like if you're sitting cross-legged and your knees can touch each other as well as your palms, your next door person. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough in your ear. Okay, 3 more. You can touch toes too if you want to. Somebody said touch toes. All right. Okay. Ooh, there's like this very liquidy wave coming through. It's not a pulse yet. There'll be 3 more, I believe. Yeah. Try to feel the wave rippling through the center of your triangle and move with it. Sway with it. Ooh, that's silky. And you can let the patra hands move around. Don't take them off each other, but you can start circling if you feel like it. I don't know if you can see what we're doing in the center. Some of you can't, but you just let the patra arms move, but don't break the link of the palms. So let your arms kind of start circling to the rhythm of the wave coming through the middle. Okay, and now they're going to say stop for a moment because another pulse is getting ready to come. And these will be 3 rapid fire ones, so there'll be 3 breaths very quickly. Inhale and hold, and pop, and exhale, inhale, hold, pop. One of those. Okay. Alrighty. About kind of 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale and hold. Ride it. Ride it. Ooh. And exhale. Inhale and hold. And exhale. Ride it. Still going. And one more. Inhale and hold. And exhale. Okay, now another silk wave's coming down. So circle gently and sway with the silk wave. And if you find yourselves where you're circling like in one direction, then stop it and reverse the circle too, so you get a bit of balance in the energies. I lost you there, Matt, for a minute. Okay. Okay, now bring the Padre hands still again. Sorry, I can't reach the thing to turn that off. I usually try to mute it when I need to cough. Okay, now. Oh boy, okay. Now, they're saying, remember when we said connect the top part of your pillar, and the pillar that runs down each one of you, and the center to the sanctuary island in a song. Okay? Let's put our mental attention back on the fact that we are connected to that, to a Mayasan sanctuary island. They are going to transmit something that has to go down into the orb reservoir in Earth's core through your pillars and through the central pillar that each of the three of you are making. And then it's going to bounce back up. They're called memory stones. We'll talk more about them in tomorrow evening's workshop. But there's going to be a transmission that comes down from above, from a Mayasan, directly through you and through the central pillar. And then there's going to be a bounce back that comes up, and it's going to go right up into your base chakra and arc back into the Aya flame in your tailbone. So this will be the initiation of the Aquafarian Shield's Tantric Shield. So they'll let us know when the sparks are coming down. They'll be like sparks that go right through us, and we'll be asked to inhale and hold, and then exhale the sparks as they're coming down. So, okay, 1 and 2, and inhale and hold. This is quick. And exhale now. Give it a couple of seconds. Then we're going to inhale, and we're going to get the bounce back of our memory stones. There are 2 memory stones. They look like little river rocks. And they're going to come right back up our base chakra, which is between your legs if you don't know where that is, and come into your tailbone from the base chakra through into your tailbone. Okay, and inhale now. And hold it. And exhale, and that's when they move to your tailbone. Now, because there's interference in the shield, there's other things we can do with those that we would sometimes do here, but we're going to take them, into the work we do tomorrow evening back in the hotel where it's more private. But if you start getting little tingly sensations or anything happening this evening, it is because of your memory stones that are now getting to know your Aya flame in your tailbone, which will begin opening the deity currents all through the physical body, starting with the lowest chakras and parts and moving upward. So I'd like to thank you all very much for an amazing, amazing Padra Shadra. The Padra Shadra. We can let hands down now. Thank you all. This was a beautiful gift to the earth, to humanity, to ourselves, to each other, and to the beloveds. And thank you, beloveds, for everything you do. So I think even though we have the permit till 11, I don't think it's anywhere near that. There's weird interference stuff flying around, so I'm wondering if we can spend a bit of time, we can rest a bit, but we're not going to stay here till 11. There's interference in the grids, and there's a hostility vibe that I'm picking up somewhere that doesn't feel good. Yeah. And I don't know how many there might be, So we can hang out for a bit and just relax. And if you're going to do that, if you want to do a bit more practicing of the disciplines, feel free. We can't put the music on now, I don't think. We can? Maybe really low.
Yeah, you can put it on. It doesn't matter.
If we put it on very softly. Excuse me, I really have to sneeze. Sorry. Oh. Okay. And what are the buses there all the time, or do we have to wait for them?
No, they're here. I'm going to go check now.
Okay.
But did you go check?
So,
We just
Yeah, maybe like 9:30, quarter to 10. We'll start going for the buses. So in the meantime, so you can spend a little bit of time with your newly acquainted memory stones. What these do is connect into the archives that the Beloveds had mentioned briefly that have to do with that area in the temple of Measan in the deity plains. So why don't you take a bit of time, like half hour or whatever, to just go be with yourself and breathe, or be with friends if you want to, but try to focus on the sensations. Try to feel them there, because that was a very quick activation. Try to be with them for a while, because they're going to progressively, gently start to bring, it's a Kundalini activation, but a much higher level than just Kundalini. So spend some time with yourselves or with your friends and just be with the energies, and you may start getting visions, or some emotion may come up, because these begin to open your incarnational record, so you begin to bring some of them online without all the negative karma, but there still may be some tears and things like that need to clear. So, or people may be happy, or you just may start remembering people, or seeing faces flash over other people's faces, which means you're starting to see some of their incarnations because you had one where you knew them in that form. So just let this be a time to be with yourself, be with this beautiful beach at this beautiful, amazing spot. The Gurul has always been my favorite spot on the planet, really. I hope some of you feel that way, too. So what do we say, quarter to 10? Yeah, quarter.
Yeah, it's 45 minutes.
Oh, if you see turtles, do not interfere with them in any way, please. And we do need to keep lights down, flashlights off, and why do they say we could do the music then? I think we should keep it quiet, honestly. Yeah, we're going to just keep it quiet without the music and no lights, because the turtle mating season isn't over, is what they said, because I thought it was by now, but it's not. Okay, so if you see turtles, you just don't bother them. And I don't think we should go down by the water's edge, because that could disturb them, or you might step on eggs or something like that, because that's what they're doing, coming up and laying eggs and things. All right, so we'll see you at quarter to 10 for the buses, and I hope you have a nice experience getting to know your memory stones, and we'll work with them more tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, I know better than to say we'll be there right after dinner at 8. I will start with 9, and we'll take it from there, but we will do the best we can. There's a huge amount of information that they're going to give me. Tonight, we're going to be too exhausted, so I'm actually going to sleep. And very early in the morning, probably around 4 with my luck, we will begin transmission on that. So anyway, I'll let you have some space and time, and without me chattering in your ear. So, and see you at the buses, and what? Excuse me.
We'll give Darren an update around dinner time, and a revision on likely start time.
Okay, around dinner time tomorrow, we'll give Dara a revision on potential start times for the evening session, and we will go through until whatever time Monday morning. It's always been working out that way, and there's a lot more to accomplish in this workshop, but this was awesome, people. Thank you so much.
Good job,
Love
guys.
you.
Good job.
Thanks, love.
Good job yourself.
My crotch went numb. Scratchy. It's because I've had a little bit of cold symptoms since right before the workshop, and they're not getting any better by almost being up 24 hours straight working right now. So I've not been quite up 24 hours, but almost. So pardon me if I cough every once in a while, because I don't have any cough drops with me at the moment. But I hope you'll find it was well worth waiting till this time for. I've noticed in a number of workshops as we progress toward 2012, sometimes the hours we spend together, like where I'm on stage or at the beach or something, get shorter, but the depth and quality gets sweeter as far as the information being given. And I think by the end of this, you will feel a bit of that sweetness once again. Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Okay, we have a lot of things to do before we leave sometime this morning. And at the end of there's a small graph series. There's 24 graphs, some of which you've seen before, or not 24 graphs, but we have a 25-page handbook coming, and most of that, except for the first 6 pages, are a graph sequence, some of which are from other places, various ones, that help remind us of the things we'll need to know to understand or remember a little bit more visually of what we'll hear in the reading, because there is a 5-page reading of new material that was transmitted, and thankfully Isan was there to typeset that, because it would not be typeset if it weren't for him. And once we get through the graphs, the graph series, toward the end of the graph series, there are a couple of new graphs that are extremely important because they're are also access codes. They hold the math as far as a very quick way of getting into Sanctuary Island locations. So we'll move through this program as fast or as slow as need be, but the important thing is getting to the activation cycle. They had said that this workshop was going to be very activations heavy, and sometimes that means 30 pages of techniques in writing. Sometimes it means, thank you, whoever gave cough drops. Thank you. Sometimes it means we don't get them in writing, but we do live wave runs, and I find those most joyful actually, because there's just a lot more energy to them than once they're put down on paper. But we have 3 that we're going to do at the end of the program, and most of the time of the program is probably going to be dedicated to doing those, because I don't think any of them are particularly short. They're not really long, like the one in Sliders 10 that went on for I think an hour on the beach or something. They're not that long, but altogether they might be. The first one is called Journey to the Sanctuary Island Silver Seed Temple. And it has to do with receiving your resident prayer salon key. This is where we were told we were in the residency program now, but there's a particular type of lodging, you could call it, that exists in those places that we'll see when we get to the graphs at the end. We'll see a little bit more about that, what that is, and why it's significant. We'll have also in that same first technique or journey, activating your memory stones, the ones from the beach, fully activating them, and meeting the Majitic twin Cosmea level. So you're going to meet your Majitic twin. Now we'll understand more about what a Majitic twin is once we get through the reading, because Majitic basically applies to the Majita elemental command benders, and there are two subdivisions of those, and that's where we end up with the I have to still look at the words, the tantric, the tantric twins. I'll just put it that way because my brain is really tired right now. But the tantric twins, and there's something called the fruitic twins, or phonic, F-A-U-N. Ick. Okay, so we'll look at these anyway. And pardon me, I'm just so tired that I'm a little bit ooh. This is going to be I think this is going to be very interesting journeys, because we'll find out that people who are drawn to the series of Sliders workshops, it turns out that it implies that you have the coding of a Majida contract. You'll find out what that means more through the reading, and you'll, I hope, realize the significance of the level of what that means. It is a very, very special commission to have on this planet. And I'm just learning what it is, myself. Isan and I are just learning about it ourselves. So we'll find out about that in the reading. And let's see, after we do that, we're going to have another activation set that comes in, which is called Activation of the Tantric Shield, an initiation of the Fontic Shield. There's the word. If I can read it, I can say it. And this is going to be Journey to the Tidal Pool Crystal Healing Gardens, again on Sanctuary Island. We're also going to see where all these things are in relation to each other, because one of the codes at the end that they've given us is the beginning part of the map of Sanctuary Island, which is literally a mathematical key code that looks like it. This is what it looks like in those places, but it also holds the math as far as projecting there and being able to link up the frequencies in our own fields and between our earth planes here and the Aurora earth planes, deity planes, where Sanctuary Island is. So by the end, you'll see what I mean by that. So we're going to go to the tidal pools after we go to the Silver Seed Temple. And there we're going to have an experience of what's called the Biveka merge. And the first, it's going to be the first 2-point merging of the Tantric twins. And it's going to be the first 2-point merging of the Fontic twins. So everyone here will have a twin meeting. Now, some people, both tantrics and Fontics, have a twin. If you're one of those, it implies you have one. But it depends on whether you were planning for full activation of the deity codes for full deification in this lifetime or not, whether you would both fully incarnate within the same space-time frame where you could run into each other and become together when those codes started to activate. Some people will have them, in other time frames, and because you had other things you were planning to do with your deity codes, not the full, activations. So even if your tantric twin isn't, or your tantric or your Fontic twin isn't directly on planet, they still have the level of themselves on the Cosmea level, and that is the level that we will be being brought into relationship with on the inside in the temples with the person who is our twin. And this is very, very special. I had the beginning of that happen several weeks ago, and I didn't know what the heck it was. And I went, oh boy, now what? Because we've got Buddhas and we've got Waz and we've got all sorts of people we can have fun with in the temples and stuff. But this one seemed much more intimately oriented, and when I'm always and well, the person came in the form of actually a light being, and didn't explain. I didn't know any of this tantric stuff or any of the other stuff on the conscious level, and I was able to go to to my temple space like I usually do in the temple rooms where you're on your lone harmonic and you kind of just hang out there, and that's where I usually bilocate and put my luminary body and meditate. And sometimes I just go to sleep there when I lay down at night. I take my whole bed as a visual with me, and I just put it in the temple so I can sleep there. But all of a sudden, there was this person that kept popping up in my sacred space that nobody's supposed to be able to pop up in because it's my lone harmonic. But I know it was sacred space and safe space because it was the temple. And the being first came in as a light orb, and I'm used to orb people at this point, and I also know that when they want to, they de-orb and show you a bit of what they look like. And finally, this person who would telepath to me, and sometimes even when I'd wake up here after I'd been sleeping there, I'd still hear him in the room, and that kind of thing, talking to me still from there, and feel the energy in the room, but I couldn't see the orb physically or anything. Finally, the being demanifested his orb and showed me a bit of who he was, and he was really tall and looked quite human-like, but not anybody I'd ever met or anything here. And I'm hi, who are you? Why are you in my space? Why do you keep showing up in my, my private space in the temple? And he said, well, because I've been sent as your next level teacher because there are things coming up that you're going to need to learn. I said, okay, well, I have lots of Buddhas and things. Why do I need another teacher too? And he said, well, because we have a special relationship. You don't know me very much. And he said, you can call me Ari, A-R-I. It was a short version of a very long name that began with A that I kind of went, what? How do you spell that? How do you even pronounce that again? So he said, Ari's good. Just call me Ari. And so I said, oh, okay, Ari. And he started talking to me, not about any of this information yet, but he started talking to me about the paintings that I'm commissioned to paint that have to do with where you can't bring a camera, which is places like Sanctuary Island. That part of his commission was to work with me and take me around almost like a tour guide and show me different places, and so I could bring the paintings through. That would be projection paintings that would literally hold the math and the frequency link of the deity planes to those places on Sanctuary Island and probably other places too. So it was oh, okay, great. Thank you. Only later, when several other very strange things happened, it's okay, this is getting interesting. There was just this, that kind of fuzzy field thing happened, and I'm going, I don't do this, not even up here. All right, I know. It's okay, I respect your wishes. Sorry again, but we do have a code exchange that's necessary. And I'm okay, can we Patra? Patra's good, right? He said, yeah, we can start there. Oh, okay, well, how about from Patra to Orb with no stops in between? Bang, poof. Okay, we're done. Because I'm not that easy to approach because of all the things they've taught us before about trusting or not trusting and like not letting, astral affairs and all that kind of stuff. So I'm constantly going, beloved, why is this person here? Are you sure this is okay? Why is he asking me things like that? Right? And finally I said, who is he? And I insisted on my Buddha crew coming in with some of the Mahayana High Council representatives for a conference because I wasn't going to talk to them anymore if they didn't clarify that it was okay. And they came in and I said, okay, if he's okay, who is he? And what is this connection? Because I could feel the connection. It was very strong, and that scared me more. He didn't really scare me. My own feelings scared me. So it's like, they said, well, just to put it simply, he's he's a step down from the Cosmea councils. Now, I'm used to dealing directly with the Mahayana High councils and the Wak councils, but to deal directly, like that closely, in the temples with one of the Cosmea councils, I'm like, why? Are we all getting one? Right? And they said that we'll discuss that at another time. So it's like, okay. So I basically put it on hold and said, let's just get to know each other a little better. And then there would be all these wacky dream state things where I'd bolt away because I would feel him next to me, go, this is really weird. And, so this light being is basically, I wouldn't say stalking me. He was, he was not doing that in a bad way at all. Hey, he's from the Cosmea level. What am I going to complain? Jeez, should be flattered. But I was just really scared. So finally, and I would, he'd ask me to come and talk to him in the temples and just talk. He'd be like, we just talk. It's cool. We can just sit and talk. Okay. And he said, there's some things I'm going to need to explain to you, about what this is. He says, I'm not trying to upset you or anything, but that energy you feel between us, there's a reason for it. I can't tell you the technicals right now because it's on security clearance, but it will make sense to you eventually. And I'm going, yeah, good, okay. I really hope so. And then it would start where every time I went to sleep and put myself in my room, he'd be there. And just he wouldn't do anything, just sit on the edge of my bed. Or orb over my bed. And I was like, okay, I'm taking my bed back to my room. I'm taking it out of the temple. I'm going to go hide in a ball. So I have this really weird relationship with this super being called Ari. And then at one point in one of our conversations, which I finally kind of loosened up and said, oh, okay, I'll come and we'll talk. And I did really kind of like him, actually. That was part of my problem. And he says, by the way, I have one of mine in incarnation. And I went, oh, it's great. It's like, oh, no, where are you going with this? And he says, I won't talk about it anymore, but you'll see in time. So I was like, okay, fine. And that's kind of where it got left for a while. And he visits and takes me around and shows me the places on Sanctuary Island. And it has been, they say he hasn't pushed, and that's really nice because they wouldn't really push. And it was my own fear that was making me go, run away, kind of thing. Didn't tell me, anything about the person or anything that his incarnation was. All he said was that it was a male person, not a female. Because if you have these twinning contracts, which I didn't know anything about consciously at the time, they can be male and male, female and female, or male and female. So it can be any of the combinations. When we read what they've said about it helped me understand it a lot better. But if you start to have or maybe you've already started to have some strange experiences like that when you project a temple, this will maybe help clarify a bit what that's about. Because it wasn't a negative thing happening. It just seemed scary because I didn't have the framework to understand it with. And it comes down to we all have all the people that have been a part of this work, particularly for a long time, and especially those, even new people that are coming in now that haven't been here before. These are people that are getting the frequency call from the deity planes because they have deity contracts with the Majita councils. And that implies that you will have a twin. It'll either be the tantric twin or the fontic twin. And we'll find out a little bit more about what they are. So that doesn't mean you have to destroy the relationships you're in right now. You might actually find yourself in the relationship with your twin on that level that you just didn't know it or something. Or it may be a time for a change in the forms of the relationships you have in order to make room for that. That'll be very personal decisions. But what's nice is we get to begin the merger with these parts of they're parts of ourselves in a certain way on the cosmea level, and they can come in from the cosmea level and interact with you as light beings there, and they don't have to come down into body fully as a light being and say, "Hi, I'm a boy," right? Or, "Hi, I'm a girl." Some of you may be open to that, and they may do that. Others may just come in as the typical light being that you can tell it's a hominid shape, and you can feel it has nice eyes and stuff, but you can't really tell its gender or anything. And so everybody's experience with that could be different. If you're ready to have a reveal on, is it male, is it female, that kind of thing, you can go in. By the end of this, we'll have the ability to go into what were called the prayer salons at the temple, which are very, very private spaces that belong just to us in the temple. They are our residents in the temple, actually. And you can take those relationships from there. And I find that it's been very exciting to go around on Sanctuary Island and see all these different places that are there. The crystal gardens are gorgeous. They're like tidal pool crystal gardens, and they have healing waters that you go in and you can do all sorts of things in those. I haven't yet, but I heard it's fun. I don't know that I already said that. There's lots of things you can do in the healing crystal gardens. I was like, oh God. So it's like, geez. I blush even when I'm in temple now. But, right. So we'll see what all that brings and who Ari steps down to be down here and whose incarnation is here. And if there's anything supposed to go there, we don't know yet. All I know is we both have a contract, and they've not said whether it's together or whether it's apart, really. We're Eonic twins, and we always will have the flame contracts here. We'll always have our speakers' contracts together. But we're looking at a thing where we don't know what direction we're going to be moved in right now either. So it's a bit challenging sometimes when it pops up this way, when the work is your life, and you get shown something like that. So we're just waiting to see what happens, but we're both open to whatever the guidance on it is. Right?
It depends what mine's like, really.
You said it was okay. It depends on what yours is like. Sorry. So we are kind of like, we have discussed the reality that it may be in different directions, and that we would honor each other's right and change the form of our relationship, and still love each other, respect what we've had, and move forward with what our guidance is.
Do you want me to talk a little bit about that? Just briefly.
Sure, if you want to now. Sure. Go ahead.
I'm not going to. No, it probably sounds a bit strange in a way for you to hear us talking like this, but what? Somebody need a drink over there. Get her a scotch, would you? Because it is like that. It is serious. The thing is that, you hear people around the environment talking about, well, everything's connected over there, everything else, everything is one, it's all one, right? Fact is, it is. So when we contemplate these kinds of situations, both between ourselves and in terms of all of you, I think probably our greatest wish is that you can just breathe into the maturity or the level of expansion that's implied by the development, I mean, we don't need to be worrying about possessiveness and jealousies and shit like that. When you discover what the significance of these twinning relationships are about, and you just consider the smallness of those feelings that you might have if you have to rejig your relationship in order to release a person to twin, or maybe yourself, because there's no guarantee that you're going to engage with it. You don't have to. But the reason for this progression is absolutely massive and profound. And anything that has to do with the smallness of 3D, really, if you get any of that shit going through your head, you need to take a vacation for a little while, honestly. When you discover, you don't know that yet, right? Once you've discovered it and you consider it, then everything should take care of itself. So these are not massive personal questions. We're all closely connected. We're all family. And I hope we all feel more than a jot of love for each other. And as far as this lady is concerned, that would never change, wherever she was.
Thank you. Thank you, Ace One. Thank you. There. Okay. Anyway, off the tangent of the temples. I don't know. I wasn't planning to talk about that right now, actually. We were kind of going to save that conversation for India. But I guess it was meant to come on the wave tonight.
Did we have that conversation yet?
You know we did. We had it Friday night. And that's before we knew this stuff. Oh, what?
I thought we talked more, but I mean, I said something.
Okay, we can talk more in India if you want to. Okay. Yeah, we can talk in India too. Okay, anyway, all of these type of changes that happen both with your relationship with projecting into the temples and that getting more real and more strong than it might have been before. If you haven't made those connections yet and you still try and like you fall asleep if you're listening to the tapes or you just can't quite seem to get there, they're going to progressively, and these activations this time will help really open those doors of perception for you because of the type of activations that they are, and the next set of techniques that go with these that are very easy to do once the activations occur is just a simple bang zoom projection and you are there and you keep it open. It's called streaming, where I think I mentioned in the orientation, where for a while I've been seeing myself right there and feeling myself in the temple space, like I'm in a bubble up there, right in the place I always project to, but it stayed open and just streamed. And I had a flow, a stream of consciousness between myself and that self, my illuminary body self. And whenever somebody come and visit me up there, I'd immediately know, and I could tap into the conversation. So it was three-way. So it was a whole different level of experiencing the temples and the projections, where I didn't have to be here and then set out and go. They were just there and open in my nowness. So that's been a new level for me. That will begin. On the last number 4 of the techniques we'll do is called taking up residency, streaming your prayer salon, where you get to have this space up in the temples that you keep open like that and become more and more aware of your luminary body there and going back and forth and having an open connection, where progressively the two worlds are coming together, literally, as the deity planes merge into the planes here. So I hope that you'll have the experiences. Well, actually, I wished I'd known this before I had some of the experiences because they were very confusing. And I was going around going, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? In my own mind, like, this is freaking me out. What is wrong with me? If I had known these things, it wouldn't have freaked me out. I'd have been, oh, okay, I get it. So hopefully you won't have to experience the strange expansions and people talking with you and things getting fuzzy and cozy up there with somebody that you don't know that says they're what, right? Because you will have a framework that shows what that is about before you trip into those type of experiences. So at least you won't have to walk into it blind, and you'll know what it is, so you can choose what you want to do with it. How you want to interact with that more consciously, not just like keep waking up like with a startle because something a little too close is happening up in the temple and you don't know what to make of it. So there is one before that. We've had the number 1 and number 2 activation journey things that we're going to do. And the third one before the number 4 one, which is streaming, will be the Mirror in the Sky activation number 3. And this is very, very big for the planetary level. It's called Opening the Tantric Doorways to the Aurora Earth Deity Planes. So there's going to be a process that occurs during this that will literally open the planes of the deity levels into the planes of this level through the 3rd level of the Mirror in the Sky. And the best way to understand the new information is to read the reading. I will show you first, I would like to put these Mylars up first. Okay, just those, just to show the headings, and then I'm going to read to you these pages and probably do my little anecdotes in the middle of it, and like, oh, and that means I did it, right, that kind of thing. because I will read them to you while putting diagrams that correspond to it from other things and bits that we've learned to just show. And this, they're talking about this here and that kind of thing. So I will put it up just to show you and go through the headings as far as what the new material is covering, and then we will go into the readings of that while looking at the not too very long diagram sequence that will get us up to the point where we can see the new diagrams, which are the ones that took most of the time in production, and then move into the technique sets, because they are the most important things. The technique journeys that go with the activations that are coming through are the most important thing, in this whole workshop is about. But understanding them is just as important, because it helps your mental body and your emotional body and physical body to get online with the greatness of what these frequency activations are. So I think we put those on first. Do you want to?
No, I mean, get this vote. You can have a second one.
Do it. I don't know. I think I need to read them. I think I need to read them. I will later. Yeah. Yeah. So just these, just so I can go through the headings. And I'll do a paraphrase on them until I get into the readings of them, because I know a lot of times when I read things, they'll actually send little more bits of information through, like between this sentence and that kind of thing. So that's why I felt the need to read it, unless my voice totally crashes, which I don't think it will. Sorry. Okay. This whole 5-page article basically is titled "The Deity Codes, Cosmaic Contracts, and the Tantric Shield Activation." There are several. I think there are 8 numbered points of interest, you could call them, that explain some information that we've never heard before, that put together some of the things we've talked about to understand what the tantric shield is. What is the fontic shield? What is going on really? Because I was like, I don't know either. We know a little bit more about it now. So I'm just going to go through the headings right now, just name the headings, and then we'll go into the reading. But I also put some diagrams to point to that have to do with certain things they touch on that we've known before in the different subject areas in the sections. So I called them on the older diagrams. I called them like SL11, sliders 11, section 1 or section 2 or section 3. That's what it's referring to. What part of this text that particular diagram set has something to do with. So, all right, we have the Adashic record. Now, we've heard of Akashic records, Akashic records, Rishaic records, and the halls that go with them. But Adashic records are a new thing, and it's more complicated than what we've learned. It's not just like the halls structure that we've learned about of the first 8 cells cluster that occurs when the spirit body is being born, be it of a planet, a galaxy, or a person. It's more complex than that, the Adashic record. And that takes us into the halls of Adasha, which there are halls of Adasha, but they very rarely actually come into manifestation. It is an amazing time when the halls of Adasha come into manifestation. Next one, please. Or can we go up? I think yeah, next one, please. Yeah, I'm just going to go through the headings, because then I'm going to do the readings. Then I'll be able to interject more information. Okay. Number 3 is the deity planes of the halls of Adasha and the Adashic archive. Now, the Adashic archive is something interesting, too. It's part of the record, but it's a specific part of the record that manifests in a specific way that has to do with one of the places we are going in the 3rd journey, I believe. And that has to do with those underground library type things that I had mentioned, I think, in the orientation, that were in certain areas of Sanctuary Island. All right, now, the Adashic Archive, Halls of Adasha, and Cosmea Memory Matrix. This helps to further the information. It's really a running paragraph, or a running piece that was broken out into easily identifiable sections, so it didn't end up really dense text that you're just going, whoa, what was all that? So when you break it out like this, it's a little bit easier, at least for me. They do that for me, so I don't go like, it's taking me 6 months to get this down. So number 5 is the Adasha Halls, the Mashayahanic Record, MHR, the Cosmaic Mission, and the Resident Deity. So we'll be learning about what that information is. Next one. Excuse me again. Sorry about the coughing. A bit of a cold. Number 6 is do we have, yeah, 5 was, we did 5, right? Yeah. Right, number 6 is incarnational purposes and contracts, the cosmic mission, and the first existence contract and deification. So that was some very interesting information that talks about birthing contracts and the agreements we make before we come into an incarnation and on what level we make them, and what ones have more significance than others because of why and timing and those kind of things. Next one, please. I'm going too fast. Okay, number 7, the benders, the menders, and the blenders. I love the beloved sense of humor. I really do. It's like they keep me giggling, when I'm taking it down. Somebody will be sitting over like doing paste steps, and all of a sudden I'm doing the writing in my notebook. And all of a sudden I'll go, they'll start giggling. They'll look at me like, what? Never mind, you'll see. Just a little giggle. So, the benders, menders, and blenders, cosmic contracts, the Majita, there's supposed to be a capital F word. We didn't have time to proofread all of it. The Fantasia, and Tantriasia councils of Shedalun. All right, so here's we're going to find out about the tantric twin sets and the fontic twin sets, both of which are subdivisions of the Majita twins. And everyone here that is coming into the work now, and that has, and most of the people who have been with it for a long time, all of you have these level of contracts, or you would have been actually frequency resisted to coming to these workshops where this information is being revealed. It's the fact that you have these contracts and they are encoded in your spirit body and will come online into your physical body and with your DNA once you receive the activations of those in the spirit body, that you wouldn't be here if you didn't have them. So what we go through with all of this, with these activations, everything does apply to everybody. Even if you're new and you're going, I don't know if I want to do any of this stuff, you don't have to do anything you want to do. But just like be forewarned, if you have the contracts and those codes, your life will start moving you into the fulfillment of those codes, whether or not you personally choose to activate them. It'll happen a lot quicker and smoother if you realize that's what's occurring, and the changes that will show up in your life because of it are intended to be positive ones, and they will have a natural feel and flow to them. So it's not like these codes are going to come through with this contract you didn't even remember agreeing to that's going to break up your life and your marriages and that kind of stuff. It doesn't necessarily move that way at all. You may find that you are with the person who is your twin. You may find that that person isn't on planet because you didn't agree in this lifetime. It wasn't part of your contract to fully activate the deity codes. So they're meant to feel comfortable too. The contracts, there may be some challenges in them. They may challenge you to say, look at my relationships that I have now. Do they need to be reevaluated? Am I really happy, or am I just biding time because I'm afraid to be alone, that kind of stuff? So it's a chance to look at your life and in relation to your closest relationships, and that would be your intimate relationships or lack of intimate relationships. Some of us choose not to have them, and that's fine too. But it doesn't mean that you can't have, if you take yourself away from the images of bodies, you can take yourself to the temples at least and connect in that way. Now, people that have the full deity activation contracts for this lifetime together, they will both, that's the tantric twin ones, they will definitely be brought into each other's life experience, and the fulfillment of the highest level of that contract would be it becoming a couple's relationship of whatever structure felt good to both of them, where the magic things that can happen with the tantric couple codes could occur, because it's not just about the personal level, it's about what the Aquafarian shield, host shield's tantric shield does for the planetary host. So it's about two becoming more than two and more than three, and becoming a flame field themselves that can hold open the gates between those planes, the deity planes, and the planes here. So other people who don't have all of those codes can actually move through because of that host. So these are big contracts for some of us, so that whoever came in with those codes that are for full activation of particularly the tantric, but also the fontic. And usually, this is funny, the fontic codes, they just told me this, it's not in the writings, the fontic codes are usually activated first, and they create certain levels of activation, but they can't hold the planes open. And then after that, you would have the tantric shield part being activated, and that would then open once there were certain healings and blendings done that the Fontics can do. The Fontics are referred to as the menders, the healers, right? Once they had their activations, then you would go into the tantric level of activations. The reason I asked the beloveds 20 million times, well, why is this on security clearance and really high security clearance where I couldn't, pick a letter out of the bubble of transmission up there. I just could not pull anything. And they said, well, because we realized what the Metatronic crew were going to do, and because right now we are separating out, we need that leap to be able to pull the Christic spiral away from the Metatronic harness on the planetary level, and the Metatronics were going to amplify their pull in order to not allow us to continue bringing the blend wave up, and it could have taken our entire wave down. So what the beloveds did was they reversed the activation order of those two Majita sets. So instead of having the Fontics activate their shield first, and then the next, and that would be like the Mirror in the Sky #2 level activation. They've also moved it into where we did the tantric one first. We initiated that first. We got part of that wave, and that's why it was so rocky actually for like Friday and Saturday. It was a bit bouncy. And now they're initiating the activation of the Fontic one too. So we're getting level 2 and 3 Mirror in the Sky activations because of it. If they hadn't done it, we wouldn't have made the pull up and out of the Metatronic spiral harness. So we're getting, again, another acceleration with this. So anyway, I just wanted to drop that in there in case I forget by the end to mention that. That is why it's been on security clearance, because they did reverse the order of the activation on purpose. They put the stronger one first in order to give a kick. So when the others were trying to kick us, frequency-wise down into the harness, we kicked back and pulled back, so we were able to release it and keep going on the path of the Christic upward spiral. So that's a good thing, and we're still being able to carry a portion of that blend wave that takes a portion of the beings that would have got trapped in the Metatronic harness. It gives them the opportunity to still ride a blend wave with us up and out. And that blend wave gave us a vulnerability too. It gave an access to our coding enough that it could have, the Metatronics could have used that to push us, down into the harness. So that has worked out well. The separation is going very well, and at this point they can't drag us back in. We've managed to get the blend wave through the split. Right? Hey, beloveds. Agree. Okay, so here is where we talk about the menders, the blender, the benders, and the blenders, and the cosmic contracts and the Majita, and the two councils that I spoke about before. Next one, please. I want to get to the diagram, so I'll go to the reading, because it's really all in the reading. There's a cohesion in how they bring it through, and when they do the long transmission, like the long form, that really helps my brain understand what in the world's going on with some of the activations and things. 8 is councils, codes, and contracts. The Majitic twins, Fontic, and Tantric twins. So this tells us more about understanding the beginnings of understanding of what those twins are and some of what they can do together. I have a feeling there's going to be probably, I wouldn't doubt if it might be next year. I don't know if they're going to wait till after we get through the 2012 thing or if it's going to be before. But I can imagine there's going to be some kind of couples workshops, like smaller ones that people who want to find out what it's like to be in couples, or or pursuing that type of thing, where it gets a little bit more specific and intimate of how to share frequency and energy. We've had the sacred sex workshops, which began the process of that understanding of how, when you come together intimately with someone, that you are, joining codes and those kind of things. But there would be an advanced level of that, a tantric level of that, that would show how to use energies in ways that you could actually enjoy an act of sexuality together and actually take yourselves into the temples up there, and sometimes even physically. So there's a lot of things to learn as far as the tantric teachings go. And the beloved's use of the tantric information is a bit different than the things you find coming from the Eastern philosophies. I'm not sure if it was, I think it was Hinduism, wasn't it, that brought that through in the Mahabharata? We pronounced that book. And I think it might have been in some of the Buddhist ones in some translation as well. But there are some good things in those, and there are some things that have been seriously left out. Like they don't really teach you how to go to the temples in the books that you can find, at least in English translation. And you never know which temples at this point they were directing you to go to because of the hibernation zones that have been infiltrating the historical race memory ever since Atlantis. So there are more teachings to go with this on the personal level, and even how I know there's personal tantra as well, where you don't have to have a partner here. And that doesn't mean you have to, you don't have to do stuff with yourself either, right? Nothing against that if you want to, but you don't have to if you're against it. Like if you're a Catholic nun or something that means something to you, that would probably be a real conflict of interest in your psyche. So there's a way you can be tantric with yourself without even doing that, and being able to go to the temples and just share in energy form, that kind of thing. So there's a lot more teachings that will go with it, but we're learning the beginnings of what that word and its counterpart, the phontics, actually have to do with the Majita, or the benders. So there's a lot of new, exciting information coming, and I'm hoping it feels like it's going to be fun. Like I can actually feel the release of the pull of the MetNet harness that was trying to drag the blend wave in. So hopefully that will work for everybody in that way. It doesn't mean there won't be challenges and grumpy days and that kind of stuff. But I hope you get the giggle factor, because there's a part of me is just kind of going like a happy giggle, just don't know why I'm giggling kind of thing. I hope you have some version of that would feel good to yourselves too. Let's see. Note, twin pairs. Yeah, this was a note. It was just making note that the Majita twin pairs, that means either one of the subdivisions, they are elemental command consummate twins. So that means that's not just like, woo, we have codes one night flying and then, bye, see you next lifetime or anything. These are meant to be progressive relationships that through the process of time that is shared together with the twins, there will be progressive activation levels of these codings. So consummate twins is a very high level in itself, but when you put that in with the fact that these are Cosmea Council levels, and when we do the readings, you'll understand a little bit more about what that difference means. It goes back to what's called the first existence contract. And that's the first contract you made with God's source of eternal life, first creation, as a being individuating into the manifestation matrix. And that is where these contracts come from. When we talk about the Majida contracts and things like that, they're all coming out of that first existence contract that you had contracted we want to be independent being, I want to experience the matrix, I want to do certain things. Not everybody accepts the elemental command ones. So people who are now awakening these codes means they had an interest in that and individuating into those positions of elemental command on the Cosmea level and its step downs. Excuse me a minute, I don't know why, I think the air turned on, but I'm freezing. That was an internal freeze, not an external. I mean, external, not an internal. Usually it's internal, excuse me. Okay. Brr. All right, I think that's the last one with the words, right? Yeah, I'm going to read from this, but I would like these to go on during the sections that I'm reading. Like here, look at these two. Okay, these should be on sections here. Like, say, this one. Oh, we should put this, like, see this?
Yeah.
That means section 1. That goes with number 1 on the reading, right?
Right.
That's what the section means. So there's a couple of those. What happened to the lights? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, we're taking a break. Well, it looks like half the room is too. I don't know what that's about. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can call a 5 just to run and get something warm. I don't really want to either. But people are freezing. Can somebody turn the air up, like down, whatever it is? make it warmer? I don't know where the controls are, how to work them on the air stuff. Good. Well, there's at least, it looked like 20 people just went out the doors and ran, and I would hate for them to miss everything in the reading because they're not going to understand much about what I'm talking about if they don't hear the reading. All right. Okay. Well, I hope they came back. Okay. Now we have seen this diagram numerous times before, right? Notice there'll be a section number at SL11, for this workshop. Goes with section 1, which means this is a visual that corresponds to some of the things that we'll hear, the simple things that we'll hear about in like number 1 on this numbered list of explanations of things. So this one is simply the central flame of Cosmea, and so we remember what Cosmea means as far as how high up in the structure of the cosmic matrix are we talking about. This is like the top level of it. It contains 12 cosmos and one central Ayaru, 24 cosmic clusters, and 104 cosmic matrices. So that is a huge level of frequency, a huge level of cosmic creation. So when we talk about Cosmea and the Cosmea flames and the Cosmea frequencies, it is from that massive level, which is like a step away from the God Source consciousness field. You have the WAS in there too, with different bands of it. But these are the frequency levels we're dealing with. This is usually in aqua and with the pastel colors in the central code, but I don't know where that went. There was one, and it got lost, and now I have a black and white one instead. So that's all right. Just there to remind us of that. And I think I'll leave it up there for a minute while I start reading this. Switch between microphone, paper, and pointer. Okay. Now, number one was the Adashic record. Adashic record is the Cosmea flame, meaning from that level of creation, the Cosmea flame vapor, eta ether, non-substance field of consciousness that permeates all things in manifest Cosmea body, in the manifest Cosmea body of God Source. So this Adashic record is actually a vapor that permeates everything in the manifest body of God Source, all the way up to the Cosmea level and down to the tiniest level. So it's different than the records we've heard about before, which are fixed structures that are centralized structures within the core of the spirit body creation of cosmoses or even individuals. So they're a little bit different than the more centrally structured records. Now, the Adashic record carries a replica radiation encryption of the core Rishaic, Akashic, Akushic record, core crystal and first of the first 8 cells, and core Rishaic halls of records, first 8 cell clusters, and also records a radiation imprint of every expressed probability variation to the core record that occurs as a result of free will choice. So not only is it holding the core records of whatever a being or a universe came in with, but it's also holding a record of all of the distortions. Every variation that was an abuse of free will choice will also be held with that in that field and can be found as probabilities on what was originally there. So it's a much more mutable field. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, imprints your personal part of that. And the positive parts and the core encryption that was supposed to be there, that is there with you in your spirit body, will be there, but so will be the karmic record that's in the, what do they call it, the Dana Kohare? I think Dana Kohare karmic template that's in the Kiti levels of your, the Kiti skin levels of your body, then in Kiti skin. So you can interact with it. This is where a lot of psychics pull their readings from, where they actually go into that field. They call it the Akashic record, but we know the difference in structures and that kind of stuff, so that isn't the Akashic record. That is the Adashic record, and it holds the good, bad, the ugly, and the great. So It's a field where you can pull information about past lives, where you can pull information about distortions in past lives, and if you're lucky, you can pull information about what they were supposed to be so you can straighten them out, and not just past lives, future lives as well, and simultaneous this time lives, because we've taught for a long time that time is simultaneous. So all of these past, present, future reality fields are really just occurring in the ever-present now. So we would be able, there's all sorts of things you can do with the Akashic record. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it holds every imprint of every thought and every motion. It holds the imprints of fragmentation as well as imprints of accretion back into wholeness. So next in the reading, the core Rishaic encryption, that's from the Rishaic record, right, is immutable and cannot be distorted, whereas the Akashic record vapor can carry Danakohare, karmic imprint distortions. The Akashic record vapor breathes. It expands as core probabilities fragment into smaller quanta and move away from each other, such as in what ultimately occurs in final fall space dust return. And it contracts as core probability fragments draw back together into the wholeness of the original Christed core encryption, such as in what ultimately occurs in Christic ascension, when quanta of the consciousness leaves the manifest body of God source. So it pulls itself together and then leaves the manifest matrix and goes back into God source consciousness field. That's what ascension is about, natural ascension. So the Akashic record is expanding and contracting and breathing as things fragment and blow apart. It expands, and then as fragments come back together and go back into the path of ascension and release their quanta into God source consciousness field, it contracts. So it is like a breathing vapor that permeates all things from the atomic level and every level. It is almost like the backdrop to existence, and it is directly connected with God source consciousness field also, but it only exists within the manifest body of God source. It wouldn't be in the levels of the Aya fields or anything like that. That would be beyond it. So let's see what else. Takes me a little bit of a while, especially with the tired eyes. Okay. Now number 2. I think, let me put the next one up. I had number 1 in there. I think another one on number 1. What is the next diagram on? This was just to remind you, and I didn't get a chance to set the top piece on there, of when we're talking about the Akashic and the Akashic records and the Rishaic records of the spirit body anatomy. They're the ones that start in through here. After, if this is the conception point, and this is like for the physical conception, but it's also when whatever this is the minutes and hours go with physical body conception down here. But there would be different time increments, but give you the same idea if it were planets or galaxies or whatever as far as their spirit body being born. These are the points over here where the Akashic record first cell and the Akashic Hall of Records with its 8-cell cluster start to form 6 to 8 minutes after the conception point in the Paracaitu Novena cycle. And then the Akashic record would form over here, which is about 5 to 6 hours after the conception point. And then the Rishaic one forms in, as this one forms, I believe they do a Big Bang thing and forms right about the time of the birth of the spirit body seed atom. So they're all connected, and I just wanted to bring it back into the time structure that we knew here in relation to physical body conception and how that has to do. These things, when we talk about Akashic and Akashic and Rishaic, they literally have to do with the structure of the expansion and growth of the spirit body and its and forms we've shown before. Next one, please. I think I might have that spirit body on there. That was on the last one. What one is that? Uh-oh. Excuse me. That's 6.
Yeah, I know.
That's 7.
Here it is. It's coming.
Okay. Now, let me see these.
What's going on?
Let me see them. Look at
Coming. Here it is.
There should be. Let me see it.
That's it.
Thank you. We're good. Now, we've used this diagram before, and this is showing the spirit body structure when we were talking about spirit body anatomy. And this was just showing the first cell that becomes the record, be it the Akashic record, the Akashic record, or the Rishaic record, and the 8-cell cluster. This is the first of the first 8 cells, or the core cell, and then the first of the first 8 cell, it's considered. And then the 8 cells form around that. We show all these structures before when we were doing spirit body anatomy and picking it apart piece by piece, as we usually do. And this was just showing the development of when you talk about the Rishaic record or Akashic record or Akashic record. The record itself is the core, first of the first 8 cells, core crystal that holds the entire encryption, the entire original encryption for whatever that being is supposed to be. It's spirit body encryption. And then that has its 8-cell replicate, and those cells become the halls of records around the core record. And the halls of records, like in a planetary level, they actually will, when they're activated, they will open up as spherical reality domains that don't exist there. You wouldn't see them. They exist as energy structures in the spirit body, but once they are activated and their frequencies start to flow, they are literally places you can walk through a wall of energy in, and you are in a different place. And some of them do have libraries that have books and CDs and all sorts of other little apparatus you wouldn't be able to play on your CD player in them. So these are real structures, but there are frequency keys that are required to be able to pass into them and experience them as physical, and only at certain times will in a planetary, like in a planet's evolution, will the planet be able to allow the frequencies that will allow to expand its halls out where they can actually be visited. We are in one of those periods. Ascension cycles are, Stargate cycles are cycles where the halls do become active. So when you hear people too, like, the Mayan stuff, the Egyptian stuff especially, that talks about finding the Hall of Records buried underneath the Sphinx and all of that kind of stuff. Well, that's not exactly the real Hall of Records. That exists at the planetary core, and you would have to have some very special training and activations in your field to be able to get there, because it's pretty hot down there, and there's a lot of layers to go through. When we looked at the vertical map, so we saw, like where the Earth core is, it is down literally in the Earth's core that these structures open up, and you can experience them as three-dimensional physical reality fields that you can pass from one to the other, and they seem massive when you're inside of them. It makes Earth seem small, Earth's reality field. They seem like they go on forever, because they will have, some of them have like several planetary systems in them at once and that kind of thing, and they visit back and forth, and yes, you do have aliens there and those kind of things, aliens, angels, midgets of like little dwarfs and things, you have all sorts. So these are reality fields that are natural structures that always exist in energy form, but don't always manifest into physical materialization. They only do that in cycles. When we're talking, I wanted to put this up just to remind us, because when we're talking about the Adashic record, that is the one that is the vapor that is permeating everything. So it is not centralized, right? It's structural. It's not a centralized structure where it's rooted into one space. It's not fixed like the Rishaic and its parts, the Rishaic and the Akashic and the Akashic. They are in a fixed position, so they manifest in one place on a planet structure or in your own body. They are a specific location because they are a fixed point. Where the vapor of the Adashic record, it is literally permeated in this non-substance, this ether vapor that carries the entire encryption of the good stuff that came with the natural Rishaic record structure, but also any distortion that is put in from anywhere. So it is like a literal vapor field that you can pull information from just about anything, but you can pull distorted information just as easily as you could pull not distorted information. So I just wanted to point that out in that. I'm going to get to, now, the Halls of Adash. Should I start that? Let me see. I'm going to see how far I got on that. It's the only time it takes me a little bit time to catch up with my eyes, because my eyes don't move as well as they used to. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll just start. All right, for number, I'm on number 2 now. This was still going with number 1 to explain the difference between the fixed point, because we're going to talk about the fixed central points of the Rishaic and its corresponding records, and the non-fixed central point of the Adashic halls and record. But there is a way that the Adashic halls, or the halls of Adasha, actually do come into fixed form, locatable manifest experience. And we'll hear about that in the reading. Now, the halls of Adasha, just as the core Rishaic, Akashic, Akushic record, first memory matrix cell of the spirit body, have that was the first cell we talked about, right, which are the records, have their corresponding first 8-cell cluster of halls of records. So the one has the record itself has its hall of 8 cells around it, right? The Adashic record also corresponds to a set of halls called the halls of Adasha. However, as the Adashic record permeates all manifest energy, consciousness, and form as an impressionable field of living consciousness vapor, it does not hold a centralized structure form like that of the core Rishaic, Akashic, Akushic records. In relation to the core records, it is their centralized structure that gives rise to the greater structures of their corresponding first 8-cell cluster halls, and thus provides specific centralized locations within which the core halls of records can be visited and their internal materialized holographic realities experienced. Excuse me. Without confinement to a centralized structure of organization, the halls of Adasha operate differently. The materialized spherical holographic reality domains and space-time locations that are characteristic to record memory matrix halls of any kind still correspond to the reality fields of the halls of Adasha. But unlike the structured core halls, the Adasha halls are not fixed to a specific location in space-time. Rather, the Adasha halls can open for visitation and exploration in any domain space-time location, as long as the between domains aurora fields and their corresponding fields of between matter states, such as the outer middle Sayas matter state, are opened into a domain, like our outer domain or a domain, through the frequency spectra of the eternal Cosmea flame. So that is the only way that the Adasha halls can actually be brought out of energetic reality but experiential dormancy, is when those 3 things come together. When a space-time coordinate in any domain field has, and I'll just note in here, this means if these things come together, most of the other records, you have to be able to have them come into their experienceable form, where they activate and you can actually pass in and experience them as physical phenomena. They cycle with the stellar activation cycles for their system. These can open at any time if those conditions come together, where it brings the Cosmea flame together with the aurora fields and the particular space-time frequencies of the space-time continuum that you're trying to open them in. But those things rarely occur. They don't really occur naturally. They only occur if evac teams do it to assist systems that are in crisis. There might be other occasions, but it's very, very, very not very often. So there's a difference there, too. That wasn't in the writing, but I just noticed that because I realized that the other cycle, where you have to wait for the right point in time, you can trigger these activations at any point in time by activating the other things, which is very difficult if you don't have a stellar activation cycle, but I still think it's possible in extreme conditions. So when a space-time coordinate in any domain field has activated access to the between-state aurora fields and to the Cosmea flame field and Ayaye dreamstream frequency spectra, the Adashic record encryption carried as Cosmea vapor in that domain spacetime coordinate arranges, coagulates, and binds the domain coordinate frequency spectra with its pure original Christic core encryption held within the Aurora continuum frequency spectra. In blending the frequency spectra of the domain coordinate with its original Christic aurora continuum frequency spectra through the Cosmea flame and Ayaye frequency spectra, a new set of trans-time spatial reality fields literally materializes. It's only when those things come together that these will actually materialize into experiential halls, just like the regular halls. When they cycle and they open, they are massive reality domains once your consciousness has the activation levels to pass into them. Okay, so they literally materialize, linking the domain space-time coordinate, that would be where we are, with its aurora perfect expression, that would be the full aurora Earth, through a set of materialized transcendent dimensional planes called the deity planes. So that's what the deity planes are, when those things come together. Now, let's see, what number am I? Can you go to the next one, please? Because that went with number 2, and that's all I was reading there was number 2, under the halls of Adasha. And as we were talking about the different things, this was just showing the aurora planes in through here between the outer domains and the middle domains. And it's in through here that we get aurora Earth. So it's in these areas, and they haven't specified whether it's actually in the Jaffa areas that the deity planes manifest. It might be. They haven't gone that far with analyzing it in the heavy structures of the graphs. But it was just to explain that if we're in the outer domain, and this is the middle domain, this is the middle domains where you have the Aseus matter, and that is the frequency spectra that has to combine with the Cosmea spectra that's from way up in that big, large one that's usually turquoise, the code I said was usually turquoise, they first showed. When you combine that Cosmea flame with the frequencies from the aurora field and the frequencies of a coordinate space in the outer domain, that is when these halls will open, where you will get the halls of Adasha actually come into materialization, because they are not even materialized before that. They exist as specific energy encryptions that are separated in 3 different areas, but when they are brought together, they activate, and a whole new reality field literally materializes in that space for the time, for the duration that those frequencies are holding together. So new worlds are being born literally right before our eyes, especially our third eyes. Yeah. Okay, what's the next one, hon, please? This was just a really quick reminder. I'm not going to read them all. We've seen this 100 times before, most of us. This is just to show you the different stages of matter states, the 5 aurora continuum matter states. We were talking about the first one, the Aseus state. That is the one that's between the outer domain where we are and the middle domain. So that is the matter state in which our deity planes will be manifesting to link the inner and the outer and the middle domains. It will be between those two, in that matter state. So we'll have a bit different type of matter. The matter there will be part matter like we have here, but it will be part of the hydrothermal radiation ectoplasma liquid light vapor. So it will have a different quality to it when your body moves into, and if you finally get your physical body through full deification into physically being able to pass into those planes and not leaving any parts of yourself here, your body will feel different. It will feel lighter and more fluid, and so will your consciousness, just because of the difference in matter state, because this is the most dense state of matter out here in the outer domains. So it feels very pleasant there, even when I know when I project or I seem to just hang out up there all the time on streaming, but that part of me just feels so happy and peaceful and just light. Like everything is lighter and colors seem lighter and brighter, and it's because of the matter difference. The difference is literally in the state of matter that each of these plane sets are made of. So we'll get a blend, a place that's not quite as light as the Aseus state would be, but not quite as heavy as our state out here would be. So that's where the deity planes would be, in that mixed state of matter. All right. So we don't need to read the rest of those. We've covered that material, for a couple of years now at least. So that's in other things. I just wanted to point out that was the matter that is mixing with ours, and that is the matter form, that Aseus mixed with the outer domain matter states are what the the halls of Adasha and the temple places in Amayasan and those places that are part of the deity planes are made of. Next one, please. Okay, let's see. This goes with, what does this go with? This goes with section 5 through 6. So I'm going to read sections 3 and 4. Before I talk about that graph, I think, unless there's something in those that pop up that might be useful for. Now, number 3. That's where I'm at. I didn't read that yet, did I? I'm so tired, I can't remember. The deity planes of the halls of Adasha and the Adashic archive. The materialized transcendent deity planes open and structurally organize around a core concentration point of Adashic recorded, encoded Cosmea vapor, which is drawn to, adheres to, and crystallizes around the centrally structured form of the Aurora core Rishaic record halls. So the non-structured Adashic record vapor, once all these frequencies are activated, the 3 frequencies required are activated, will actually be drawn to and adhere to and crystallize. A quantum of it will crystallize around the core of the already structured but Aurora level, which is in the Aurora continuum level of the structured Rishaic record. So this is where the Adashic record begins to be able to take on materialized form, where you can experience them as experiential reality fields, because most of the time they're just frequency encryption that doesn't go into a manifest structure because it's all over and permeating everything. So let me see. So the Cosmea vapor that holds the Adashic record is drawn to, adheres to, and crystallizes around the centrally structured form of the Aurora core Rishaic record halls. So they're talking just about like the Aurora continuum versus the outer domain continuum and those kind of things. We're specifically talking about Aurora Earth and the frequencies of the Adashic record that are the vapor that's behind and within the Earth as we know it, the net Earth structure as we know it in the outer domain, of portions of that actually being drawn into the core of Aurora Earth to take on the structural form of the centralized structural form that allows for opening of the deity planes and these halls of Adasha, or the Adashic record halls. This now centralized point of core Aurora Adashic Rishaic record crystallization. I'll read that again. That's what it said, but that was a mouthful. All right. This now centralized, after that, the vapor coagulates and takes on, crystallizes around the form of the structured halls and record of the Rishaic level of Aurora Earth. Then this happens. So now it's centralized point of core Aurora Adashic Rishaic record crystallization is called the Cosmea Blue Flame Firewater Crystal. Cosmea Blue Flame Firewater Crystal. So that thing that is now formed, that vapor that is now crystallized around the Adashic record vapor that is now crystallized around the existing Rishaic record core of Aurora Earth, that is now crystallized into this Cosmea Firewater Crystal, and it is also referred to as the Adashic Archive. So that has become the Adashic Archive, which is like the equivalent of the Adashic or Rishaic records and their parts in a natural structure. That would be the core crystal that the 8 cells form around, the halls form around. So we have the Adashic Archive, and from the Adashic Archive central point, the halls of Adasha then materialize following the first 8 cell structure of fixed point record halls. So this is where what is really not normally manifest when these frequencies come together, it takes on, it literally the freeform vapor of the Adashic record crystallizes around the fixed form of the Aurora Earth perfect, because the Aurora Earth holds the perfect encryption, Rishaic encryption of Earth and whatever is on it. So it crystallizes around that to open up these very protected, because they're built on the deity planes record. It still has elements of the Adasha, but the Adasha, which has the imprint of the karma as well as the not, but because it is connecting with Aurora Earth, which has the perfected Rishaic imprint at its core, that imprint will restructure and clear off a lot of the karmic imprint that would have come in with the Adashic record. So the records are it's like they get purged and cleared as they're forming this Adashic archive in Aurora Earth in the deity planes. So it's quite a process, and that's what's all coming down today. So I'm like, okay, great. Trying to understand what it is, even pronounce some of the things sometimes, but this is where we actually get the ability to, where we will be able to move into, some of us have direct physical experience with going through into these reality domains, and they will be much more perfected than you would experience if you were to just go visit some of the, well, what they call the Akashic record and those kind of things. There are some encryptions in there that there's outer layers of those records too, the natural Rishaic, Akashic, and Akashic records. They get their, they have their Tarakiti and Dankini skins, and in those skins they can have the Danakohare karmic twists on the outside of them anyway. So there's a protection level of going into these planes that you don't, the deity planes, that you don't normally get when you're dealing with even the standard issue outer domain halls of records, particularly in planets where the halls of records have been messed with, and the halls of records have been messed with on Earth and in this galaxy. Actually, that is how by messing with the core halls of records and implanting things in them that weren't supposed to be there, is how the certain fallen races had taken over and gotten control of planetary and galactic level stargates through accessing and literally implanting parts of encryptions that were not supposed to be part of that record, and they had done it forcefully and on purpose. It was not just an accident of nature. So these are much more protected planes than what you will experience if you were to go into the halls of records or the halls of Amente that are connected to Earth's halls of records and those kind of things. Okay, number 4, the Adashic Archive, Halls of Adasha, and Cosmea Memory Matrix. In the organization of centrally structured domain record halls, that's the Rishaic, etc. ones, centrally structured domain record halls, the information encryptions are stored in those halls and thus available to access from within them is limited to the core Rishaic encryption corresponding to the domain. The records/encryption of the Aurora field, Wa field, the Cosmea field, and Aya, God Source Consciousness field, are not stored within the centrally structured domain records and halls. Under usual circumstances of domain evolution, that's like the outer, middle, inner, the domains, not the spaces between, right? Domain evolution. Okay, let me find it. Takes my eyes forever. Under usual circumstances of domain evolution, these 4 elements of the Mashayahanic record, they're referring to this as the Mashayahanic record. Okay, the 4 elements of the Mashayahanic record, I'll go back and read those just again so you know what I'm talking about now. I know what I'm talking about too. Okay. The records encryption of the Aurora field, Wa field, the Cosmea field, and the Aya field. Those 4 elements are referred to as the Mashayahanic record. Each exist as dormant radiation encryptions within their respective frequency spectra and consciousness fields, and do not exist in a materialized, manifest, or accessible form when you're in the domains. However, under the specialized circumstances of opening the deity planes, such as in domain host evac events, when the domain frequency spectra and its Adashic record vapor and the Aurora continuum between planes frequency spectra blend together through the Cosmea flame and Ayaye frequency spectra for deity plane activation. The 4 elements of the Mashayahanic record come together within the Adashic archive and open within the halls of Adasha, in the Aurora deity planes. It is only at such times that the Messiahonic record becomes available within the domains of the cosmic manifest body of God source. So, we not only are going to be working with the Adashic record in the halls of Adasha at the core of the deity planes, but within those, these records that don't usually manifest, these encryptions that don't usually come together where they will materialize into a physically experienceable form, these Messiahonic records, which are the records of the Aurora field, of the Wa fields that we've talked about, of the Cosmea field, and of the Aya field, which is the God Source Consciousness field itself. They usually do not come into materialization. When a set of halls and records, whatever they are, comes into its activation cycle and goes from being a non-materialized energy structure and comes into materialization, it means all of that information opens up and translates into holographic form. So that would mean all of those records, there would now be books, CDs, CDD plates, and whatever else, where all of those records would be available for the time that the deity planes stayed open. Now, the deity planes don't go away. There are places where they stay open, but that wouldn't be connected to our space-time coordinate here on Earth forever. There'd only be a period of time when they'd stayed open, and it's probably staying open until the finishing of the host in whatever this 2047, I believe, is when it finishes. But it's exciting to think that we could have some really nice times at the libraries, not to mention the other places that are connected to these, like the healing places with the crystals and the things we'll look at the end of all this. So this information was a bit difficult to take down just because it was quite technical with new words and concepts, and sometimes the line is very difficult and it doesn't come quickly. We have to kind of wait and reach up and come back down. They have to show you a visual, then they narrate it. So there's 5 pages of this, but it took ages to get this through. Okay, now, where are we on? Okay, now we're on number 5. So this is where I just put, there's several of them, of these diagrams, that correspond to sections 5 and 6 together, and not really in any particular order. So I'm going to read through this, and then I'll probably go through that set of them that go with section 5 and 6 in the order that I have them if I feel that I need to bring us back to anything. But I probably will, because this is starting where we're talking about the probability dominions and the Kiti membrane and the Danakohari disharmonic and the karmic template. This diagram was really just to bring us into the Kiti, like where we're talking about the Kiti again, so we remember what the Kiti membrane is and how it is a membrane that surrounds the probability dominions of the spirit body structure, and also around the outer sphere of the structure. It has 3 layers to it, and it has any distortion elements to it are referred to as the Danakohari disharmonic, and it represents the karmic template memory matrix, and that's what we were trying to clear that off, and we have been progressively doing that with the Kiti body activations. So there's several levels of Kiti that we'll look at. I just have some of those up there, not to go over them heavily again, because we've covered that in other workshops prior. But the information corresponds to the things we're talking about here, and how the process we're going through of deification of the physical body, how that has to do with working with the Kiti fields and that kind of thing. What does that have to do with the halls of Adasha and such? Excuse me, sorry. Number 5 is the Adasha halls Messiahonic record, in Prenz it's called the MHR. Next, the Cosmic mission and the resident deity. That's the heading. Now, accessing the Messiahonic record is of great value to the expedited Christic re-evolution of consciousness incarnate within the domains. Within the MHR exists the indelible radiation encryption of a being's, or planets or universes, entire family of consciousness, and all eternal past, present, future, probable, simultaneous history. On the personal level, a being gifted with the opportunity to begin consciously learning of the eternity of its condition through visiting the Adasha halls and exploring the Messiahonic record, will be able to access and activate the core of its cosmic mission within the current domain incarnate lifetime. A being's cosmic mission contains the encryption of its manifest purpose and completion, the point in general Christic re-evolution that occurs only when one has fulfilled the five stages of Kiti awakening, each with its 6 phases, and Adasha Kiti fulfillment to become an eternal life, Dani Kalea Kor Christar 2 universal logos. So the information we've been working on the Dankiti activations. That's stage 1, phase 1, stage 1. They get my stages. That's stage 1. When we get to the last stage, that would be the Adasha Kiti. And that has 6 phases too, and fulfillment of that, getting all the way through those to where you become a universal logos, loga. I'm sorry, I can't even. I'm getting really tired. A universal logos, which is like universal consciousness, spiritual consciousness. That corresponds to the core Christar 2 level, the core level of ascension. It's 2 after the Adashi 3 level of ascension that we've talked about. So that's that's a very high up level. We're just trying to work on our personal Dankiti level at this point and get those activations done. So when this is a being's cosmic mission, it contains the encryption of all of those things. So now that I'm paraphrasing, going back from what we just read to get back so where it all fits together. Once we activate the cosmic mission, we get all of this information starts to become available to us. We'll still have to sequentially bring it online and into us, but it is an extremely expedited way of being able to evolve or re-evolve toward source, because you'll be able to actually move from this lifetime either with your physical body, or if you choose to bardo it, if for some reason it can't hold the full level of deity activation, you can immediately go from this lifetime into the deity planes and fulfill the rest of your evolution there, where you don't have to be in the outer domains anymore, that you can do the rest of your Kiti activations as what would be considered a deity who exists and resides within the deity planes. And even if you couldn't take your body, you would be able to bardo, and they're going to give techniques for people, and that you can even help people who don't want to hear about the work. I've been asking them, where exactly do you project to when you're bardoing? When we get into this, the prayer salons at the temple on Sanctuary Island, this is where we would be trained. And once we get used to just get it going there now and streaming it now, so we have a part of ourselves there all the time anyway, we would immediately be there. And that's taking us out of having to do the evolutionary cycles on the outside and being able to do it, on the outer domains and go through all of the potential karmic imprints and all the other things you can get caught in out here, and literally live within and finish our re-evolution within the deity planes. And it is very beautiful in there. I mean, just the feeling of the consciousness is amazing. So when they were giving me this information, I was kind of thinking, gee, the system really must be in trouble. It's like no kidding. Well, I've been teaching about it for 10 years or so. But for it to really sink in, they're actually going to, bring who they can in and out of these outer domain cycles, so they can continue evolution. And I think that's where the little nudge was when that Knowing movie came out a number of years ago, where with Nicolas Cage and the sun was going to do its thing, and that you couldn't tell if they were aliens or angels or Indians, or I don't know if you combine those 2 words, what you come up with, but where they came and they rescued just certain collectives of children, and I think some adults, but he didn't get rescued because he couldn't hear them whisper, because they used to whisper and the children could hear them, and only the ones that could hear them would be able to go with them on what looked like crystal ships that were amazing. I cried when I saw that movie because those ships looked very, very similar and folded up the exact same way as as the ships that I knew as a child when I was being taken, and my walkout was being abducted by the good guys, the consensual abductions. So anyway, back to the writings. Okay. Activation of a being's cosmaic mission begins the process of progressively opening the trans-time frequency lines between every domain incarnate aspect of itself within the protective fields of its cosmea identity and aurora deity planes. So it literally starts every connection all the way up to your cosmea level across the entire cosmic matrix will come online with you. Every part of you that is materialized anywhere will come online, which means you'll be able to bring its encryption back to you in the safe zone that you will be in, and it also means you can withdraw its quantum back to the deity planes with you. So you can salvage even parts of your consciousness that might have fallen and went back as space dust or are hanging out someplace to go back as space dust. Part of the mission of the deity planes, I'm just seeing this part, is that systems that have done, say, the implosion-explosion of space dust return, they don't just immediately go back to source as space dust. They hang around for a very long time sometimes until something happens that allows for a current to draw their frequencies back together into a different form, because they lost their memory matrix and their structural matrix, but to take that space dust and draw it back in to a form. And I'm realizing that bringing it into the deity planes, that once in a while when they open in a place, that is when all of the beings that have been like in space dust returned, or even ones that are not space dust returned, that are stuck as ghosts or whatever like that, can be brought into the safety of the deity planes if they accept the deity host, the deity planes host. We had an experience like that the other night, Friday night, I think it was. Might have been Thursday night. Thursday, I think. Where I was telling you about in the orientation about how these things were happening in the pond at the back of the Mayaka house, and that was connecting to the lake, and that there were these beings that all of a sudden appeared, and they were standing around staring at this weird light thing that was happening in the center of the pond. And all of a sudden, they just went pew, 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 and disappeared into it. And it was like it had come for them, and they had come to be released. This was connected to this, and I didn't know that then. So let me see. Back to the readings. Once a being's cosmic mission has become activated within its current life spirit body structure, thus deifying the spirit body, the deified spirit body will begin progressive accelerated alignment of the being's light body and mental body, physical and emotional body, and etheric body and rasha body structures, expediting deification of the entire Rishaic identity anatomy through the current life incarnate body. So, as we progress with our deification processes through the Kiti activations and those kind of things, we are actually bringing not only ourselves, but we're bringing the rest of our incarnational family back through. Yeah, so none of us are going to get stuck, and that's, I guess, the advantage of taking the deity path of re-evolution back. It also carries with it responsibilities that have to do with the deity planes and assisting other systems that are needing, deity rescue. So it's kind of like, I think you probably do your stint as a deity for a while, where you're helping other systems with similar problems to help others come in. And then there'll be the ascension wave levels coming in the deity planes too. You go from the first level of the personal, then to like the solar galactic or whatever, and all the way up until you become a universal logos and then fully go home to source. So it's just a nicer way to evolve, but it implies having a deity contract, which would be like a deity contract, where you're there to also serve the evolution and assist in the evolution of other forms in the domains that may need rescues when they need them. Excuse me. When personal stage 1 Dankiti deification has been achieved and the personal level of the Cosmea mission pertaining to the current life incarnation has been fulfilled, the incarnate deity or Stage 1 Daniluma, personal logos, can then leave incarnation within its domain system re-evolutionary cycle and take up residence within the aurora deity planes corresponding to the space-time coordinate from which the being crossed into the deity planes. Once a resident deity, once you make that crossover and you become literally, your biology is a resident now in the deity planes, which implies that change in matter, right, where you become part of the aseus, middle matter, mixed with part of the type of matter from the outer domains. So once a resident deity within the Cosmea councils of the aurora deity planes, like once you are one of those, the Stage 1 deified being can then continue its progress in Kiti awakening stages 2 through 5 while enjoying the manifest materialized perfection of the deity planes. As resident of the deity planes, the being will have continued open access to the Mashahanic record and the halls of Adasha for continued learning, growing, and expedited Christ-star ascension. Let's see, do I need to talk? I think we'll look at the series of these that correspond to the Kiti activations, which are how the deification process occurs. As just like a little series at the end of the section 5 and 6 readings. So I'm going to go into 6 right now. Sorry, apologize. Number 6, incarnational purposes and contracts, the cosmic mission, and the first existence contract and deification. Once the cosmic mission and the Dankiti deification process has begun for a domain incarnate, right now we're domain incarnates, but we have the coding that we can do that. So once the process has begun for an incarnate, the holographic life projection, experienced material world life content, of the incarnate begins to progressively align with the being's cosmic mission encryption. The encryption of the cosmic mission will rapidly clear and override any smaller missions, such as those associated with domain karma processing and repeating, or more localized personal and planetary learning and service missions. So once the big contract activates, the other ones will they will take second to that because of the importance of this. That's the only way. If you're saying you want to be on deity plane evolution, you don't get there without fulfilling that process and integrating the frequencies of that larger contract. So let's see what more. Every being incarnates into a given space-time life circumstance for very specific purposes, with an agenda of fulfilling specific learning endeavors for personal and collective growth. Incarnation is ordered and designed, or structured and designed. I said ordered, but not like ordering you around, but like ordered or structured and designed as a free will probability field in which certain conditions are fixed or set in that lifetime as a core mission purpose, around which probable versions of that mission are selected through conscious free will choices. All beings enter incarnation via personally chosen pre-birth birthing contracts, which are made with other beings incarnating in the same reality field. All birthing contracts contain within them various smaller contracts, such as local mission contracts, which occur in both Christic and fallen agendas, karmic contracts, finishing what lessons were left unfinished in other lifetimes, healing contracts, personal and collective, and local service contracts, etc. All beings originally entered their simultaneous incarnate cycles from and through the eternal core encryption of the Christic eternal life contract. So, regardless of how lost or fallen one or numerous incarnates have become, the core eternal mission in domain incarnation is the Christ mission contract, which is an existence contract with God's source consciousness field, the Aya, unutterable one source consciousness field, that next steps down into the cosmic core cosmic domain and expands outward in re-evolutionary space-time experience into the outer domains through initial Mashayahanic cosmic mission contracts. One of the core intentions of all beings' first Mashayahanic cosmic mission contract is to fulfill Christic expansion from the core to the outer domains, and then to return to wholeness and unity with the Aya field through the process of organic Adashi return Christ star ascension. So everybody comes in with that contract. You don't get in here without that contract, because it's part of your literal first existence contract when you individuate it from source to get into the matrix at all. So everybody starts out Christic. And, we all do come from the same place, but it gets more interesting. So we all have the original intention and original encryption of returning through Adashi Christ star ascension that is implied in the fact that we exist. Whatever free will choices beings simultaneously incarnate domain selves may make, the first Messiahonic cosmic Christ mission contract carries the eternal contract override implied by the existence contract, a conscious contract made with God's source in order to individuate and experience manifest reality. This first existence contract also implies by indelible encryption that free will choice will always be balanced by the dynamic of action and consequence to action, and through this dynamic the Christ shall always prevail. Which is nice to know in times like these. A being can return to God's source through organic Christ star ascension, or it can choose a path of fall via misuse of free will and return as unconscious space dust fragments. But the fact of return to source is not negotiable. It is implied within the first existence contract. When an incarnate being of any path chooses to enter the Christ star path of deification, their original first Messiahonic cosmic Christ mission and existence contract begins to come online with the incarnate's life and consciousness, body, and external hologram, realigning and accelerating all smaller local contracts with the being's first existence contract. Number 7, 5, and 6. I think I'm going to just go through those. As remember, this is what the pieces of the Kiti activations and things were out themselves. This kind of gets interesting. Well, maybe I'll do that now because it gets even more interesting after that. When we get into 7. All right, I'll do this quickly. This is just to remind us of the things we've already learned about the Kiti awakening cycles and what that word refers to. Let's go to the next one, please. The 5 stages of Kiti awakening and Kiti membrane activations. And this is where you have the 5 stages, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that 5th one is the Adasha Kiti. And this is the awakening. And the fulfillment of this one is what they talked about as that final 5th stage that was contained, all of those records, all of the records, and which means and frequencies, of all of these activation levels, right up to your own universal logos level, to your Dani Kalea level, is contained within those the Adashic records and the Messiahonic record that is held within the core of the activated deity planes. So all of that information is stored that is part of your record, and it would become available once those planes are open and you can access them. So you can expedite very quickly because it's available. Because here you're out here and you can't find hardly anything. Like, who am I? I don't have no idea where did I come from. I don't know. It just takes you years just to figure out a little bit. So these are just to say these are the stages of them and to show the different names. The Dan Kiti is what we are still working on, but we are also assisting the planet with working with the Terra Kiti, and that is making our Dan Kiti activations move along more quickly. And the next thing we would do is once we finish those, we would be able to go into to resonance in the deity planes. So we would enter as Dan Kiti and take the rest of this evolutionary journey in those planes, in the deity planes, instead of in the outer domain planes, which are usually much more unstable and take a lot longer to achieve the same thing. So next one, please. Well, there we go again with the air. Now, each of those 5 stages has its 6 phases of density fulfillment. And this is just to remind us of what we had been taught already about this. So just in the Dankiti stage alone, which is stage 1, you have the 6 stages that involve bringing progressively online and opening the timelines between and the flow of consciousness between this many different selves. So the level 1, the density 1, is just bringing on a whole self incarnate, which is 12 probable selves come online with you. And as we work up through the 6 layers, we go through until we integrate we integrate 1 soul's worth, which is 12 incarnates. Then we do 12 souls. And we do 12 oversouls, and then we do 12 avatars, until we are, as we go through, and we're first we do it on the Dankiti level. That's the personal level, right? Then there's those other 6 stages. That's just stage 1. We're bringing online literally all of the living time matrix. And by the time you get up to being phase 6, stage 5, you're a universal logos, or just about a cosmic logos, because you brought everything online with your consciousness, and that's what it's about. And your body form at that point would no longer, you'd be a sphere, literally, like a sun, star. So this is how consciousness evolves. When we look up and see the stars, they're not just rocks that glow up in the sky, up in space. They are consciousness. And this is the process by which beings that are in our smaller evolutionary cycles here progressively grow until they accrete and their form changes along with them, until they become spherical, until their fire comes back on and they become suns. And that's what it means to be a son of God source. That kind of got twisted in the old Christian teachings. No, it didn't mean son, S-O-N. It made son, S-U-N. Right? So anyway, this is just to remind us of these things. And we are still working on these phases of the stage 1 of the Dankiti. And at the end of that, when we finish Dankiti, even if we don't finish it fully enough where we can physically walk through into those domains of the deity planes, we can, like if our body is going to if it for some reason is giving out before we can get there, we can directly bardo into them, and we are in those cycles, and we don't have to be afraid of where we're going to go or getting trapped anywhere anymore, because there's a lot of weird stuff that can happen when your body's you're dying your body and you're doing your bardo out, like where do I go, right? And how do I know it's the right place and not a place I don't want to be, and how do I know they're nice guys and not just pretending and that kind of thing? This is pure safe passage into the deity planes and into the interior path of ascension, which is the best way to go if you ask me. Next one, please. Cold again. This is just a little reminder of the Buddhist center states, the 6 bliss states of the personal Dankiti awakening. So these states would go with each of the 6 phases of one stage, right? So the Dankiti stage would have its 6 phases, and there'd be 6 bliss states of that awakening. And this just shows where some of the teachings showed up. Not fully, but parts of them have showed up historically in various forms of Buddhism. And you had conventional Buddhism and its types, and then esoteric Buddhism. And then there's all these that were undisclosed doctrines that were supposed to be brought out at certain times, and they haven't been brought out at this time. So the information that we're actually being given would have been part of those releases if they had been done. But it also goes way beyond that, because there's some things that are distorted in Buddhism, just like there is in every other teaching that's been on the planet for several thousand years at this point. So that's why they're giving the new information, which shows how things fit. So this was just showing you that there are Buddha states, bliss states, that are associated with it. And as you move through bliss states, there's certain things you might feel, and we've talked about those before. Sometimes it can feel like you feel the suffering of the entire world, and it can feel really, really sad, but then that will shift into this kind of like sublime knowing, and where it goes past the sorrow, we're experiencing the sorrow of others and the planet, and into knowing that it's almost like a sense that you can't put words on well. But if you could experience that, then you have enough knowledge that you're working with a program that can help you to develop the things that you could do to help heal that pain. So therefore, you had the connection enough to feel their pain. You also have a connection enough to help ease their pain. So, and therefore heal yourself from your feeling of pain and such. So there are states of consciousness that progressively, in spiritual enlightenment, that progressively go with each of these states of energy things that we've been talking about. So anyway, we've talked about these before. I just want to do a quick reminder of what the Kiti awakening processes are, why they're there, and what we're doing, because all of that has to do with deification of the body. So we can literally take up residence within the deity planes and go into the inner re-evolutionary path, as opposed to the slower and more difficult outer one. Next one, please. Hold again. This is just a reminder of how all of those, where we saw all the different parts of ourselves that were coming online, our timelines that were coming online, and the other incarnates everywhere, just how those structures work. We've gone over this before. We have the spirit family, wheels within wheels. Our consciousness, our identity structure is the same as the cosmic identity structure as far as probability dominions on the different levels. So we have all of these selves within that same structure. We've seen these maps of pertaining to like the cosmos, but they also pertain to our own spiritual identity and our soul family as we go from incarnate to soul to oversoul to avatar to rishi, and up from there. So just to remind us of that. Next one, please. This is the beginning of the 18 activations of the Dankiti and planetary Terakiti awakening that we have progressively been getting involved in since, I believe, October of 2010. So this is just showing the 3 Dankiti membrane layers with corresponding probability and identity aspects. So it's showing that information. And this is where you start to see what the layers are, what the Dankiti layers are that are activating, and I think, and what is coming online? What are you streaming? Data streaming, information streaming, incarnate self streaming, because that's what it's like, data streaming from the other time periods, the other selves. So this is the progression of how we bring online all of those other incarnate selves through time with us. And there are certain periods of time that these activations are progressively taking place. We're still in this phase and planetary Terakiti activation level 1. We started that in October of 2010. That runs till October of 2011. Now in October 2011, we start the next level, which has to do with these, but we had a couple of accelerations that had to be done first, expediting parts of the mission in order to achieve certain things because of what the Metatronic sides were doing. But we're still doing good. So during the India trip, when we go to India, we're going to be doing the Terakiti Mura activations, part of those, and bringing the India matrix online with the deity planes. And that will run probably, and knowing how things are going, everything seems to keep getting accelerated. That's supposed to go till October of 2012. And then from October of 2012 through October of 2013, we're supposed to do the 3rd level of that. And that was related to the Bora Bora matrix, which is down by Tahiti. And I don't know if we're going to do that trip or not. I think it depends on what happens before that, because December 21st, 2012 happens in here. And at least we know that if it doesn't go well out here, we will have the deity planes open for pass-through. So if it goes weird here, know where you're going to end up. And we're going to get familiar with it before we get there. Right? And not just you. There's a lot of people, especially when we get into the Majita contracts and activating them and anchoring them here with our twin sets. That means you can host others. You would have enough energy between you to create a flame field that you could actually bring them through with you, even if they didn't have the coding to do that. So that's another big plus. Next one, please. What is that one? Yeah, this is just the one to show you some of the activations that have already taken place, and this was a couple workshops back, I think. So we're progressively doing the activations that correspond to the Dankiti awakening and the planetary Terakiti awakening. And we're waiting on the India trip. We're coming in October. That ought to be really cool and lovely to do and important, I'm sure. So this is where we are. These were the expedited ones. So all of these had been expedited, I believe. One of them I think was supposed to happen, and then we expedited like 3 of them or something like that. But that information's all in a couple of the other workshops. I forget which one this was from, but it's like a couple back, maybe 3 back. Next one, please. FOL, does that say? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, put that first one up, and I will read section 7 and 8. Now, this stopped here, I believe. No, this is the new stuff you set, right? Yeah, so this was already there, right? This information was from one of the last couple workshops, chart in there, just talking about the path of the Majita, the Adashi Adept Benders. And this is adding more information to it. The Majita Benders councils have 2 subdivisions, the Fantija Menders, healers, and the Tantriasia Blenders. The Tantriasia Tantric Shield within the Aquafarian Host Shield activates between August 12th and 15th, 2011, that's during Slaughters 11, via code activation of the Tantric twin sets. The Fantija, or Fontic Shield, activates October 2011 during the India Shields Clinic. So they just expedited the whole thing by doing this one first. This one was supposed to have waited till that period, but they flipped them in order to make the energy thrust that would allow us to pull the blend wave out of the Metatronic harness. So that's what we're on now. Now I'm going to read a little bit more before we get into that, because they tell us some fascinating things about the benders and such. Number 7, the benders, the menders, and the blenders. Cosmic contracts, the Majita, the Fantija, and Tantriasia councils of Shedalun. Shedalun with the elemental command councils. As part of every being's first Mashayahanic cosmic Christ existence contract, a core Mashayahanic mission encryption exists as the first core existence intention, upon which the probability options included within the first existence contract are selected and structured. Some, but not all, beings choose their first existence contract probability options to include membership within the Mashayahanic Cosmea councils of Cosmic Elemental Command, the Shedalun being one such member collective of these Cosmea councils. So not everybody that comes in chooses to become a member of the Elemental Command councils. They come in through them, but they come in for other purposes that have smaller reasons. Not everybody, or even bigger reasons or same size reasons that are large, but at a different level or for a different thing. Not everybody comes in to do full-on Cosmea level elemental command. So the people who are drawn to this work are the ones who have those contracts, or you wouldn't have been drawn to it in the first place. So if you find people who are like, I don't want to hear it, I'm not interested in it, let that be okay, because obviously they don't have these contracts on the Cosmea level. Now, let me see where I'm at. Beings who choose membership in Cosmic Elemental Command Councils received, upon first entry into manifestation, very specific sets of encryption codes called the deity codes within their first existence template that, when activated, would allow them to enter the path of the deity, via Kiti awakening fulfillment. There are various forms of deity codes, each pertaining to specific first existence mission choices. Those carrying the codes of Shedalun Elemental Command, a Mashayahanic Cosmea code set, are contracted for Christ Star ascension via the expedited path of re-evolution within the deity planes. In exchange for this special privilege of more rapid re-evolution, they also carry a deep commitment and mission commission to offer elemental host service to space-time domain systems in need of such evolutionary intervention. The Shedalun Cosmea councils have 3 primary council divisions whom all work together: the Majita Elemental Command Benders, and two subdivisions of this council, the Fantija Menders and the Tantriasia Blenders. In simple terms, the Majita Benders carry access codes in their template and material DNA, once the template is activated, that allows them to run specific Kazmaya Ayaye dream stream currents directly from the Aya, God source field, through the deity plane's Adashic archive and the halls of Adasha, and into direct co-creative Christic domain manifestation. So once the codes are activated, we can literally run direct source frequency from God source all the way down through the core of the deity planes, which are in the halls of Adasha, and directly out into the manifestation and the incarnation in which we activate those codes. The Fantija sub-council of the Majita Benders carries special Majita deity codes that are core base electrical and facilitate healing through transmutation. They are thus known as the Menders. The Fantija shield will activate during the October 2011 India Shields Clinic. The Tantriasia Blender Tantriasia Bender sub-councils. I don't know if that was a typo or if that was the way it was worded. They are the blenders, but I think they're talking about the Bender. They're from the Bender councils, right? So the Tantriasia Bender sub-council, carries specialized Majita deity codes that are core-based magnetic, also called the empath codes, that allow them to merge or fully blend field with the fields of other beings and systems to facilitate healing through restoration of absolute unconditional love, state of pure vibrational harmonization via co-resonant harmonics. The Tantriasia are known as the blenders. The Tantriasia shield is activating during this workshop. Okay, now, next one. And number 8, which is the final one, and then we go into some other things. Councils, codes, and contracts. The Majitic twins, Fontic and Tantric twins. Both the Fantija Menders and the Tantriasia Blenders, sub-councils of the Majita Benders, elemental command councils, work in consummate Majitic twin pairs when incarnate into a space-time system in which they intend to fully activate their deity codes. They will incarnate physically into the same space-time system coordinate, and when the linear time period arrives for deity code contract activation, the two incarnates will seemingly magically be brought together into each other's lives to begin their co-shared code activations. If a particular Majitic twin pair are not intending to fully activate their deity codes in a particular incarnate lifetime, only one may physically incarnate in that space-time coordinate and partially activate their personal one-half of the twin set Majita deity codes. Upon the end of such a lifetime, the single twin can sometimes sufficiently activate their deity codes to engage physical atomic transfiguration into the deity planes. If they cannot achieve sufficient singular code activation levels alone, they will choose Chris Bardo, and immediately pass in luminary body into the deity planes. During the incarnate lifetime of the single Majita twin, many smaller twin relationships with their corresponding contracts and missions can be experienced and enjoyed. When a Majitic twin pair does incarnate into a system for full deity code activation, they will be drawn into each other's lives in one way or another in order to fulfill their shared cosmic mission. If they succeed in full twin deification, together both will be able to engage physical atomic transmigration to travel together into the deity planes. When Majita twins share their codes in physically intimate exchange, their active union, literally, temporarily, opens the gates to the deity planes, allowing them to share temporary passage together into the deity worlds to visit and for final passage. Note, Majita twin pairs are elemental command consummate twins and can be male plus male, or female plus female. There are differences between the dynamics of code combining between the Fantasia Mender twin sets and the Tantriasia Blender twin sets, and different levels of mission command within each. Some Majitic twin sets have smaller scale command contracts, while other sets hold master service contracts that affect larger masses of domain consciousness. Both Fantasia and Tantriasia twin pairs hold service contracts that are essential to assisting the Christic re-evolution of many masses of beings in multiple simultaneous time periods. The Fantasia councils specialize in master healing contracts of peoples, plants, animals, planets, etc. The Tantriasia councils specialize in master hosting contracts due to their unique coding ability to fully blend field with others when activated and united. The tantric twin sets of the Tantriasia councils are able to fulfill the dance of merging when intimately engaged through the duration of their co-shared deity awakening and fulfillment. When the tantric twin couple engages intimately, their field can fully merge and blend while retaining a replica field of each individual twin's coding and quantum. Thus, they are able to amplify quantum in a way other Majita twin sets cannot, becoming more than the sum of their parts. Due to this unique coding ability, tantric twin couples, when united, can create a standing wave field that opens and holds open a doorway to the deity planes that others without full deity code encryption can pass through in hosted evac ascension due to the deity into the deity planes. So there's differences there in the two types of councils, where you have the healing councils and then you have the hosting councils. Because the hosting councils, because of that coding that allows them to fully blend, and through that blend actually replicate quantum, where they can leave a standing wave as themselves while still being, incarnate here and doing their thing here. And that standing wave will hold the gates open, literally, the planes open between the incarnate world that they're in and the other one, and they will be able to pass through. And this happens through code exchanges that are anchored on the biological level as well as on the other layers of the body. And that's something that could not be fully fulfilled in just what we're going to do with meeting our twins, whichever type they are, when we go into the temples with the exercises. You couldn't fully do that and hold the host doors open that way if you were one of the Tantriasia twins, because you need to anchor it through the physical body in order to have the physical level of the doors to remain open. So there will be some people who have Tantriasia contracts that are about physically being with, for a period of time throughout the activation. In fact, until they go through. That's basically what it's like, an end time contract for however long. Even if you're going to be here 100 more years, that's how you would work as a twin couple. So some people will have those type, but they're the big ones. They're the ones that are like, oh boy, a lot of like it's not just one of the easy ones. It's I think I'll put it away for a while and go do something else. It's basically saying you're going to go through together to be able to hold open the gates with other twin sets that are like that, to hold open those gates between the deity planes so the others can get through them. And then you have the Fantasia twins that will be helping heal and collect people to bring them through the gates that the Tantriasia are holding open. So it's kind of everybody's cooperating with each other. They're all very important contracts. And it must be getting close to time, because I can't believe they're giving us this information right now. It doesn't just ring a bell with me. There's information contained in here that even in the most holy texts from from Eastern philosophies and even Atlantean philosophies, this information was just not allowed here. So this is serious information, but it's also exciting. There's change ahead, obviously, but it can be looked at as a very positive thing, because these would be some of the most meaningful relationships you could have. And if you find you're in a meaningful relationship that you don't want to change, you may just find that's perfect anyway, because maybe you don't have one that's supposed to fully activate as one of the major contract holders of the Majita on either side. Maybe your Majitic twin isn't here in incarnation. So then you don't have to worry about having to leave somebody you want to be with because of that. Usually these things work out decently, and it's only if there's relationships that had served certain purposes, because all relationships serve certain purposes and are brought together for certain reasons. Some are karmic, to clear stuff from other lifetimes coming through. Some are healing service contracts. Some are learning contracts. But once a relationship finishes what it was contracted for before birth in the birth contracts, then you find it starts to get weird and weirder and can get weirder and weirder and weirder, to where you have roles but you don't really have interaction anymore, or to where you fight instead of harmonize, and those kind of things. So sometimes when these contracts, the Majita contracts, come into activation in planetary evac situations like what we've known we're in for a while now, they're telling us it's time to clean out the closets and give yourself a little shakedown and say, what do I really does this really feel good to me, what I'm in? And not to dump relationships that aren't working for you, but to change the form of them in a loving, eloquent way as possible. Sometimes you'll have a partner that will not allow that, and you just need to take care of what you need to take care of with yourself, and let that be their problem. Like if they're fighting with you or threatening you or abusing you or something like that, get out of it. It is not worth staying, no matter how much you love them, no matter how much they're sorry afterward. That is just a disharmonic that is just going to keep messing with you. But you can change it if you have reasonable people that you're working with. You can change the form of a relationship, taking it from whatever it has been that might have been intimate, that isn't particularly working, into something that could be a nice friendship. And going to these prayer salons is a very good way to start getting advice from from your twin person, and not just because the twin's trying to line you up with them. Because if you're meant to have a contract with them, they will let you know that. They will encourage that, and at least you know about it now. So if you feel weird fuzzy thing, it's not that they're like trying to get at you. It's they're just resonating with you too, and you happen to be resonating back. But if you're not meant to go in full deification in this lifetime, they're not going to tell you who you have to be with or anything like that. They will advise you on how to help change the form of certain relationships and how to move yourself along in what you need to do if your goal is to be able to get yourself into the deity planes this time around, because they don't open every day, and to be able to get in there and take your evolution from this point upward, through the deity realms. So it's really worth, if there's any time that's worth looking at your relationships and seeing if they work for you, and going to the temples, and we're going to show you more of how to get there a bit more clearly, to get the advice that you feel you need. This is the time to find the contracts. You wouldn't be here, and the beloved said this, there's nobody in the room that would be here if it weren't for the fact that they have one of these Majitic contracts. And it's like one type or the other as far as those contracts go. So, and all of them are considered benders. All right, so we are all benders, like we were talking about the bender ones and the elemental ones of the elemental command councils of the air, water, crystal earth, fire, and ether. So we have those. We're all part of that. But then what our subdivisions are depends on what kind of coding we're carrying in our contracts, and depending on what kind of twin are we going to find, and are we going to find it just going to the temples up there, or are we actually going to meet the person down here and engage a relationship? And a lot of times what the beloveds have said is you will find that actually you start to have feelings for someone first, or you have a dream about someone and you don't even know if they're a real person in the flesh, and then like later you meet them or something and you go, oh my God. And it's usually like the emotional physical body responds with the rest. Some will respond faster than others, some won't, and that's okay. It'd probably be a real bummer if you found it's like you knew that that was your like Majedic twin, and you're supposed to fulfill your contract, and then the other person's like, no, I'm with somebody else or something, and it's like, oh dear, okay. So then you would just deal with, if you have to, their higher, their own higher level, their cosmic level in the temples. But if it was supposed to be one of the big contracts that were literally holding the gates open by anchoring the union into the biological form, that would cause problems. It would weaken the host itself, and it would also probably make it would eventually probably not feel right to both parties, because even a party that was not interested might feel that like later down the road they would feel something wasn't working. So these are contracts that they're just not just before birth contracts, because they can be karmic and small and all of that, but we are commissioned here to get ourselves and whoever we can host into the deity planes. And the more of us that there are that make peace with our lives and what we feel we really want, our emotions should go along with it at some point where it would feel all right. It might be confusing at first, and you don't know which way to go and what you're supposed to do. That's why going vertical and going to the temples to just sit with the consciousness of the temples, because that's a place where your whole record is a part of that collective space record. So you're closer to it. So you'll be able to understand or feel yourself a bit more clarity and that kind of thing. So clarity is a thing to work for. Some people will feel it immediately. They go, oh my goodness, I know that's a person, and the other person will go, I know that's a person too. Great, there you go, you're off. Other people, it'll take more time. Not everybody will activate at exactly the same time or the same intensity. So it ought to be an experience, though. I've watched different activations move through the shield here for a number of years now, and there are periods where it does look like a square dance. Just like change your partner, do-si-do. Oh, now they're together. Now they're together. Oh, now they're together. It's like, whoa, code swap meet. Right? But this last shift is the one that is bringing us into alignment with you could call them the end time contracts, if we have those, which if we're listening to this, we do, that brings us into alignment with what we need to do in order to fulfill our deification process and fulfill what contract that came with as far as helping the rest of the host mission here. So this gets better and better. I get overwhelmed with it myself sometimes, just the intensity of the information and what that really implies. Like, you can't really run away from it after a while. You just go, oh my God, can I turn on the TV, watch something stupid just to ground my energy? Please. But anyway, let's see. Did I finish reading that? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I think that was the last of it, when it ended with this stating that the tantric twin couples, when united physically, create that standing wave field that opens and holds open the doorways to the deity planes. And that's interesting. I think it would mean every time like that feel happened in your fields and it started to like come together because it felt right. You would do your thing and you would leave a flame field after you're done, right? It's not like you just have to just like lock up in a room for the next 6 months or something and go for the codes. When the codes are ready to exchange, let's say, a wave of connection with each other, there should be at least a tingle on both sides, right? Now, if you're having a really raging code pulse month or something, you might get a whoa. It's like on both sides, it's like, oh, it's fireworks. So it can go anywhere from little to fireworks. And when it's not doing that, that's okay too. It's one of those where you just let the feel. You have to feel your emotional body and feel your physical body, and like get your brain out of its way. Whereas, oh, I should or I shouldn't, I'm supposed to do this, I'm not supposed to do that. Like, just feel first. Then put it into the brain for the mental body to advise the feeling. But you need to feel out the feeling so you know if there's something there that maybe you repressed it, or maybe you're used to just like, because you like the act itself just kind of go all over the place. It's like you have to sort out which one is just, oh, it's my usual me going all over the place, or is it my usual me not going any place because I don't like to do that, right? And really start to feel this deeper feeling that will come through biologically. And as the codes activate, it should become stronger and stronger as you go. If you have any little karmic issues attached to it, you might get those coming up too. So just because you have a twin relationship, just like with any other twin relationships, it has the potential of being really great, but it also has the potential of you each have a piece of certain codes, where you have the opposite pieces of certain codes. So sometimes that can create, the opposite differences. But usually there's a balance among those coding systems where it turns out to be what would look like a healthy relationship. That's how it should, So, and if it isn't, take it to the temples, and if you can't find the person, or you don't know who the person is, and you're looking for it, or if you're not ready, just go for now and ask for the Cosmea level of the being that's supposed to be, if you're supposed to have one down here to fulfill the whole thing down here, and let your guidance come from there, and make that more of part of what your days are about and where your focus is, and realize you are beginning to live in two worlds now. And the more you ignore that one and focus on this one, the more you're not going to realize it's there, but a part of you is there. The illuminary body is there, part of that's there all the time at this point. So hopefully the techniques that we'll go through will help make that become even more real for all of us as we go through the activations of today, and continue to practice when we go home, when we see the what is called our prayer salons that are our residences in the Aya temple on Sanctuary Island. What is the next thing on? Yeah, it's just a quick summary. That's just on deity councils, codes, and contracts. Just a summary of all the stuff we talked about. It was in the writing there. So we've got the Majida Elemental Command Benders. We've got the Fantasia Benders, the Tantriasia Blenders, and healers and empaths are basically what we're dealing with. The healers have a positive electrical core. Their energy is more outward moving, expanding, and electrifying. They'll both run electrical and magnetic. But the blenders, or the empaths, they have a negative charge core, and they're more inward moving, contracting, and magnetizing. And we could have put more male, more female, but we've gotten past the point of just, there is an affiliation with, the electricals being of male energy and the magnetic energy being of female. But we've gone so far beyond those level of polarizations when we're dealing with, androgynes and all of the activation levels we're doing now. So there'll be more to come that will tell us, I think, more about ourselves, and more about each team, and we might be able to start getting a better feel of which one you are. But we should get some idea of which one you are by the time we do the activations, today, and then follow them up with some, just simple work at home of keeping the stream open and remembering it's there, and going, oh yeah, hi, how are you doing there, self? What you up to in the temple? That kind of thing. Next one, please. I just want to get to. I will take a break after we go through. I just want to show you the new diagrams. What's that one? Yeah, we can come back to that one. And we'll come back to this whole set of them. Keep them in order, please. Okay. I just wanted to show you these things. See that little person down there? That would be like you, or me, or any of us, right? These are prayer salons, and they're absolutely magnificently gorgeous, and they are part of the physical temple structure of the Silverseed Silverseed Aya temple on Sanctuary Island, which is in the deity plains off the coast of Amayasan. So it is a very specific location in the deity plains, and they took me into one of these just a week or so ago. And I didn't even know they were there before. And I end up in the temple all the time in this one spot, And I'm just always standing there or sitting there or parking my bed there, sleeping there with in my lone harmonic looking out at the ocean, the shores of Mayasan. But this time the Ari guide came and he said he wanted to show me something that and he gave me something in my hand. I didn't know what it was, but now I know it was those little memory stones. And he didn't tell me what they were. He said, here, this is the key you're going to need because the apartment's are ready. I said, what? What are you talking about? You know? And he said, well, you and your team are residents, aren't you? I said, yeah, that's what you said. I said, well, where do you think you're going to live? You're going to just like stay in the lobby forever or what? And I was like, oh, aren't I allowed to bring my visual of my bed with me when I come and project? Because I have this little silly mosquito knitting over my bed, and in a little like full-size bed, and I was sleeping on that. And I always just projected it with me because it was not comfortable to lay on the stone floor on the foyer out there. So our rooms are apparently ready. And they're amazing. They're huge. And it cracked me up when I saw that when they gave me these drawings because it's like now I get my mosquito netting thing, right? Because it gave the same shape of the energy right around me. Because I'd go lay in bed and then I just go and pull it around me. And it won't go all the way to the bottom of the bed, but it's like, it's just the top half of me is under it. And I feel like I'm in, one of those, I guess. But I hadn't seen one of those before that. So we're going to explore what these look like a bit more. We're going to go and tour them at some point and receive the keys to our own. And this is from where you will be able to stream, like continual stream. That stream will be opened. You have to remember to pay attention to it too. And send some energy up there, like, hello, luminary body, yeah, hello, down there, and that kind of thing, and spend a bit of time working with it. But the stream will be opened once we go through these activations and the keys are released and you get to go in for the first time. Once that's open in your field, it will stay there. But I don't think it can die of atrophy, but you might forget about it if you don't use it on occasion. But these are literal physical spaces in those deity planes. Those deity planes are literally going into their manifestation, materialization cycle now. And they are just as real as here. Their matter is just a little bit lighter weight because of its split between the outer domain matter that we're used to and the aseus, outer middle domain matter, which is the in-between matter state. So that is, I think I just want to show you the other one. I'll go through what the rest of the stuff, on the technicals on these. These took a while to get the drawings down and stuff because they're quite specific. They're built on the octant 8 shape and things. That's just from the other view, where we're looking at it from the door as if you walk through the door. This is if you're standing at the back of it looking toward the door and you're inside of it. So it's just showing you what it looks like. It's, literally it's not exactly an orb and it's not exactly an egg shape. It's a strange shape. But what's really cool, for the first time, they've actually let me clearly see what the temple looks like from the outside. Because I could see pieces of it. I could see windows as we're going flying through, and then I'm on the inside looking out the arch things and going, okay. And I could see the ocean on these one things, but it's like my peripheral vision was blocked, and I could never perceive stuff or how far it went to the left or right. It felt far, and I couldn't see or hear that far. And now they finally showed me what they look like from the outside and what that's connected to and where some of the other spots they popped me in an orb into, where they are in relation to it. So they're starting to give us the actual visual maps of where we are going in the deity planes. Can you put the next one on, please, Ev? This is just a rough drawing. But this, our little private prayer salons, there's tons of them in these structures here. All right? Now, this will be really great once it's painting, but I didn't have time to do all that. It's quite, the island's huge, because it's like, if this were going to be a drawing, it would probably go past the exit sign, I think, in left, right. But it could go further. Here, you just see more of a Mayasan over there. What we have here are the oceans. This is the Hydrolase Ocean, and that's from the shores of a Mayasan painting that I had done as a mural on the Mayaka house. So we have the mainland of Amayasan over there, and this was that crystal water gate doorway that we had to go through in Sliders 10 in order to get. That's, I think, where we went through and had the silver baskets, and we were leaving bits of ourselves that we didn't want to burden ourselves with until we got where we could go over here. And we landed over here someplace when we first came in. This is the main temple. I forget which floor it is. One of these two floors, and I think it's this one, that I keep ending up on, where I just pop in. And there's various floors. I don't know exactly how many, because there wasn't time to, it was just like, a rough to give you the idea. That each of these are floors. Each of these little things are those arched windows that I keep seeing from the inside, right? And there's huge platforms just where you can go in on your lone harmonic. Back behind that, going into the mountain structure, actually the rock structure of the place, which is like this, there's light and dark tone rock, but there's all these amazing crystals, like quartz-like crystal clusters. I don't know if they're quartz, but they look like clear quartz. But they're huge. Like, you'd be that little body that we saw before in the door. So these are like massive crystal structures coming out of the rocks and out of the sand, which is quite amazing. These are beautiful over here. I'll talk about those in a minute. So there's like, I feel like a tour guide now. There are, and it was really funny because somebody else had mentioned to me that when they'd gone in there, that, well, what about the waterfalls? That they look really silver. And I was going, I know that you're right. There are waterfalls here. Why can't I see them? Why can't I find them? Well, they showed me where they are. There's two sets of them. There's more on other parts of the island. But in this section that they're showing us right now, there are three that come down on this side. So if you're in there, if you're in this thing, looking out at one of the windows at the seascape that would be in front of you, the ones on your left side would be these, and the ones on your right side, which is one big one that actually flows down this way, and it flows into this amazing crevice-like thing that is, it's literally like an abyss thing, and it has all these little cave dwellings in it, kind of like they have at Mesa Verde, where they're like, but they're quite elegant. They're not, like caveman type. They're literal dwellings as well. They're part of the temple structures. And there's more of these over here. I don't know what buildings these are. So there's lots of places to explore, and there's lots more of these building structures. And these are the ones that they keep saying they sang and danced them into being. They didn't carve them. They didn't have to. They worked with the elemental command and did flame linkings, and that's how they build the structures here. I can't wait to go home, is all I can say. Right. But anyway, I was excited when they showed me this. Because to be able to share it with you, so you could see a little bit more of what I see when I go, because this holds the mathematical imprint. Because if you say, oh, go to the temple and go through the window, people try to imagine what that is, but we all have a different picture of what kind of temple or what it was a temple look like in our heads. So we don't hold the same mathematical encryption. The place itself that we're aiming for has its own mathematical encryption. When the beloveds give us the words to, now imagine this, imagine that, the word flow is enough to get us there, but not necessarily in a way where we're all on the same page. It's like somebody may go and they're seeing like a Catholic church, and somebody else is going and they're seeing like a yurt or something out in the boonies. To actually be able to see what is really in that materialized physical reality structure of the deity planes, it will help to have our our images resonating with each other, and that's why they call this type of code. This is another code, just so you know. A photograph here is a code for a moment in space, time, and location. A mathematical energy encryption, right, that puts the person in. You can project through photographs here to get to another location. Here, you can do the same here. So we're going to be going into a phase of doing paintings, and they're just beginning to show, and like colored paintings and things, so we can literally use them to directly project, and there'll be techniques to go, like easy techniques to go with them, so we can all get in there, because eventually, if we're planning to finish the deification process, this is going to be our new home, our first stop at our new home. that it's from here that we'll be able to access the archives, the Adashic archives, to find out what our next place of being is, where we would need to go next in our interior re-evolution back through Christ our ascension. So I just wanted to share that with you. There's clear crystal clusters all over the place. There's this fascinating forest thing up here. I haven't got a chance to explore it. I just saw it because, I was somewhere out here they were letting me see it from, like the angle. And they look like really fine-looking coral, but made of like crystal and like lighted. Like there's lights flickering through them. They're not trees with leaves. They're more like coral that stands on the ground instead of in the water, but clear with lights flickering through them. They're fascinating. So I'm looking forward to going exploring there. Back here, we've got, this is the Blue Flame Pillar Generator. So the Cosmea Blue Flame Pillar. There are things we're going to do with this and some of the techniques. And over here, this little scribbly thing, because I had to do this really fast, so it was one of those like, close my eyes and try thing and open them. Oops, not quite that way. So it takes a lot longer to do it, like, a proper rendering that you would then make a painting off of. I would have not been here for a month. Bad enough it was this late. But over here, when you get past these rock formations, here again, there's the 3 waterfalls happening over here, and there's a lake up there that the waterfalls are connected to, and these go down into a lake thing here, which connects in with the ocean flows, particularly through here. Here you've still got white beach here, and it's white crystal sand, very much like Siesta Key Beach. But then there's these massive crystal structures popping out, and these big like tidal pools of water that are part the oceanic water and part the water that's coming down from the waterfalls, and they're mingling together. And when the Ari guide person took me through, walked me through these, I was just like, oh my God, it's so gorgeous here, right? It was just quite an experience. So I hope that when we do the techniques, and even if not when we do them now, but if you work with them and you see the maps and you know what you're looking for, hopefully that will help you get there where you feel it more. Because when you get there, it just feels so good, and the places are so beautiful. And it's kind of like you look back from there at your life here, and all the worries and all the little things you can get upset about and stuff, they seem so tiny, as if it's like, that was just a bad dream, right? I'm alive up here, that kind of thing. So all I know is it's been doing me some good to go up to the temples. I feel a lot better than I have in a long time. I hope it has the same effect for you. I think that's the only thing I want to point out for now. We're going to go in, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and go into this. We'll put this up for now, and we'll start with this again. It's just one more. The technique one, the text, yeah. So when we come back, we'll be moving into these. I'm going to get some notes on exactly where they want me. What are my cues to start with? And it's going to be live wave run, and the activations will occur through them. So what time is it? So could we do like a half-hour break? Okay. Can we do about a half-hour break? Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's back. Okay. There's a few more things that the beloveds would like me to speak to you about regarding all of this before we go into the technique series. I also know that there's some people that really, really have to be out of here by 11 o'clock. I will do my best to have the technique run done by that time, even though I have to speak about certain things first. Just so you know, if it happens that you have to leave mid-technique, that's okay. It won't hurt anybody else, and you will still stream the whole activation live with you. Anybody, even people that might have had to leave before this morning, if they'd had to, if they were there with the activations on the beach yesterday, all the activations, as long as they want them, will stream with them. So you don't have to worry about not getting the best part of it, what you came for. So I just wanted to let you know that. Now, one of the things, I have this up here, and this, of course, is the configuration of one Mashayahana residential prayer salon, right? And it's really funny. You know how we have iPods here? these are Messiahonic identity pods. They're my pods. So you will go home from this workshop with your MyPod, right? And perhaps one day you'll be able to stream it with your iPod as well. Who knows? Okay. Now, MyPods are interesting, and I'll go over the configurations of them. They're based on the Octant, 8-point breakdown, right? The 8 lines, and you can look at them a bit more in the diagrams than the TARP packs. But one of the things that beloveds do not want me to miss being able to explain is once we have these and know how to activate these. Now, when we first started, before because they had me going into this room that looked like this, and I was going, whoa, is this a hotel or what? Right? Doesn't look like your average monk's quarters. Believe me, it's gorgeous inside of them. And I was thinking, like, cool, I don't know where this fits, but this is neat. But they said, this will turn on your harmonic when you're here, but when you're not, it'll dematerialize again. So I guess that's how they have lots and lots of beings up there, and the space expands and contracts as necessary. But after this activation, where we put it on live stream, they will be permanent fixtures through the cycle of evac ascension. So your room will be your room, and it will be there. There's things you can do with it. There's things you can actually move it from there and put it back again if you need to travel in it. So we're going to be taught a whole bunch of things to do with our MyPods once we have them, activated, and we learn to get ourselves consciously there. We will have our luminary bodies stationed in them at this point, living there. So if we remember to follow the stream and go, hey, what you doing, luminary body? You'll be able to progressively open just by intention without having to go through a bunch of, mental body techniques at this point. So you'll be able to reach it by intention and get yourself, the rest of your consciousness, in the body, your luminary body there, to start having more experience with relationships with the people, the adepts who run the temple, so you can get more personal information on a regular basis. One of the things they'd like us to understand is where our MyPods fit in with the final levels of the planetary mirror in the sky activations that create the buffer field that will stop the planet from being dragged into pole reversal from the Metatronic spiral that is, running in the grids. We have our personal MyPods. Remember how we linked ourselves in trines with the Patra trine? Well, that's one way you can link pods. When you do just 2 people, when you're interacting with your twins, right? And if you find them down here, or if you're just working with them in temple, you can go from your MyPod to using certain things, and actually the Cosmea level of your twins will assist you in how to do that there, and they're going to teach us more in other workshops of how to do these linkings. But we would be able to do what's called a bipod, where you link through linking your orb bodies, right, your orb spheres, with your twin partner, be they here or up there or both. And you can form bipods, which form like small creation theaters. They get bigger, and they blend into one larger area where you can invite more people in. Then, hair stood up on that. Whoa, did hair stand up on that one? I get this hair raise on my arm thing when there's like spot on, and there's lots more to that, right? Yeah. Then, if we do the and like twins don't have to do this part where you do the Patra trine. That's more for like energy groups working together in the whole bit. It doesn't mean you have to all go out and join a threesome. It's not about that. Yeah, that are the what they call tripods are the ones for energetic work that you're doing together, where you can link 3 of them or sets of 3 of them and create shadrapods that can hold many more people and animals and plants and things. So we've got the MyPod, we've got the bipod potential, we've got the tripod potential, and then for 2012 we have the SkyPod. Yep. That's where we all link. And they're going to explain how to do this. We still have activation levels to do. all of us, even ones that don't know about the work on a conscious level, that do have the codings, we're probably going to do several things that do, like, world peace meditations or whatever, that, because all the other sides do it to get the Metatronic crews going. We are going to link. We'll have our workshop, here in December of 2012, and it's going to be a little chilly on the beach probably, but it's worth it. Then we are going to also figure out a way to, use the internet technologies to link globally at certain specific times, so we all can go into pod merger during the activations that we are doing here. And this will actually create the SkyPod, which is a massive version, planetary version of this that will open the entire Aurora Earth deity planes into our planes, and that will hold the planetary structure so it cannot go into pole shift. And it will, seriously. So that ought to be interesting. But meanwhile, we need to learn how to use our pods. And officially, the pods are prayer salons that become creation theaters that can be expanded and expanded to become living flame consciousness. And it's actually in places like the deity planes. That is how they co-create with the elemental forces there. That's how they make these beautiful structures without ever having to pick up a saw or a hammer or cut down a tree. So it's the beginning of entering a whole new world of existence that's based on Christian principle and action. So it's going to be really cool. There's a couple other things they wanted me to talk about, and I'm talking fast because I want to get to the point where we can do the 4 activations. They are going to stream them together, so it's going to be one long journey where we go here, do that, then we're going to go over there and do that, and we'll look at the map again just so you have the imprint of, okay, I'm here, and then I'm going there, and then, okay, then I'm going over there, then I'm going over here, and there'll be different things we do, and through this, those activations will progressively come through, so they're going to live wave that, as they do with a lot of the, the journeys. Okay, let me see, something else. Okay, that was 1A, B. Oh, when it comes to, as we're working with our MyPods, and knowing about the twin things, and knowing that we're going to meet the Cosmea level of the person who may or may not be on planet, but that has our corresponding twin codes, Messianic twin codes. It's when you think about the twin thing, it's not like, I gotta go and find my twin, right? Sometimes they find you. Sometimes it takes a little while where your codes might be activating first, and theirs haven't activated yet. So it's not a mad dash. You don't need to push to go to find them out here in the world. If you link with the higher level of your twin, and it tells you or telepaths to you or direct cognates to you that yes, that person is in the world, right, with you here somewhere, which means you probably have one of the higher, more intense level physical intimacy contracts. That doesn't mean you have to go find them, spot them, and flatten them. Hi. Though the emotional sensations may be like that. You may find stuff like that coming up, where all of a sudden just, what's wrong with me? What is that? No, it's connected to that kind of thing. So when it comes to any type of relationships, being it ones you've been in and let go of, be it ones you're in now and are going to let go of, being it ones you're in now and want to stay with, etc., or new ones coming to you, there's a couple of things that the beloveds would like us not to forget because they're extremely important. It's kind of like the reality check on relationships. All right? Christic relationships are based on certain thoughts, actions, and motivations toward each other. There's a lot of gender issues on this planet and running around in the psyche. In the Christic worlds, male and female are equal, completely equal parts. There is no, girls do that and boys do that. It's listening to the being and the spirit that lives in the being, not assigning gender roles to other people. Like, if you're a guy, a girl's supposed to do this, this, and this, or if you're a girl, a guy's supposed to do this, this, and this. Get over it. All right? It does not work that way in the Christic worlds. You want to stay in a world like this? Keep that up. You will. Now, in Christic relationships, there are several qualities. One is equality. Another is respect. Even if you don't agree, respect in how you handle the person. You can agree to disagree. You have no right to inflict your ideas on another person, and they don't have the right to do that to you either. So self-respect and respect for other is absolutely essential in any form of Christic relationship. Another is fairness, just simple fairness between you. And if you are with someone who is not treating you this way, either address the issues with them, or they're going to make it where you can't make the links you need frequency-wise. You can try to help them make the links, but if they don't want to grow in those ways, what are you holding on to anyway? A lot of people hold on to relationships because they feel they would miss and are pining over and almost grieving over what the relationship could have been and what they hoped it would be. And then when they look at it and look at what really went down and what's really there, it never was that, even if you have a heart connection and love the person deeply. So it is a time for assessment of your most intimate relationships, just to see where you're at with that and to love and respect yourself enough, and where you want to end up after this life, at the end of this, whether you walk through or bardo through. Where do you want to end up? Because these frequencies will hold you down like a net, because they're coming from the net. Those twisted ideas in the mental body program run right through our biologies. So fairness is another one. Kindness is another. Whatever issues are going down between you and a person, you can still train yourself, discipline yourself to be kind. Even if they're ticking you off totally, even if they're chasing you around rooms and stuff. If they're doing that, get out. That doesn't mean you can't maybe fix stuff. If they want to get help, they want to stop that, fine. But if somebody is abusing you, be it a male abusing a female abusing a male, males and females abusing each other, the abuse is not acceptable. Physical abuse is not acceptable. Neither really is verbal abuse and those kind of things. But that gets caught in the VV game. One starts it, blames it on the other, da-da-da-da, and then the one that started it decides they're going to go and chase you around the room. Any of those type of cycles of abusive relationships, they are karmic relationships. They might have higher levels to them too, but they're processing karmic issues. And somebody needs to make a shift out of those issues into a safer and more healthy way of processing and healing those issues. So it's really, you like if you're within a relationship where one's abusing the other or you're abusing both of each other, do you really think you're going to walk through into the deity planes together? Probably collapse your pods, you just wouldn't be able to make the frequency shift. So it's time to really take a good hard look at your relationships, the quality of them on many levels, not just because the person's a good provider or a good cook or is good with the kids, and if you have kids it makes it more complicated, but there are ways to change the form of relationships into something more healthy. Sexuality is a really interesting one because a lot of relationships have a lot of good things going for them. But sometimes even from the beginning, and even if they've lasted 30 years, there's been this not exactly compatible sexually. There's a lot of people who are actually more, say, gay-oriented or something, and married heterosexually, and have tried to be that because it was hard for them because of the society pressure and all that to even face that fact that they might be. It might not just be the gay thing. It might just be hetero, but completely codedly different. Not in a way that makes a nice flow. There should be a wave, like a silk and silver wave, a tantra wave that can flow, even if you don't have full tantric affiliation code-wise, that two people should be able to experience together. And if that wave is missing, it might be because both people failed to give certain things, I'll call them the A's for down, I'll get to those in a minute, failed to give those things to each other, and it just built up a bunch of turning inward away from each other, even though your bodies are still together and trying to do the act. It's worth not doing the act if you can't do it well for what it's meant to be, because it's an insult to the act. The act of sex is supposed to be a dance of merging, a dance of love. A tantra of creation. It is supposed to be a spiritual experience. If you're a person running around because you have this really high sex drive and you're just trying to find the next place to put it, right? That kind of thing. Yeah. If you're the wham bam or guy, thank you ma'am or guy type, that's not. You're so missing what can be shared with that act. So I won't go into sex education, guardian style right now, because we're all learning to get rid of the old patterns that our society has us pretty much locked into, and we can grow beyond them. There'll probably be other workshops that are oriented about couples and people who want to become couples, and regardless of if they're hetero or heterosexual, homosexual, whatever. It doesn't matter because they're all legitimate as long as the feelings are legitimate between the people and honesty and the Christian attitudes and actions are applied, not just once in a while, but on a regular basis. And it takes discipline, self-discipline, to learn how to do those, to become mindful enough of yourself, what you're doing, what you're thinking, what you're saying to another person, how you're saying it. That takes a lot of work, self-work. But the more you work on yourself, the higher level of partner you will draw to yourself. You will draw to yourself someone in co-resonant frequency. And that doesn't mean they'll be exactly like you. You might draw someone, if you're really passive, you might draw somebody really aggressive to you. So work on not being so passive, and balance it out. And then you'll draw somebody to you who's not so aggressive. There's so many things that need to be spoken about as far as helping people. We all help each other. And the beloveds help us to learn how to have better quality relationships in our most intimate sectors. There's some basic things that some of the Buddhist teachings have said, and I forget the name of the man, but he wrote a book, and I think it was something like the 5 A's of love, and he listed them as, I believe, in this order: acknowledgement, what any being actually needs, not just in an intimate relationship that way, but between parents and children, between grown children and parents, between everybody and everybody. If you really want to bring genuine love and harmony into relationships, there are things, not just fairness and kindness and sensitivity and assertiveness when necessary. The 5 A's that had been published, and I forget his name and I couldn't find the book to write it down, but there's a man who wrote about these and called them the 5 A's. One was acknowledgement for being who they are. They are acknowledged for existing, and respect goes with that. The second one would be allowance, allowing them to be who they are, even if you don't agree, even if you don't particularly like it. Now, it even goes down to silly little things like wanting somebody else to dress a way that's uncomfortable for them to please you, that kind of stuff. That allowance would be you would respect and acknowledge them enough to be happy with them because they were happy with how they were being, instead of trying to force them to change for you. All right? Third one, attention. You know how you can get in a relationship, it's great at first, then you all kind of disappear from each other because everybody's too busy with everything else that's more important? Relationships, good relationships, need a constant flow of attention. Make that this is us time. This is our time. And that goes with kids and everything as well. They need attention. His number 4 was affection. Affection is important. It's very important. That doesn't just mean sexual affection. A lot of people that I've met in my life thought that, affection means having sex. Hello? No, but affection can lead to wanting to make love. Affection is from parent to child, from grown child to parent, from couples to each other. Affection is from a person to animals, to trees, to grass, to other people who really tick you off, to some of the crazy people acting crazy on the planet that are killing each other and stuff. You can still hold an intention of affection, but protecting yourself, of course, from not becoming cannon fodder to people who are caught in the VV game. The 5th one was appreciation. Appreciation for who they are, even if it's not how you design them to be. You didn't design them. It's not your job to. You work on yourself. Let other people work on themselves. And when you work on yourself, you will draw to you people who are having similar lessons with themselves. And the more you open to shifting yourself higher, the more you will find people that have that compatibility with you that are doing their best to shift themselves higher too. So we've got acknowledgement, allowance, attention, affection, appreciation, and the beloveds added one more called acceptance. Accept them exactly how they are. See the perfection in what they are, even if it's so not perfect to what you think it should be. And this goes to yourself as well. These are the 6 A's that you need to give to all of your relationships in whatever form appropriate to the relationships, including the one with yourself. All right? When you're beating up on yourself because you're too fat, too skinny, too short, that kind of thing, that is not doing these things for yourself. You are denying yourself of the A's. Now, if you do manage to get to a decent level of these 6 A's in your relationships with self and others, it will lead to the 7th A, the beloved said, the big A, ascension. So if we can just remember, in a little anecdote, the 7 A's are the key to love, life, liberty, and freedom. If we can just remember those little things. And they're not so little when you try to put them in practice and you take some like personal assessment and go, what am I doing? I never really thought about what I was doing in relation to those A's, right? And unfortunately, that's not in the chart packs because I wish I could have given you a sheet on that. But they just gave that to me as I was sitting out there during break. So that will probably pop up in the next one, right? In a bit more, elaborated upon form. Now, okay. And they wanted to just say one more thing as far as looking for your twins and wanting to find your twins out here on the horizontal. They said, you don't need to push. You just need to learn to trust the river, the crystal river, because it will flow. And the more you push and like run and like go, I've got to find, that will keep you out of the flow. It will actually create a more bumpy ride with the river. Trust that it is coming. Trust that it will come in divine right order, divine right timing, divine right person. And I think we're pretty good with that. Yeah, I already did the sky pods. So we're back to our MyPods, bipods, tripods, and sky pods, and the technique activations for this particular workshop wrap-up. We're going to do these as a wave stream. Oh, and I wanted to say one more thing before, a couple more actually. Before we do the wave stream on the 4 of them together, there was one thing, and I'm going to say it now instead. I was going to say it at the end, but I want me to say it now. Let me see if I can see my scribbled writing. You know how, especially if you've been with the work for a long time, it's been like, it seems like 5 million techniques. And we do how much, what, every when, right? To the point where it's almost like you just need to have a cave or a pod and just spend all your time doing texts, right? Well, what's really nice is what's going to happen after this particular workshop. There'll still be some techniques to do to get the activations going. But what we're moving toward is the space where we will have to do only a couple of things, and they refer to it as just engage the dance, which means we will simply need to, what is that word? Excuse me. Dance. Oh, breathe, dance, sing, bend energy, intend, dream stream, and go there. So, while we're talking about going there, let's get going there. Yes, we're going to do the water codes. There's going to be a rapid water codes induction, which is the number 2, number 6, and number 10 of the virtues. It's going to be optical, pineal, and simultaneous palm chakra induction. And it doesn't take long. You just inhale with the left hand, with your third eye, actually. Inhale with your third eye to bring it into your pineal. But then you also inhale with the left hand to pull the code frequency in, and then exhale it into the appropriate chakra with the right hand. We're going to be using chakras 2, chakra 2, which goes with code 2, which is a sacral chakra down here. Chakra 6, which goes with code 6, which is here. And chakra 10, which is above the head, don't even worry about where it is, just go, and it will put that one in. It goes really fast, and that will give us time to go into the journey wave, because it is going to be a wave they're running. On the journey wave, we are going to, again, do Journey to the Sanctuary Island Silver Seed Temple. Here you'll be receiving your resident prayer salon, in other words, MyPod key. You'll be activating your memory stones from the beach. Remember, they're in your tailbone at this point. And meeting the Majadic twin Cosmea level. The twin, whatever your twin is, you will be meeting the Cosmea level of that identity in whatever form, actually. They'll come in as orbs, and some of you may actually see the being, but they won't show the face right now of the person, if they have one on the ground, that is yours. Because there's too many thought forms that other people might have, like you might have about other people or whatever, that could get in the way and distort that. So they will let you meet them at that level first before a reveal like that is given. After meeting them and establishing a bit of a relationship with them by going into the MyPod space in the temples and interacting with them, even if you can't hear words yet, you can feel direct cognition, even if it's just, okay, we're going to float around in orbs together and just know I'm learning something, right? Once you establish a certain level of communication and communion with them that way, then they may feel it is time to reveal if they have someone on the ground, and if it's time to let you start exploring what that is. So everybody will move a little bit differently with that. Some people will be like, all right, I'm trying not to see the face, but I know, right? And that's good, right? But other people, I haven't. It's been 3 months. It's been 6 months. I haven't seen it. All I'm doing is floating around with that light being up there. And yes, it's male, or yes, it's female, but I only got that far. He'll probably give you a name to use, or at least an anagram of a name, because some of the names are like way too long. And you look at them, if they tell you the letters, and you go, how do I pronounce that? And they say, you don't. Not in your language, right? So anyway. So don't worry about faces, because it will only be... they're saying don't even go there. Okay, right? They won't give faces this time. They might give their own, but it won't be the face of their incarnate down here if they have one, just to avert that potential mental body distortion stuff. Okay, then we'll go from there. Now, I think I'd like to put up that other diagram that goes with this, because while I'm doing this, I can show where we're going. So you remember the flow? Thank you.
This one, isn't it?
Yeah, that one. All right, so we're going to start the journey number 1 to the Sanctuary Island Silver Sea Temple, which is this whole complex. This is where we've been popping in the other exercise, techniques that we have done, other projections that we have done. What they're telling me is, usually we have to go through a gate or do something or other to get there. What they're telling me is, because they opened my stream where I am streaming, oh boy, they're what? Oh boy, they're gonna expand my pod. I didn't even know I activated it yet. They just went, you didn't, we did. Okay. They're going to expand it enough where they can project that out, so we just don't have to do steps to get to where we are in the temple. We will just expand it out and basically bring the temple to us through me and Asan and Max Field. Actually, they'll use the 3 flames to do that. And okay, sorry. So we'll do the receiving the prayer salon key, the pod key, activating the memory stones, and meeting your Cosmea level of your Majidic twin. That will start in here. We'll probably at some point be taken back into these sections, and that's where the individual MyPods are, where they actually are activated already and waiting. They're a dormant form, but as soon as you activate them with the keys, they become a permanent fixture. But it's a fixture that can move. It can be actually taken out. It's like being able to take your living room and travel with it and then bring it back, that kind of thing, which is kind of neat. So we'll be doing that, and we'll start the journey there. Next one is number 2, is activation of the Tantric shield, initiation of the Fontic shield. So this is just the initiation of the Fontic shield, right? And we're going to activate the Tantric shield. That goes with those 2 versions of the Majida. And the Fontic shield will finish its activation during the course of the India Shields Clinic. During this, we're going to go journey to the Tidal Pool Crystal Healing Gardens. That means we're going to go from over here, where we're going to pop in, or it's going to pop around us, and then go into our individual. I think we're going into our individual ones. I have to see the sequence on this to this that they're going to do, but it won't be up in the air. It's just there to show you that that's down in there. Lots of them. So we're going to go at least see where they are. They may have us come back and activate them later, but we're going to start there. Then we're going to go to the tidal pool. So we're going to go from over here over to this area. Over here we've got those big crystal pylons sticking up out of the white quartz sand, and there's these beautiful puddles, the big lakes. Some of them are like, they're not lake size, but they're quite large tidal pool puddles that have part of the water from the Silver Waterfalls mixing with the hydrolays ocean waters that come in, and when the tide comes up and then goes back out. And I because I've been here, I remember this goes back around. You can't see that other side of it, but this is huge. There's a whole piece of the beach that has these, and behind them they link into the rock of the the stones and the crystal rocks, and then there's caverns that are filled with crystal and things that you can walk through. But it's like walking through these paths with these amazing crystals around you and thinking, geez, wouldn't want to fall on one of those, because they look sharp, right? But I've never had any problem with them. In those tidal pools, we're going to do, we're going to have the first 2-point merging of the tantric twins, which means they're going to start bringing, and they'll probably just do this automatically, your tantric twin Cosmea level will begin merging its orb field with yours. And it'll just be a 2-point where your orb will be your orb, and they'll bring it into a bifeca fold with your orb. And then we'll have also the first 2-point merging of the Fontic twins. So all of the twins will begin that bifeca fold of field merging. Now, after that, we're going to go do the Mirror in the Sky activation number 3. This is when the big currents that go with that the beloveds are sending in for the host are going to run. That's opening the tantric doorways to the Aurora Earth deity planes. First, the journey is we're going to journey to the Cosmea Blue Flame Generator. So we're going to be journeying from over here in the gardens over down into here. And down into, it looks like a crater mountain, right? But there's this standing wave pillar of the blue flame, the Cosmea Blue Flame. And we're going to go down in there. There's various levels. They've taken me down in here a couple times to various levels. And it goes way down, like deep under, probably under the ocean, actually, there. Where the land goes into the mantle. But they've taken me down in here somewhere. I don't know what level on the inside. But we're going to come down in here. They're going to take us in here somehow. I don't know. They're going to just run it. So we're going to go from over there to there. So from there to Crystal Gardens, over to here. We're also going to then have the first 3-point flame merger of the tantric twins. This will form a standing wave open gate field tantric host shield. So a 3-point flame merger means the tantrics will come into full merger, I believe, from the bifeca into one, and that makes them kind of pop out double quantum, and the 3rd point will be the flame consciousness itself, because they combined and replicate quantum, so they become larger than the sum of themselves, greater than the sum of their parts. And the 3rd point for them will be the standing wave flame, that even after they go their way, because our guides won't stay with us, our twins up there won't hang with us all the time. They'll come and go and come and go. But the tantrics are able to leave a replica of themselves as blended as an open gateway that will stay open and stay as a permanent fixture. So it's going to be the first 3-point flame merger, where we come together and the 2 form the 1, forms the 3. And then the 3 replicates. They go back to doing what they're doing down here, and the twin up there. And the flame stays open, leaving the gateway open. We're also going to do the first 1-point orb merger of the Fontic twins, which means this will allow them to go from the bifeca fold into one orb fold. Now, they said this allows the Fontesia Council twins to orb link to the Tantric host shield for deity planes passage and transmission of the host. So by going into one with that quantum, with the Cosmea level of your twin up there, your fawn, if you're a fawn, if you're a fawn, what? Fontic, if you're a Fontic twin, that will allow you to make a permanent link into the host shield that was opened by the Tantric twins. And last but not least, because all of that's going to happen, over there in this area. So all of that's going to be taking place in there. And then I think we're coming back, taking up residency. Yeah, we're going to come back. This is where we're going to have activating the memory stones in the day flows of the physical, atomic, emotional, telluric body, which will allow your MyPod to open as a permanent fixture within this, within this temple structure, and that will allow an open stream of. And I don't know why, but I keep getting it from this angle. It's a funny angle because usually I don't like to listen to anything that's coming in on the left, right? Just because of the stuff we learned about light body and stuff before, and about where twisted lines are in relation to the galactic alignments. But this one is, I haven't got maps on it or ever, but it seems to come in kind of like, I don't know, somewhere like that. It can move too. Sometimes it's over there, it's almost like a big bubble. There's a whole other reality field in it, and you feel like you're this really big person looking into this little reality field that's huge on a string attached to your brain, right? And I've actually consciously moved it over to my mentor space just to make sure. So you can do that if you want to. But then it kind of goes, and goes back. And it kind of floats around sometimes, so I think it's pretty mobile. But we will come back to the main temple to do that final activation, and once that's done, you have your open stream. A part of your quantum of your luminary body will be stationed there and residing in your MyPod, and you can link with that part of yourself at any time. It's not going to close, but if you forget it's there, you might get like, "Hello, you. You're supposed to remember I'm here, right? Talk to me. They want to talk to you, that kind of thing." So. The experience will be a little different for everybody, but it is a permanent activation. If you want it, and again, I'll say it really quick. Anybody that doesn't want to do any activations never has to. You can just mentally say, "I don't want it. I'm not ready," and you won't get those frequencies. But I had to say that just in case any new people didn't know that. So, and by that, we should be quite activated and quite finished. So now, let's get quite going. What? If what? You can't decide. You're either coded for one or the other. It's not a personal decision whether, I'm trying to say it so people hear what you're saying too. It is not a personal decision to decide whether you want to do a tantric or whether you want to do the fontic. You are coded for one or the other. Both are Majidic, okay, which means they're bender, right? The elemental command. But you're already coded for one or the other, not both. So it will come to you, all right? You might not even realize which one it is. That will come to you in time with working with your Cosmea twin partner. They will let you know more information, okay? No. No, just ride the wave. Okay, it will work out. They will know what to do. You don't have to do anything for both. Okay, relax and trust the wave. You'll see. You don't know what the technique is yet, so there's nothing you have to do. There's not going to be, now tantrics do this and phonics do this. There's going to be, we all do this, and your coding, whichever it is, will take you into the right configurations, okay? So you don't have to worry about that, all right? So thank you for asking, in case there was other people that were concerned about that. Okay. All right. Now, okay, we go into the optical pineal induction and simultaneous left hand inhale, right hand transmit to chakra 2, because this is Virtue 2 core code and code, virtue code, the Ahuneta. Felt that one. That's good. We can switch next. We don't have to go through the toning on this. The other activations will trip all of that, all the switches on them. Now, this one is Virtue 6, the Raisi. We'll just inhale, forehead and left hand. Exhale, right hand into chakra 6, crown at the forehead, third eye. Okay, and last one. This one is Virtue 10, the Tat 10. This had me do a little extra, so don't, just ignore me. They wanted me to do something double. Okay, alrighty. We have the water codes. The water command codes of 2, 6, and 10 are now put on active or initiation. They will activate once we do these activations within the deity flows of the day center and the Dantian and all those parts of our energy fields. The next one I would like you to put back up just for, it's the one with the map. Right? So hopefully I would like to be able to keep that up there because it will help hold the frequency in the room of the mathematical, coding. And I'm going to go find a place to sit down and see how they want to do this. I'm not going to sit there. I don't know why, but I'm getting that I need to sit over there. I don't know why. It must be the transmission angle. What is that?
Do you want to sit right there?
Yeah, here looks okay.
Go off the stage, right?
I don't know why I brought this, but I'm thinking they might use it as to point when we're shifting from one location to the other. And try to slow your breathing just a bit. Everyone at every moment has a standing wave moving, just undulating within inside them as their pillar. Try to feel just the motion of it and rock with it a little if you can feel it. And everybody's will probably be different speed. Some might be faster, some might be slower, some might feel like they're not moving at all. But they're there. Standing wave of your vertical pillar is plural. A nice way to not just slow the breathing, but to slow the rhythm of the entire body structures is to feel the movement of that wave and rock with it a little bit, back and forth or side to side, doesn't matter. And then slow the rock. And breathe slower. And try to feel the wave slow. Nice. There we go. Now, we're going to journey to the Sanctuary Island Silver Seed Temple, but really, it's going to journey to us. So we can just sit there with our waves. Feel your wave at a bit slower rate. And in a minute, heads up, speaker 3, because in a minute, the beloveds are going to, from the temples, are going to activate and expand our MyPod spaces that I didn't even know when I was activated. I'd seen the room once. And with that, which means without us even sitting in Patra, they're going to bring them together into a tripod and expand it out so where it's actually in the room and everyone is actually sitting in it. So I'll let you know it's going to be in a minute, not a minute or two, but a couple seconds. Okay. They're asking 3 speakers to inhale and hold for a moment. And you guys can just relax and rock gently. And 1 and 2 on 3, which isn't yet. We're going to exhale and imagine the 3 of us going together in the center and then going and 3. 3. There'll be 2 more breaths like that, but not too much time in between them. Inhale, 3 speakers. Exhale. And 1 more. Inhale. And exhale. Now, the 3 of us, and also everyone else, try to just feel the presence of the places where you whatever you've seen when you have projected before into the Silver Seed temples at Sanctuary Island. Even if it's sitting just on the inside part of one of those areas where you're looking out over the ocean view through all those arched, glassless window structures, just try to feel that you're right there right now. And the ocean is actually, the view you're looking at, the ocean is like where we are here and back through, and you see the arches where we are here. And past that is the ocean view and the scene that you're seeing on this side of the map. Try to feel the presence of yourself as a wave there. And know your body is there too, because there has become here. Try to sense the presence of your luminary body, your crystallized luminary body within you, rocking with the wave as well. Okay, and they're saying now that, they're in the temple, on the temple deity planes layers, there is a very large group of people in orb, beings in orb. These beings are the Cosmea level of your Majidic twins, whichever kind of twin of that you are, it doesn't matter. They're both Majidic, and you've got the match to whatever core coding you're carrying. And there's one for every one of us, and the ones for people who have had to leave before because of the timing, they will go with them, and they will bring them into the frequencies of this. So that's why they will get the activations anyway. Okay, now try to sense in the room above us, because imagine the 2 spaces are actually right now existing in the same space and time coordinate. And it's just a matter of shifting perception before that one would feel like the real solid one, and this one would feel like an underimage. Try to sense from your luminary body's perceptions now, because to your luminary body, those frequencies are more real. And that feels and looks solid. And this feels kind of dense, like a shadow. Try to feel the ocean breeze coming gently through the arched window shapes. Feel it pass across your body, pass across your cheeks. It's refreshing. And there's a smell in the air that's really lovely. It's a smell of some kind of flower. And it's not jasmine and it's not freesia, but it reminds me of a scent, something like a combination. They don't have that flower here, they said. See, just imagine you can smell it. Close your eyes and just try to see right through your eyelids and see out in front of you. There's that beautiful ocean view and the breeze and the smells coming through. And sense the presence even stronger now of your Cosmea twin match. They're all in a circle on the ceiling if you're in the room, and the others are gone out on their missions to find theirs if they're left. They're going to transmit something to us now, and they're going to transmit it right to us from their orb. Oh boy. I just remembered something. That's what that was. Wow. Okay, they're going to transmit the keys to your MyPod. Sense that they're actually descending down around us, and they're actually collecting on the floor. Like little orb guys are all over the floor. every one of us will receive, it almost feels like a little spark, right? But it kind of, not little, not like twing, but like tennis ball size, actually. That's what I remembered it as. It went poof. And it kind of went, ooh, what was that, beloveds? And they didn't tell me anything about it at the time, but I get what it is now. They'll release those in a second. These are the key codes that you need. It's a copy of the beginning of the accelerator and activation codes that are theirs, that match yours, that will trigger the beginning of yours. And that's why I guess we had the 2 stones, where we got the 2 the memory stones that we'll deal with later. Okay. All right. They're going to transmit the activator keys for the MyPods in a minute. Let's inhale and hold for a moment. When they transmit, we're going to exhale. When I say exhale, they're going to transmit, and then we're going to inhale back up really quickly and bring them up into our memory stones and our tailbones. Okay. Exhale. They're shooting up. Go get them and bring them up and into your tailbone. Ooh. And then bring them up a little bit. Top it up bring them up to the day point, right below your navel. And then just exhale and relax. Ooh. Okay, so you've received your MyPod key. And that has this breathing up and in, has activated the memory stones. And now we're going to meet a little bit more personally our Mashiach twin from the Cosmea level. And for this, they would like us to just breathe gently. And imagine we're all sitting kind of lotus style, facing the ocean view on that platform in the Silver Seed Temple on Sanctuary Island. Imagine you can still feel little orbs all over the floor that just transmitted your keys to you. What they're going to do next is come up into your mentor space over your right shoulder. And from that space, they're going to actually deorb and become a light being of a certain gender, whichever gender, and everybody's will be different. You know, some male, some female, but they will have gender. And you may have like more androgy feeling ones, but they will still have a biological gender. And they're going to do that in about a second or two. Okay, so they're asking us to inhale into our Azure, hold there for a moment, and then push an exhale line directly out into our mentor space over here and open up the sphere there and invite them in. And then just breathe gently. And as we breathe gently, there can feel a ripple running through the whole bunch of them all over on the floor. They're going to shift now. They're moving in orb, still in orb form, and I'm seeing most of them are about, some are smaller, but most of them are about, they're not quite as big as a basketball, but whatever diameter that is. Bigger than a dessert plate, but not as big as a dinner plate. Size spheres. So they're taking their positions in your mentor space where we've invited them to join us. And to help them with anchoring their charge here so we can feel them better, they're going to pop out of orb and become a being standing, next to us that we should be able to feel to some degree. But to help them do that in a way that we might be able to feel it better, let's inhale and hold. And when we exhale, they're going to pop into their hominid form. Exhale now. I don't know how many people can sense the presence of a hominid human-like being that glows almost from the inside out. So it's hard to see what the features really are or whatever, because they're bathed in light that is radiating out from inside of themselves. And they can turn that down and actually fully solidify in the form if they want to. But for this, because they don't want to get into recognitions or anything right now as far as incarnates they have on the ground that you might be supposed to hook up with and stuff, they're just going to stay. And where you can recognize like the look in the eye, the look of love, and that you can trust them and that kind of thing, but they're not going to reveal anything other than their gender. They will reveal just by feel, male or female, to you. It doesn't matter what gender you are. And by the way, just if you happen to be a heterosexual person and don't want to be a not heterosexual person, and you happen to feel that, my twin seems to be female too or whatever, and I'm female, does that mean on the ground? That doesn't necessarily mean that if they have a person that, you have a contract to get together down here, that doesn't mean that that person is female. That person could very well have a male body, because there's usually not discomfort zones like that in these type of relationships. Okay, now they're going to come with us, and they're going to just kind of stay walking as if they're kind of just walking right with us. And we're going to take a little bit of a walk, and then we're going to go into orb together. We're going to just walk a little bit to, now if we're sitting in that temple, right, on the diagram, we're looking out, and the ocean is up here where the screen is. So we're looking out there. To our left would be the area of the Crystal Gardens, and before that there would be the 3 waterfalls coming down that we should be able to sense out on the left. And they look very, very silvery, and there's 3 of them coming down, and you can see them out of some of the arc windows that go around that side of the building. There's quite a bit away, quite a bit. It's a huge space inside of the temple, but you can see them there. Try to see if you can sense hearing them, because there's a sound that they're making. Now, we're going to just imagine now that we're going to pick our luminary bodies up and stand them up, just our luminary bodies, and inhale. And on the exhale, we're going to pop them up and walk them toward the left, toward the sound of the waterfalls. And change direction where we're now looking toward that left. And you can turn your head to the left if you want to do that, to keep a synchronization with your luminary body and your physical body perceptions. And now, even if your body's facing forward, you'd be facing the view of the waterfalls that are coming, they're out over your left arm there. And what we're going to do now, and remember to feel the presence of your Cosmea twin there with you over your right shoulder still. And we're going to inhale, and on the inhale, we're going to pull together. He or she is going to go back into orb, and your luminary body is going to go into orb too. And you're just going to kind of ride together, not doing a full link yet or anything, but just ride together to go over to the Crystal Gardens, which are over past the waterfalls. Keep going a little bit and down on the beach level. There, those beautiful Crystal Gardens. We're going to go over there into the tidal healing pools, and they will take us to the next stage of the activation in those places. So let's inhale and pull our luminary body into orb, and our twin guides will do that too. And on the exhale, just push ourselves out those left windows, travel past the waterfalls and downward toward the crystals. Big crystals sticking out of the sand. They're absolutely beautiful when you get in there. And imagine yourself right now that with your twin guide, imagine you're floating around. We're all floating around in and amongst the crystals, and they can't hurt us, especially when we're in orb. You can't cut your orb on them. They're protected, and we're protected from that kind of thing happening up there. And one up there is here. So let's just float around a little bit and just get a feel for the size of this. You can only see a little bit of these crystal tidal pool gardens in this drawing, but there is a huge expanse of these. It's like a whole spa resort thing or something that, size is just massive. So just know that's there. We're going to stay pretty much on just the other side of this drawing, where you'd be as if you're floating in around the ones that you can see, and then making a little bit of turn toward the left around that where the waterfalls are sticking out, and we're going to go in behind on the other side of those waterfalls, because in there are some of the deeper healing pools amongst the crystals, and there's a whole bunch of them. So we're going to be there. The orb, the guides are going to, while we're still in orb, break us into groups, and it doesn't really matter who's in who. They're just saying you can't fit everybody energetically in one of those tidal pools. So they're just going to break us up into whatever random ones. Try to sense where your orb actually ends up with your guide. Like, was it more to the left, more to the right? Because there's a whole, did it come back around this way? Because there's one big one. There's one big tidal pool right at the base of that thing where the waterfalls are coming out, the little waterfalls. So some might come back that way because we already went past those together. So just feel it out. And they're going to land us now, and on the surface of the water of our tidal pool that we've been, not assigned to, but invited to. And we're going to do an inhale, and then hold a minute. And when we exhale, we're going to pop back into our luminary body form, and so is our twin guide, and we will be levitating just right above the surface of the waters in the tidal pool we're going into. While we're in the tidal pool waters of the crystal gardens, we're going to engage the Biveka merge, which is your orb and the guide's orb will go into a half union where the spheres push halfway together, where the center point of your sphere would be where the outer edge of your guide's sphere, and vice versa. So you're kind of touching each other's center point with the outer edge of your sphere. That's a Biveka merge. And we're going to first do it in the body forms that we are in, because now we're hovering above, levitating above the tidal pool in the out of orb, and our orbs are still there, our circular fields are still there, but we're now having our body manifest. So we're in our luminary body, our guide is standing to our right, and we're going to now have an inhale breath, and on the exhale, nice slow one, we're going to slowly move down into the water. We can feel it coming up in your luminary body. Feel it. Oh, your feet are going in, and now you're up to your calves and up to your about thigh level. Most of them are up to about thigh level, give or take, because some people have shorter legs. So that's just an average thigh level, kind of how deep are these. The waters should feel absolutely wonderful. They're warm, but not too hot. But they are definitely not chilly. So it should feel like a very pleasant experience. There's also a fizziness to the waters, almost like you can feel light bubbling and glowing through the molecules of it, and just a little nice like fizz, almost not quite like soda, more like fizzy water, like what do they call that? Sparkling water, that. So now we're going to. There are areas that are sand coated or something because they're soft that you can sit on, and you can sit to where you're about up to your, sit on that where your bottom half is in the water. And there's also deeper sections in the middle of these, but for now they just want us to sit there with our backs like to the outer edge of it, and our bent legs bent at the knees, going into the water, and the water is up to about the waist or a little bit higher while we're sitting. Now our twin guide is going to come in his or her form, and form body, and still glowing to the point of just mild feature recognition of its identity on that level. It's going to come and stand before you, and it will adjust the size of its massive hugeness. If it was its own, if it just expressed itself in, a human-sized form, it would probably be extremely large. It's going to adjust size harmonics there, so you're proportionate to each other, energetically and form-wise. And imagine now, and try to feel the sense that your luminary body is putting up its hands into the Patra stance, and that you can do this with your physical hands as well, here, and that your twin guide is going to put his hands into the Patra stance with you as well. He's standing in front of you now. He's on over your right shoulder now. He's standing in front of you. Try to feel the sensation on the palms of your physical hands. He's going to do a gentle rocking wave with you. Try to feel, remember your rocking flame inside of you. Try to feel that in your luminary body and in your physical one, and let your physical body rock a bit with it. Try to sense that your twin is rocking with you. You should get some type of tingling or something in the palms or fingertips with this. And now, while holding the Patra stance still, you can rock and just feel the wave moving. Try to feel the twin's wave too. And let it will be a bit faster than your own. And let it pick up the speed of your wave rock. And keep the Patra stance physically as well. Try to sense the feeling of what is happening and try to visualize this to your luminary body palms that are physically there in the Patra stance with your twin. Now almost feel as if the palms went through your twin's palms and are now actually on your guide's shoulders, and that your twins' palms have also gone through your palms and are now on your shoulders. So it's if you're very close together now, and still feel the rocking, but feel the presence of the shoulders on your palms, and feel the presence of your twins' palms on your shoulders. Now we're going to do a simultaneous inhale breath where our twin and ourselves are going to inhale and hold into the day point, or each our own. And that contracted our fields away from each other. And now on the exhale, we're going to push out the Azure and toward each other. That actually creates a link between the Ra center that's in the middle of the body, we've talked about that before, and also the carinatus seal. Okay. Now imagine that you're both going to go back in to your orb form. So inhale and contract into a spark of light, both of you, but still feel the palm thing happening on the shoulders. And when you both exhale, you're going to pop back into your orb selves. And there should be a little tiny sensation actually in your fourth chakra. There's seals in and around the fourth chakra that have to do with the carinatus, that you just linked into a Bhaiveka fold with your Majidic twin Cosmea level guide. You can put your physical hands down now, if you'd like. Try to feel the presence just in field of an expansion in yourself, almost as if you can feel somebody else, like right here, half of them, or something, like in orb. Even when you're focused in your physical body, It's an odd sensation. So, now, whether you were a tantric twin or a fontic twin, you've just entered the Biveka merge with your twin. Next thing we are going to do is the Mirror in the Sky Activation 3, and this is where there's a large transmission that's going to come in. This, we will be opening the tantric doorway to the Aurora Earth deity planes. This involves journeying from where we are at the Crystal Garden tidal pools to the Cosmea Blue Flame Generator, which is over in that mountain, over to the, well, if you're standing where we are now, it's over to the left in the diagram, but it's like back and behind where the Crystal Gardens are. So at this point, the activations that we do will result in a simultaneous 3-point flame merger of the tantric twins with their twin, and the first 1-point orb merger of the fontic twins. They're saying both will experience this at this time as a bringing together into one, into a Triveka fold, actually, and then going from Triveka into one big orb. Each of us will do that with our twin together. And that will be on the inhale, and then when we exhale, there will be a pop. And I'm listening to what they're saying here. And when the pop happens, we will become a flame, a large Akasha-shaped flame. We will look the same, but each twin type will look the same in that form, but one will have more charge behind it than the other because they're activating the tantrics first. So the flames will look the same size. They'll just be at a little bit different intensity levels because this is initiation for the phonics and the actual activation of the tantric twin shield. As we do this, we are triggering the same activation in the planetary Aquafarian host shield and in Earth's shield as well. And what this will culminate in is opening the tantric doorways between this location, not just this location, but this location called Net Earth, and Aurora Earth deity planes. So, to do this, we're doing what, beloveds? Okay, and they said we're going to move now from our Biveka fold in the Crystal Garden tidal pools. By the way, once you realize, once your stream is open, you have the map. You can go to the temple, go out the window, orb out the window, go down the Crystal Gardens. If you want to soak in those pools by yourself, you're welcome to do that. Just so you know. Okay. So we're going to there. Ooh, okay. There's this big energy ripple coming up out of the ground over by the gate that's in the water, over in the ocean level. There's a little gate over where it says Hydrolase Ocean. There's a gate, and there's a ripple, almost like a shaking coming up there and out of the water. This is the activation sets for the Mirror in the Sky Activation 3. Okay, when it's going to actually arc from there and come right across where we are, like a wave field, like a big sheets of energy and light, and link right into the generator, the Cosmea generator in the mountain crater over there. So they want us to inhale and hold as it's getting ready. When they release it, we will exhale, and it will take us in orb and Biveka orb link with our twins, flying over into link with the Cosmea flame generator. And exhale and fly. Ride the wave. coming close to the link now. We're almost, yeah, there we go. Ooh. Okay, now imagine that you can still feel your luminary body, but you're in Biveka orb bond with your twin. And now you're spiraling down. All of us are spiraling down together with our twins down this huge Cosmea blue water fire pillar. And it was kind of like a lovely sensation of just spiraling downwards as we go to the level in this mountain temple where we're able to do flame merger and turn from the Biveka fold into an inhale, Triveka fold, and then an exhale, one large flame. So we're still spiraling. You'll let us know when we get down there. We're going past ground level now. Like if the island were flat where it hits the water, we're going under sea level, in other words. Okay, we're still like spiraling down this gentle elevator of kind of undulating bluey silver light with heliotalic pastel flashes is what I'm seeing. Okay. All right, they're saying we're getting close to a stop. All right, we're still all in this pillar, this flame pillar. And they would like us to inhale and hold, and as we do, it brings the Biveka together, it pops out into a Triveka, and pull in a little bit more on the inhale. And when we exhale, it will pop out as we have become a literal flame, one singular flame shaped like an akasha, with our twin. And we won't be able to tell the difference yet of which ones are tantric and which ones are fontic. Okay. Just try to sense that merger for a bit. Okay. Now this is a huge diameter standing pillar flame, so it can easily fit all of these people in like our body sizes the way we are here. So we're going to deorb both of ourself and our twin. And we'll do this by first inhaling and holding. On the exhale, we're going to deorb ourselves, and our twin will do that too, and stand right he'll be standing right in front of us, or she'll, in the Patra stance. Do palms up again. Try to feel the presence. And as soon as you hit the Patra palms, they go right through to the shoulders. Ooh. And just breathe gently for a few moments and feel the presence of the light being standing before you in Patra union. And begin synchronized breath. Try to feel the sense that when you inhale, you are inhaling the pure energy from the exhale of your twin. And as you do, you're exchanging codes of the beginnings of Tantra or the fontic. And when you exhale, your twin is doing the same. Try to feel that wave moving through you again, your wave and your twin's wave moving, and try to move your body with it. And do this physically in your seats too, to ground it into your physical body. Try to sense the presence of your twin's shoulders on your palms and your twin's palms on your shoulders. Try to synchronize the breaths. You inhale, twin exhales. You exhale, twin inhales. Try to synchronize the movement of the waves with the inhale and exhale. As you rock back and forth together. And then gently, keep breathing gently, but so you can stop the rocking and kind of stabilize the wave into a lovely still wave. still flame wave that is around you and running within you, and feel it in your physical body if you can too. And now we're going to have a really quick but gentle and possibly profound linking of the chakras. And only if you feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable yet, you can wait for that level of the activation until the time when you do. But for those who would like to complete this process to this level, with the Cosmea level of your twin, we're going to take, I'll explain what we're going to do first before we do it. We're going to take an inhale breath into the chakras one at a time. We'll inhale and into our own chakra, and when we exhale, we'll just push a line of energy toward the other person and toward your twin, but not push it at them, just push it toward them. And if their chakra is ready to receive that, it will. If not, it might be that just the codes aren't ready to activate yet. So, and when you inhale this time, your twin is going to inhale also and do the same. So you're both releasing that stream of chakra energy to the other at the same time. And if they're ready to link on that chakra, they will make a loop where your energy will go into the chakra, and then come actually back to yours, and theirs will do the same in the opposite direction. So you create a counter spinning stream. And we're going to be starting with chakra 1, which is the base chakra. So just inhale into the base chakra. Inhale up into the base chakra. And gently exhale a cord of energy, a nice stream of energy, toward but not into the base chakra of the twin. Just let the stream do what it wants to. It's not ready to link. It won't be time. Try to sense that a stream has just been released to you in that way. And if your codes are ready to receive that link on that chakra, then it will make its loop and link. Try to sense, because you can usually feel a little jitter or something when the link is made. Nobody will probably feel the circulation when it goes full circular yet, because they start to spin, and that usually takes more of a linking. This will be a dental linking. We're going to do the same thing, and we can do it quickly for each chakra. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and up to the 7th. So we'll link the embodied chakra sets. And some of them will be more active than others because of the root codes, the virtue codes that we've put in them. So, okay, let's just move to chakra 2. Inhale. Exhale, stream toward your partner. Just try to sense the reaction. We're going to move quick to the chakra 3. Inhale. Exhale, release stream. Sense to see if you feel a link. And move up to chakra 4 and inhale. Exhale and send it. See if you feel any little in chakra 4 area. Inhale, chakra 5. And exhale. Now we're going to inhale chakra 6 and into the pineal and hold for a moment. And then exhale. If you get the sensation or an image or anything that this one large third eye opened in the space between you and your luminary body and your twin's forehead, that means that was ready to open and link, and that will probably start circulating, which will help you to have better visuals on your journeys and things. Okay, and the last one we'll do is chakra 7. This time, inhale down into chakra 7 from your upward currents. Hold for a minute in the pineal. And then exhale and just arc it up over the head of your twin. And it'll arc down, and you have received one too. And now, before we go back into our last movement and last activation, just try to feel for a moment that there's a private harmonic around you. So even though we're all standing with our twins in this deeper Patra stand, that nobody else can see each other, to just so you can get a feel for the energy signature of this person whose codes have identified it as your Kasmea level Mashayahanic contracted twin, Majita twin. And in that private harmonic that makes like almost a little pillar around you, a cloak of invisibility around the two of you, try to step in just a little bit closer. Sense where your hands are, your palms, where that would be where the shoulders of your twin would be. And gently, just kind of put your head down just for a minute on the whatever shoulder feels comfortable, left or right. So just kind of just to feel with your head the energy radiating from the being. Try to feel if your palms on the shoulders pulse at all. Try to feel if there's a leap in frequency feel in your heart chakra areas, as if a tunnel opened, like a pillar, a horizontal pillar opened between them. And if you don't, that's okay. Eventually that will come. Excuse me. And just enjoy that feeling for a moment and try to lean into it and feel it. You can go back here at any time once we finish this exercise, and you can request that they come. Or you might find in your dream state or something that they've asked you to come and join them back in the pillar. At a certain point, and it may be if you have your twin here with you, it would involve the relationship coming online in the physical as well, if it's not somebody you're already with. If they're not, it could, if you wanted it to, involve the Kasmea level being who will stay with you now until you get through over there, because you have the codes together. So you pretty much, if they do have an incarnate down here, and you're able to anchor it fully into the physical, which gives you much more power to assist in the mission and holding the gates open from this end, then you get like both levels of them, the Kasmea level and the physical. If you don't have, if they're not incarnate here and you don't have that type of contract, then you will still have with you until you get through the Kasmea level of this being. So you can, if you choose to, have an intimate relationship with that being in the flame or in anywhere of these sanctified territories where it is safe. And that's up to you. It doesn't have to be. If it's just energy exchange and you're not interested or feel weird about it being a sexually intimate relationship, you don't have to go there and they won't push you. They might ask. You know, if you don't want to, you say, no, that's okay. I'm good with this form of relationship. And they will respect whatever form that you would like. And they will begin the process of, if you keep, remembering that your luminary body is there, and your luminary body will be interacting with them, and learning things and being shown things and being given, courses from other teachers and things there that have to do with what your mission is, your particular job in this mission down here. So this is an opening of a very, very deep relationship that will last with you. You have some guides and friends that will stay with you. Also, your Buddhas and those kind of things, they will stay with you too when you cross through. But the one who will cross through and link with you to get you through, it will be that twin, and that will be until you are safely tucked in to the deity planes. So if you ever feel like you want to too. Some people are, more interested in sexuality than others. Some people may have felt a real sexual charge, as well as heart charge in that pillar. You could go back and telepathically project into your my pod and just say, hi twin, interested, right? You could do that. Or you could let them get around to doing that or whatever. But you can make love in that flame. And your whole fields do amazing things. But you can also do tantric-like. Even if you're not a tantric, you can still do the amazing types of merging dances that we call sexuality down here in that flame, if you want to, but it's optional. You don't have to. You can be asexual and just not interested in the sexual part, and that's fine. You can just become best buddies or whatever, but this person will stick with you from this time forward. And there's one more thing we're going to do, which is taking up residency, moving in. This is where we will get our MyPods online, which will open them as a permanent fixture in the deity planes of Aurora Earth. And we will activate the memory stone keys in our day flows of the physical, atomic, emotional, telluric body. Okay, so if we're still hanging out in the flame with our twin, they're going to inhale, and we're going to pull back together into a single flame, where we pull our bodies back out of being bodies and back into orbs, and then poof into one flame. And we're going to now travel as a flame of holding two consciousnesses, that of ourselves and our twin. And notice that we have two little stones, two little memory stones, inside of that flame that's kind of hanging there. They're the ones we got from the beach. The last time we saw them, they were in our tailbone. Somehow they've ended up in the middle of our flame now, in our co-shared flame. Oh, cool. Not even going in by the door this time. Neat. I thought they were going to take us in by the door. We're going to inhale into our flame and contract our flame into a little point of light around those two memory stones. And our twin is doing the same. Hold for a moment. Try to sense the image or the imprint of the stones down in your tailbone vibrating and moving up into your first chakra. And then we're going to exhale and pop our flame back out again. And find now that we're not in the big pillar flame anymore, way back in the mountain. We are back in the private section of the temple, where all of the MyPod areas are located. And where we are is sitting in that middle part, and it's like, we have this for big dogs, big fluffy dog bed thing that we have at the house for our animals to play in. It's like a massive version of that. It's all soft and squishy. It feels like a massively big cuddle couch or something. But it's that center thing, platform, in the middle of the diagrams. And we've just popped up, but still as flame in that. And we're going to take one more inhale breath, contract our dual flame again, or two pieces. And on the exhale, we're going to pop back into our body forms there. And find that we and our twin are just sitting on this large couch-like structure, like large round couch-like, bed-like, whatever structure. They call it a creation platform. And we're just kind of looking at each other going, hi. Hello. Right. Nice to meet you. There's a funny when you get into these where you really start to feel the reality of them. It's after a while down here doesn't even feel real anymore. It's quite intense. You can do patra if you want to, or you can just kind of sit there, kind of going, hi. Just try to feel each other's presence as two physical beings that are getting to know each other, that have a strong attraction to each other in some form because they have those co-resonant codes. When we walk out, and we will walk out through the door out into the outer part of the temple again, that will fully activate your MyPod as a permanent fixture, a permanent place in the temples at Sanctuary Island. So let's just imagine that in your luminary body, you're getting up off the couch-like, bed-like thing, and your twin is also. And your twin will ask you to walk first. Remember, there was that bridge structure that went from that round thing in the middle, and then there was this little bridge-like thing that went over these waters that were on each side as you're going toward the door from the inside center of the MyPod. And now imagine you're at the doorway, the arched doorway, and put your palms up into a patra, but on the doorway itself, because there's an energy field there that it would bounce people off from both sides. So, and use your physical hands on this side too, and then feel a little whoosh as your twin that was standing behind you at this point actually walked right through you through the door, turns around and looks at you and puts the patra on the other side. So you do a live patra through the door. And just do 3 gentle breaths. The synchronized breath. Inhale, one inhales, the other exhales. 3 of those. And then just breathe normally. Try to feel this really strange, like oscillating wave field, very thin but vertically oscillating, like a thin energy membrane with ripples in it between your patra between a certain point. There'll be a vibration set released, and then it will pop, kind of like a sensation. I get a few jitters in there. I do anyway. Sometimes when this energy runs. Okay. Then take one more inhale, and your twin will inhale at the same time, and you're going to both exhale at the same time this time too, right through the door, and that will be the last. It'll be the opening. Oops, sorry. And there's a harmonic barrier that no one else can come into this space without your permission. The only other person that has access to that is your Cosmea twin. And your Cosmea twin would always have to, ask your permission or request that you could meet there or something like that. There are many, many things that can happen in this space. If you try to turn around now, you're still on the bridge. The door, the seal on the door is now opened, but it's still like an opaque glow, and your twin will stay outside for a minute. And just turn your back to the door for a minute and look into this room. Try to see what you see. We showed you the configuration of it because they're very specific, the mathematics and the shape of them. You have the round couchy thing, you have the bridge with this water, this silvery water kind of circulating gently you almost can hear a wave motion, because it is a circulation system. There are 8 lines, thin lines, of water that circulate up and down on each of those axes around you. There's, behind you at the far end of the wall, where there's no door, there's this massive waterfall that comes down, but not straight down. The water actually hugs in a thin film the kind of more rounded shape, or akasha-like, inside an akasha-like shape of the 2 panels of the 8 behind the creation platform. There are many other configurations in there. You'll also notice that the pod is actually made out of like a translucent, but like semi-opaque, not quite translucent, that kind of, it's a stone, and it's very, very smooth. And it's just slightly warm but not hot to the touch. I don't know what type of stone this is, but the floor is all the part of the floor that's there, where it isn't water, that's like sitting above the water, because underneath there's a whole aquifer underneath, so it's almost like a floating floor on the part that has a floor, and the whole walls are made of the same thing, and it's this substance, this stony type, this some kind of stone. They haven't said it's part selenite, but it's something else they haven't talked about. But it's really beautiful. It's a beautiful material. And it feels conscious. You can just like feel its consciousness. And what's neat is this is an area where now that your memory stones are activated, you can begin getting images in here. You can put yourself in here when anytime you want, because your luminary body is going to be there, and you can consciously join it and just hang out. Like when you go to sleep at night, go curl up in your bed and then like shift up and go into your MyPod and go to sleep there instead, and with your luminary body. And your twin won't bother you unless you ask for him, or if you have an appointment, they'll let you know, notes on the door or something. I'm not sure, but they won't come barging in. So that is your protected private space that you can do all sorts of things. The walls here, at times, you can have mood lighting where you just, you think a color that you'd like, or you'd like some of the panels to be like, glowing this color or glowing that color. You can't paint them, not like down here, but you can get them to glow in whatever colors you'd like just by thought, because the stone itself is conscious, not conscious like we are, like, whoa, I'm watching you, but feeling you and responding with a color response to reach the harmonic that you're projecting. So you can get the color harmonics to just bring lights or light shows moving around in the walls, and you can also make them project holographically out into the whole space. And you can also, at certain times, when certain memory stone things start to activate from the archives, from the Akashic archives, through the memory stones, you can use them as three-dimensional holographic projection screens, and they will actually project that energy out. So you can sit in your couchy thing and watch in the air as certain incarnational information is revealed to you and those kind of things. There's also learning programs that you can, like if I want to learn to do this or that or the other thing, you can use that too. So at this point, you have got your MyPod activated. We can come back now, we can, and our luminary body will stay there. You have a link. I mean, I felt mine over here, and sometimes it drifts. Just try to sense where, because it is. And mine feels like it's about this big normally, unless they're making it huge by joining it with others. So it's pretty big. And it's just a field, a spherical field that I can feel with a stream of energy that comes into my body and actually links in through my pineal and loops through that whole deity, the deity flow currents. So just... They're saying people have it coming in at different angles, so don't worry about the angle. It's okay. It's just, that has to do with the unique codes. So we can come back here into our room. We can say bye to our twin for now. And no, we can go into that space at any time for any reason. You want to hide, you want to go to sleep, you want to try to heal. Something's bothering you, not feeling well. You can go into there on a daily basis. Just... because you already are. The idea is to realize a part of you is now living there. And as long as this part of you keeps aware of that, you will start to more and more experience the two worlds simultaneously until they come together as one, where you will be able to go there too at some point. So I hope you've enjoyed the activations here. Thank you for waiting for so long. There was only one or two other things that the beloveds wanted me to address before we say, till next time. Let me get back over to the, ow. Boy, my legs sore from yesterday. Oh, or whatever. Was it yesterday? Or was it the day before? Saturday. Yeah. Okay, where's my little scratchy notes? Oh, yeah, the rest of it came when we were sitting out there on break, and it's like in hieroglyphics. Get to that point. So now, the only thing they're asking that if you what is useful to do that helps continue with the activations is if you have time, you don't have to do it every day, but using the virtue codes, whichever ones you feel like using at a time with those meditation, the 12-minute meditations, you can do those, but they're really emphasizing using the disciplines where we just get really good, because this is strengthening the body to hold these energies. And even if you don't do any other exercise, do as much of those as you can so you can start to feel the wave flow. Because that wave flow that we started to try to tune into feeling inside our bodies, that moves and does fascinating things when we get the flow moving with the disciplines for the dances. Let's see, there was something else. Let's see. Oh yeah, they said something funny to me. is that this adds a whole new perspective on the Christ-host blend wave as far as blending, because remember, we've got our mypods. Next, we've got bipods that we can do with our twins if we meet them down here, and we can do them up there with our twin level, that level of our twin. We've got the tripods, and then we've got the sky pod. I bet it would work that way too. We could find out what the other ones are doing to try to counterbalance it. So we've got all these pods that happen by blending our pods with the pods of others, right, to form a huge interface that opens those two plane sets, those two worlds, the Aurora Earth deity planes to Net Earth deity planes. And those who have the frequencies to go to the deity planes will be able to progressively do that. There's another thing. There's a song that's been recently, not every time I turn on the radio, but I use a lot of the Wake and Dream stuff sometimes when I just want to get external confirmation on certain things or whatever. Or sometimes I'm not even asking for that, and it still happens anyway. There's one song, I think it was by, what was it, Modern English, I think they were called. And I don't know all the lyrics to it, but it came on so many times in the last 2 weeks when I've been trying to figure out what was going on about all the other weird things that I was experiencing. And it goes to something like, I'll stop the world and melt with you, la, la, la. Melt. And it's really funny because I used to say something, you know how I think it was in the Jerry Maguire movie a while back, there was that classic line that the girl said to the guy, that you had me at hello, right? Well, right? Well, I always had this one, I don't know why it was there, it was I just melted into a silver puddle on the floor, right? So, or melted it to a puddle would be good enough, meaning the rest of that. So it's all kind of like that. When you start feeling the things with your twin, especially if you meet one down here too, you may get some of that. Oh, I just melted, pick yourself back up off the floor, put yourself back in. Okay, what do I do with that rationally? And that's when you go vertical and just, work with your consciousness there and with your twin up there to see what's the appropriate way to move with it, right? Instead of just going, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, right? Because it can come through like that. And I know everybody is probably dying to go, but it was really funny because I wouldn't have even have talked about that if it weren't for a really funny thing. While I was getting this down, there was a person in the hiding over around the corner, so nobody talked to me, so I could get down the information for the rest to finish up on the workshop. And there was this lady in the group who, and I had my back to anybody that was back behind me, and I hear this, I'll stop the world and melt with you, and I went. And she said, oh yeah, I actually wrote Christic lyrics to that one. And there's 2 other people, I think, that know how to do it. So whoever wants to hear it, I want to hear the Christic lyrics to it. I love that song. I didn't even get her name yet, but if you are in the room, I think you know who you are. Are you here? Is that you? That's you? Go for it. So I will say goodbye and let us be sung out of the room. I so appreciate your patience and you being here. I hope the chart packs have come. Yeah.
Will you make available the song and the vow by Melissa Putnam?
Yeah, we're planning to do that, but there's still more going to be put to it. The English part is going to go into it as well. And, it's being expanded, but absolutely. As long as Melissa's game for that, we certainly would love that. Yeah. So I love you guys, and have a wonderful, safe trip home, and see you next time. Come on before they go. Annie, is it? Hi. Thank you. I've seen your face for ages. I just didn't.
I played you in that skit with Claire. Where's Nick? Nick? Hurry up. Please. Allowance.
Are you waiting for him? Are you waiting for somebody now, or you have them? Okay. I'm gonna say one more quick thing, and then You guys go for it. I just wanted to say that, dear people, you can do this. This link, this moving to this other deity plane state. We can do this. The beloved certainly can do this. Let's do this. Yeah. Right. Here you go. We'll stop the world and melt with you. Ooh. There you go. You'll do it better than me.
Oh, we're just waiting for the music.
We're just waiting for the music.
Activating the Majita shield. These waves grow stronger. We've heard a calling for a blending of the fields. These flames flow higher. I heard a tone long remembered from the past. Edonic waters, sacred knowing, buried deep within our flesh. I'll spark my flame. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. There's been some changes, but it's getting better all the time. There's something you and I must do. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. Riding healing waves from above and below, we're seeing clearer. Deity flows turning back on as we grow. We're growing stronger. People of probable selves merging all around the bud. We're holding vigil in a place of eternal reverent love. Let's spark our flames. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. There's been some changes, but it's getting better all the time. There's something you and I must do. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. Musical break. Adashic archives open wide. Ooh. Let's spark our flames. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. There's been some changes, but it's getting better all the time. There's something you and I must do. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. Adashic archives open wide. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's blend with you. There's been some changes, but it's getting better all the time. There's something you and I must do.
I'll spark my flames and blend with you.
Let's spark our flames. I'll spark my flame and blend with you. There's been some changes, but it's getting better all the time. There's something you and I must do.
I'll spark my flame and blend with you.